Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In less than an hour, the judgment of the demon god of hell came to an end. Mephisto had descended in his true form. From beginning to end, the grin on his face never faded as he looked down at the wailing island below. Cry, fear, despair. The angrier you are, the more desperate you become, the more delicious it is to me. Ha ha ha. Hovering 1,000 meters above the ground, Mephisto closed his eyes in satisfaction, savoring the final screams of the dying. Souls filled with resentment, terror, and hatred were his greatest nourishment. Haha, it's about time. His eyes snapped open, cold and merciless. The gate of hell. The soul passage, open. In an instant, a colossal black gate tore through the sky above Plaster Island. It blotted out the sun. The portal was so vast and oppressive that the entire world could see it, no matter where they were or what time it was. There was no hiding this disaster. Live broadcasts spread across the globe. And in Dacia, the reaction was explosive. Good and evil are repaid in the end. The righteous path of the world never fails. Grandfather, father, don't worry. Your unworthy descendants will come soon and bring you good news. An old man with gray hair collapsed in front of his television, crying and laughing at the same time. Good death. What a perfect death. This is retribution. Ha ha. Ancestors, revolutionary martyrs, you've seen it. They're finally finished. This isn't a god. It's our ancestors calling upon heaven itself. All across Dacia, people rushed to tell one another. Cheers. Tears. Firecrackers. This was the greatest celebration in a century. Lanterns lit the streets. Fireworks filled the sky. The nation entered a spontaneous carnival. Dacia even declared a temporary national holiday. Food, drink, and celebrations were freely shared. The entire country became a boiling ocean of joy. In New York, Shi watched quietly. Wherever his gaze fell, invisible rivers of destiny surged and roared. The shackles are gone, he murmured. The spirit of Dacia has been reborn. Even its fortune is rising. This is good. Very good. He turned his eyes toward Mephisto, who was grinning like a madman as he harvested souls without pause. After an hour of flooding, more than half the island was already dead or dying. Hundreds of millions of souls poured straight into hell in a single wave. How many years? How many years? Mephisto nearly wept with joy. Normally, when humans died, their souls dispersed into nothingness. Only a few could be secretly claimed. He had been starving for ages. And now? A feast beyond imagination. At last, the screams drew the attention of the island's so-called god. Amaterasu arrived. A woman whose face could not be clearly seen crossed the boundary of worlds and attacked Mephisto without hesitation. The remaining survivors erupted with hope. Amaterasu-sama, our god has come. Kill him. Kill the evil god. Their faith surged wildly. This was Amaterasu's foundation. Without these believers, she would eventually fade and vanish. Mephisto looked up, unimpressed. A minor faith god dares to challenge me? You really don't know your place. Blazing sunlight tore through the void toward him. Mephisto formed a seal. Black light flashed. A gigantic eye of hell, over 100 meters wide, slashed through the sky. No sound. No warning. Silence was the deadliest weapon. Amaterasu screamed as her body slammed into the ground. Trash, Mephisto scoffed. You can't even endure a simple soul tear. He reached out and pulled. A translucent soul was ripped free and clenched in his hand. Oh, what a fine soul. Worth millions of ordinary ones. I like this. As quickly as she appeared, Amaterasu was finished. No. The last shred of hope shattered. The survivors screamed one final time before sinking into absolute despair. Mephisto accelerated his harvest. Soon, the island was nothing but death. Fewer than 1 in a million survived, and even they were doomed. Where could they flee, surrounded by endless ocean? The nations of the world reacted in panic. A god had appeared. A devil had judged a country. Had they offended heaven itself? Troops were immediately recalled. No one cared whether the sinking island could be saved. The world fell silent. Everything people believed in collapsed overnight. Science, reason, order. What kind of world was this now? Only the United States remained eerily quiet. Through satellites, they had seen everything. They saw the devil kneel before someone. They saw the island erased after a single exchange. They understood perfectly. On this earth, there existed beings who decided the fate of hundreds of millions with a casual thought. They chose silence. And they would remain silent forever. As for the shockwaves Qin would leave behind, he no longer cared. Early the next morning, he gathered his entire family. They were preparing to leave Earth. "Beautiful ladies," Qin said with a smile. "Anything else you want to bring?" "If not, we're heading out. That's all. Let's go." The women answered in unison. "Good. First stop, the moon. We'll borrow some transportation there before moving on." He waved his hand. The girls froze. The moon. There's a spaceship on the moon? Are there aliens there? Wanda and Natasha stared at him in disbelief. Qin laughed. Of course the moon is inhabited. They're called the Inhumans. Early Earth humans who were forced to relocate. They all have abilities, just like mutants. Poor experimental subjects, he added casually. The girls covered their mouths in shock. So the moon had always held such secrets. Advanced technology. Hidden civilizations. Right above their heads. Then how do you know all this? Wanda asked. Have you been to the moon? No, Qin replied calmly. I calculated it. TCH, number 18, clicked her tongue. Liar again. Forget it. Let's go see for ourselves. That was what interested them most. All right, Qin said. Let's go. Blue light flashed. They vanished. The moon. The celestial body worshipped for thousands of years, praised in countless poems, finally welcomed new visitors once more. Inhuman technology was advanced enough to monitor every corner of the moon in real time. But Earth's crude spacecraft never interested them. Those tightly sealed capsules, filled with fragile astronauts, were not worth a second glance. Whether in technology or individual power, the gap was absolute. To the Inhumans, ordinary beings posed no threat at all. Yet today, every operator in the surveillance room froze. Their eyes widened. Their breathing stalled. On the screens stood several men and women who had appeared out of nowhere. They were not wearing spacesuits. They were not protected by shields. They were simply standing in the vacuum of space, as if strolling through a garden. This was the moon. No atmosphere. No air. No natural environment for life. And yet they stood there calmly. The visitors were, of course, Qin and his companions. Wearing bulky spacesuits would have been laughable. Creating an isolated space field was effortless for them. The monitoring team leader broke into a cold sweat and immediately contacted their ruler. King, something serious has happened. Several powerful beings have arrived from outside. We can't determine whether they're hostile. Black Bolt could not speak. His voice alone was a weapon. But he could read, write, and communicate through devices. As always, the universal language was English. Naturally, the universe had long agreed on it. Black Bolt's expression turned grave as he reviewed the report. He lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. Very few knew of the Inhumans' existence. Earth knew nothing at all. Some civilizations across the cosmos were aware, but the figures on the screen were unmistakably Earth natives. After a moment, he made his decision. Through a consciousness relay, his intent was transmitted. A neutral speaker relayed his words. Bites, do not panic. Invite them to the palace. We will learn their purpose. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Qin group hovered silently in space. Before them lay Earth. Their home. For the first time in their lives, they were seeing it from beyond the atmosphere. The sight stole their breath. It's incredible, half light, half darkness. Our world really looks like a blue gemstone, embedded in the universe. No video ever did this justice. Not even close. Words failed them. The vastness of the stars washed over their hearts, leaving only awe. Qinshi saw frozen Antarctica, mist-covered rainforests, scattered islands in endless seas, and deserts scorched by the sun. He saw the Great Wall standing for 5,000 years. The blue coastline stretching beyond sight. The grasslands and deserts of the northwest. The shining pearl of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. The warm lights of countless homes where people lived, laughed, and slept in peace. He smiled faintly. His body trembled, just a little. Wherever he looked, he saw Daxia. Wanda stepped closer, gently taking his hand. Husband, go back and see it someday. That's your route. Your home. Your people. Qinshi exhaled slowly. Home, he murmured. There's wind in my blood. I was never meant to stay in one place. I'm afraid to go back. I'm afraid I'll bring disaster with me. As long as I can watch them rise from afar, that's enough. He knew too well how many eyes were watching him. Gods in the shadows. The Time Variance Administration. Forces that would never allow him to exist peacefully. One wrong step could drown everything in blood. Wanda shook her head gently. Then go quietly. Just take a look. Who would ever know? It will always be your home. Since when did a hometown reject someone who wandered? Qinshi froze. Then he laughed softly. You're right. I'll just go back and look once. Even if it's not the same universe, my blood and my heart will always belong there. Go home. Those two words struck his soul like lightning. The shackles he never noticed shattered. Invisible restraints collapsed. A vast spiritual force surged outward, and a clear, resounding phoenix cry echoed through the universe. Every living being, across countless worlds, saw the same vision. A colossal phoenix of flame filled the sky, burning away an unseen barrier that had always existed. In seconds, it was gone. The phoenix spread its wings and merged completely with reality. Husband, you. The girls stared in shock. Qinshi stood there calmly, warmth and clarity filling his gaze. I'm fine, he said softly. I just figured something out. For the first time, his presence felt fully anchored. He had always stood apart, watching this world from above, treating himself as a passerby who knew the script. But now he understood. This world had already claimed him. His lovers were here. His friends were here. His people were here. He had never been drifting. He had simply refused to admit where he belonged. The system chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for understanding the position of body and soul. Reward, 1 million points. Ding. Congratulations. Full integration into the Marvel Universe detected. Multi-space gem fusion accelerating. Ding. Soul breakthrough achieved. Multi-dimensional space gem fusion has reached 30%. New ability unlocked. Space fragmentation, S-rank. The system celebrated. The multi-dimensional space gem responded even more eagerly. The final barrier between it and Qinshi vanished. Their fusion accelerated rapidly. Perhaps in just a few years, there would no longer be any distinction between master and artifact. Space fragmentation, Qinshi murmured. Sounds interesting. He raised his hand and glanced toward a distant lunar mountain. The peak shattered like glass. Silently. Completely. The mountains are like crisp mirrors with no resistance. They can be manipulated so casually in Qinshi's hands. The legend that space is king and time is supreme is really terrifying. In the past, most of his awakened spatial abilities were auxiliary abilities, and his only spatial cutting attack had a single range. Now, the awakened spatial fragmentation is the real killer move. A nightmare for those with weak bodies, the damage to squishy mages with long-range attacks is fatal. The power of space is everywhere. No one can escape from space attacks. The power of the casual test made Qinshi very satisfied. Qinshi, who had not checked his own attributes for a long time, opened the attribute panel again. Host, Qinshi. Age, 24. Level, peak of Heavenly Father level. Physique, Frost Giant physique. Ability, Water type S level, range of 1,000 kilometers. Ice S plus level, minus 200 degrees Celsius. Fire control level A, 10,000 degrees. Carbon temperature transformation, second to original admin and vibranium. Super speed mobile S plus level, 3,000 kilometers per second. Super self-healing level S plus, any damage is healed instantly. Telepathy S plus level, can sense 100,000 kilometers. Magnetic control of S class, can control 100,000 kilometers. Space transfer S plus level, solar system size. Space cutting S plus level, can cut 10 centimeters of titanium alloy. Dimensional space S plus level, 10 million square kilometers in radius. Psychokinesis S plus level, up to 1,000 tons, 10 kilometers. Space fragmentation S class, 100 kilometers range. Subatomic control. Phoenix judgment. Items: time gem, multidimensional gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem. End pieces. An umbrella hive factory. Subordinates: Android number 18, Terminator TX, and Red Queen. Points: 3.35 million points. Bioenergy: 3,850 points. The ability of the space system has been greatly improved. The barriers between the souls have disappeared. The range of telepathy has also been greatly improved, and the power of telepathy has doubled with the understanding of thoughts. It feels so good. Now I am like a fish in the sea of stars in the Marvel world. The sea is vast and the fish can jump. Qinshi squinted his eyes and felt the different power of space passing through his body, which was particularly kind. Let's go find Black Bolt and borrow something from him. Qinshi, who had experienced beautiful things, said with a smile, and his calm voice made people feel as warm as a spring breeze. All the girls felt that from this moment on, he was truly happy in his heart. Let's go. Everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The real him was back. How could it be possible to hide the existence of the Inhumans from Qinshi's spatial sensing? He went straight to their station. The defense of the aliens was useless to him, but Qinshi did not teleport rashly to the palace, and he was not a robber or bandit. Outside the palace, Qinshi and his girls had just appeared when they met an Inhuman official who was hurriedly trying to invite Qinshi. A distinguished guest who has come from afar, I am very honored to meet a powerful human race like you. Please come with me. His Majesty the King is preparing to welcome you. This official's name is Gorgon, Black Bolt's cousin, and as Black Bolt's personal bodyguard, he is also the captain of the Royal Guard. It was the highest standard for him to come out to greet Qinshi and his party. After all, he couldn't speak. If he went, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The king of the Inhumans is mute? Qinshi nodded and said with a smile, Then please, sir, please take us to see King Black Bolt. I'm very sorry, but I need to trouble your king for something. Seeing Qinshi being so polite, Gorgon felt his heart drop. He couldn't afford to offend the big boss of the mountain range at just one glance. Anyway, he didn't think anyone's body could withstand such a casual blow, not even himself. Then please, and a few ladies come with me. Gorgon bowed slightly and led the way. Everyone also quickly arrived at the palace where the Inhumans could meet. At this time, the Inhumans were still singing and dancing. At this moment, Maximus is just coveting Black Bolt's throne and occasionally does bad things. He has not colluded with the Kree to cheat on others. But it was almost done, and Ronan would not let such a group of powerful test subjects enjoy themselves leisurely. In the Royal Hall of the Inhumans, Black Bolt and his wife Medusa were communicating quietly at the moment, speculating on Qinshi's purpose. Borrow technology? Borrow Terrigen mists? Or plunder genes? Anyway, none of them were good guesses. When the brainwaves of the two people were communicating, Gorgon led Qinshi and others. Dear strong man, this is our king, King Blackguard Bertigan, and next to him is our queen, Ms. Megisalis Boltigan. Gorgon softly introduced Black Bolt and Medusa, and Qinshi also smiled slightly and said, It's a pleasure to meet you too, Qinshi from Earth. I'm sorry for the inconvenience when passing by the Inhuman treasure land. Then Qinshi introduced the girls to them. After exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. I don't know what brings you to our place, sir. As long as we can do it, we will definitely help you. It was Medusa who spoke, and Black Bolt just smiled slightly. Chinchi knew that this was what Black Bolt meant. Chinchi didn't hide it, but got straight to the point. Sorry, it's all trivial in fact. I came to the Inhumans just to borrow a space battleship. I need to go to a place, but I don't have the coordinates of that planet. As good neighbors of the Inhumans, we naturally think of it first. You guys. Chinchi didn't want to go to such trouble. He had never been to the planet Morag, and the multidimensional space gems couldn't help him. The planets in this universe can be said to be counted in billions and trillions. Who knows where the planet Morag is? When Black Bolt and Medusa heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. What do they think they want? Just this? Just this? This request is too simple, and they like it. Sir's request is too simple. I will make arrangements now and prepare the most high-tech space battleship for you immediately. Medusa's face also showed a relaxed smile at this moment. Then all trouble, Ms. Medusa. Chinchi sincerely thanked someone for helping him without saying a word. Isn't it the most basic thing to thank someone? But he thought about it again. He couldn't take advantage of others in vain. Exchange of equal value, no debt of cause and effect. Chinchi pointed lightly at the pendant around Medusa's neck, and a wisp of space power attached to it. Black Bolt, King Medusa, and the two of them didn't know what was going on and were very confused. Haha, don't worry, you two. This ray of space power represents my action. If you encounter an unsolvable disaster in the future, crush this jade pendant and I will appear. No matter where I am, I will help you aliens. Remember, be careful with Maximus. He and the Kree have a close friendship. You should know what he is like. That's all I have to say. I hope you will be careful. After listening to Chinchi's words, the couple nodded solemnly. They knew who Maximus was, and the big bosses in front of them actually knew of his existence. One can imagine how notorious Maximus was. Next, they chatted and waited, and the girls happily tasted the special delicacies of the Inhumans. Time passed quickly in a pleasant atmosphere, and the space battleship was ready. Medusa, who was selfish, actually arranged a driver for Chinchi, her good sister Crystal. The Inhumans and the Kree have always had contacts, and they have contacts with other races in the universe. Naturally, their technology is not too bad. Chinchi and the others don't know how to drive this space battleship. They need skilled pilots to take them there, but they don't want to let the royal family Crystal of the Inhumans specially drive it, right? Everyone knows what Medusa is thinking. The pilot of the space battleship is not Crystal, but someone else. The girls are very unfazed by this extremely beautiful Inhuman girl. This is an obvious beauty trap. Therefore, all the girls are united in their efforts to deal with the outside world. They completely ignore the existence of Crystal and just don't play with her. Some watched the scenery, some played games. The vast starry sky was magnificent, magical, and shocking. When they first entered the universe, they chattered excitedly and took many photos and videos. Later, they lost interest due to aesthetic fatigue. Chinchi was also very unhappy. Why, didn't I just bring a few wives with me, and you, Medusa, thought of me as some kind of lecherous person? Aren't you looking down on others? Am I the kind of man who bows down to beauty? You are overthinking. Crystal, come here and give me a pat on the back. Yes, that's right. The technique is good, and it's very comfortable for little hands. It's so beautiful that Chinchi, who looks like an old man, is just enjoying the life of a wealthy landlord like this. It smells so good. Chinchi said nothing else. The peak of the crystal is still very eye-catching. It makes people greedy just looking at it. It is so much bigger than Wanda and Natasha. Chinchi didn't squint his eyes, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it with peace of mind. What's the rush? Sooner or later, he will have to eat and be satisfied. It's just that I feel a little sorry for my brother-in-law. Quine, I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do about it, brother. Medusa gave me too much. It's too big. Recite silently, Amitba, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I will leave Quine behind and say goodbye to you. Continue to dive into the soft mountain peaks. The tragic Quine didn't know that he only stayed in Chinchi's eyes for 0.01 seconds, and he didn't take him seriously. Jing Jing looked at Qin Shi, who was leaning in his arms with his eyes closed and resting, and he was also lost in reverie. Having been born into the royal family since childhood, she had no choice but to follow the family's arrangements. She could make the decision on everything else, but she could not make the decision on this matter of marriage. No matter who you marry, the family only considers interests, whether it can make the family prosperous, and strength is what they consider. Only strong people can marry. Crystal is not like other rich ladies who enjoy the glory and status of their family while crying and making trouble to find so-called bullshit love. Does such a selfish woman deserve love? You must not be friends with such a person. Stay away from her. Maybe one day she will be struck by lightning and it will harm you. The gift of childbirth is greater than anything else. The family nurtured her and gave her the best, but in turn, they had to punish her. She betrayed the family, and she could still be praised as a love that can be sung and cried? Crystal is scornful of this, a refined egoist? Crystal, who has lived in the Inhumans since he was a child, has never seen much of the world. He is surrounded by strange-looking guys. He has to pay a lot if he can't get power. The Inhumans are all mutated. I thought I was going to marry a weird guy in the future. Crystal was so depressed, but she didn't expect it would take a turn. For her sister to let her marry such a powerful, handsome, and unwanted man is simply a piece of cake in the sky. This suddenly made the depressed Crystal feel happy. The lower the expectations, the more happiness he would get, because it was really easy to be satisfied. The more he wanted, the more tired he became. People must be content and happy. Crystal is in this state now, and she is very satisfied. Although her sister don't welcome her now, what does it matter? It's just human nature, and they will definitely accept her in the future. As she thought about it, Crystal chuckled and became more energetic at work. She could leave the moon and see the outside world with her future husband and sisters. Qin Shi heard a silver bell-like laughter in his ears and was speechless. Is this silly girl starting to dream again? Just don't shake. Are you trying to cover me to death? Arching upward, Qin Shi changed to a more comfortable position and continued to lie down. Queen Hong, how are you studying? He couldn't sleep, so closing his eyes and concentrating was just to pass the time. What he is particularly concerned about now is the Red Queen's learning situation. Only continuous learning can make progress. The Red Queen has already connected to the system of this space battleship. She has figured out everything about its structure, materials, attack, defense, and how to operate it. Such a large super-alien processor has greatly improved the computing power and learning ability of the Red Queen. Master, this alien technology is really incredible. They have actually realized the warp engine in science fiction movies, which can directly realize space jumps. It's amazing. Their computing hosts are not comparable to the supercomputers on the Earth. Their computing speed is astonishingly high. The supercomputers on the Earth occupy an extremely huge position. It is currently the strongest Dragon Kingdom Shui Taihu Light computing 1.25 billion times, but they all use quantum computers, which can reach an unimaginable speed of 50 billion times. But this is just a space battleship of the Inhumans. If it is the supreme intelligence of the Kree, I can't calculate how many times its calculation speed can be as high as trillions of times. Listening to the Red Queen's words full of unimaginable excitement, the gangster flame in Qin Shi's heart burned brightly. Is it the supreme wisdom? Your subject? Bring it to you. My Red Queen needs such a good treasure. Wouldn't it be such a waste to give it to you? You, an intelligent life, actually control such a huge cosmic empire? Are the Kree extinct? To believe in such an intelligent life, don't you know that a pure technological empire is deformed? Biotechnology and mechanical technology should develop together. I will let you know this time to smash your broken system and give you a new lease of life. Red Queen, do you think the supreme intelligent host is easy to use or not? Qin Shi suddenly asked. Master, such a powerful host is naturally the strongest. Unfortunately, my own abilities are limited and it is a complete waste. The Red Queen is not stupid. She knows that her boss means to grab it directly for herself. Unfortunately, she uses a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Hey, it's okay. Let's get it first and then talk about it. Can I just go and negotiate with them? I've always believed in fairness, and everything can be negotiated. Chinchi said with a smile. It was completely shameless behavior, and he could actually say it so righteously. The Cree people don't know it yet, otherwise everyone would drown this unwanted guy with just a spit of spit. Thank you for all the rest of us. The next time was a boring voyage. A month passed, and they found dozens of space jumping points. They finally arrived at the planet Morag. The power gem is close at hand. The planet Morag is an abandoned planet. According to rumors, it was destroyed by war, and some say it was destroyed by resource exhaustion. Anyway, various reasons exist, and no one knows. As for the Power Stone, it was randomly discarded on the planet Morag after Ethan, the god seeker of the universe, used the Power Stone to destroy a planet. At this moment, the planet Morag has been visited by outsiders for the nth time since it has been sleeping for millions of years. The dark sky, the dilapidated ground, and the slightest trace of life were gone. I don't know how many space battleships have visited this place, and they only need to dig 3 feet into the ground. Everything of slight value had been evacuated, except for the broken concrete pillars and the pitiful soil. Oh, the mice will cry when they come. This is really cleaner than a dog chewing. Chinchi looked at it and shook his head speechlessly. These space predator organizations are really poor. Honey, it's really desolate here. There's nothing. Everything is gray. Do your business quickly and leave quickly. Wanda looked at the sky and couldn't help but feel disappointed. She didn't expect that their first stop would be a shabby planet. What a disgrace to the scenery. Wanda is right. Hurry up. The girls all spoke out, urging Chinchi to act quickly. This place was really no place for humans. It was not only dark, but also quite eerie. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Chinchi didn't want to offend the public. When he heard that no one wanted to stay, he quickly took out 8 power gems and flew them into the air to slowly sense them. He believes that even if they respond a little bit, they can feel each other's existence, because they are one. The power gems also lived up to expectations. In just a moment, they emitted faint purple light and slowly trembled in a certain direction. Chinchi also immediately discovered the abnormality of the power gems. Following the direction they pointed, Chinchi quickly took the power gems and flew there. Wait for me here and come back as soon as you go. Chinchi did not forget to turn around and give a warning. Go ahead, we'll wait for you. The girls responded loudly to reassure him. Chinchi's flying speed was not fast. He was always feeling the vibration coming from the power gem, but fortunately, this place was already an abandoned planet. Chinchi flew directly in a straight line, and according to their guidance, he rushed over and the ruins were directly crushed by the power of his mind. Sure enough, after flying for less than a minute, he followed the power gems and stopped at an abandoned temple. This is the place where Peter Quill, the big bad Star-Lord, found the cosmic orb in the movie. Haha, it took no effort at all. It seems that I am really a little genius, and the power gem is indeed connected. Chinchi laughed heartily, his eyes full of excitement. The Infinity Stones cannot interact with each other at all, and they will not be sensed by other Infinity Stones at all. But according to his guess, he was right. There must be a connection between power gems and power gems. They have the same root. Following these power gems, he found the power gem of this universe. At this moment, the cosmic spirit balls buried underground, which are power gems, soared into the sky and excitedly rushed directly in front of these power gems. The strange purple light was so dazzling in the gray sky that it was impossible to look directly at it. The purple light that represented destruction created energy chains one after another and instantly linked all the power gems. As for its carrier, it was instantly reduced to ashes. The Power Stone is the most violent of all Infinity Stones, and it represents violent power. Ordinary people, no. Even ordinary divine bodies cannot resist it with physical strength. The violent power will instantly destroy those who try to control it. The Collector's Maid was instantly reduced to ashes. Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Drax the Destroyer and others only managed to avoid being killed by the Power Stone by joining forces. It can be imagined how awesome this guy is, and Ronan killed him directly. At this moment, The power gems were completely linked together and became an inseparable whole. Even Qinshi did not dare to disturb them at this moment and could only watch them from a distance. The strange movement of the Power Stone alarmed all the nearby marauder organizations, Space Merchants, Nova Corps, Kree Empire, Shi'ar Empire, etc. Thunder light flashed over the entire Morag, and this violent power filled the entire sky over the Morag planet. Countless power monitors instantly captured the abnormal energy fluctuations here. Because the cosmic spirit ball that the Collector is offering a reward for is supposed to be on the planet Morag, according to the speculations of many organizations. So they have been secretly monitoring the energy fluctuations here, and sure enough, something happened here. Boss Yondu, something happened on the planet Morag. Are we going to get a share of the pie? A gray-skinned subordinate from Yondu's Raiders organization immediately hurried over to ask Yondu for his opinion. Of course, Yondu would not let go of any opportunity to make a fortune. He immediately grinned his big gold teeth and said, "What are you waiting for? Call all the brothers and set off for the planet Morag." At the secret base of the Xander outpost, the Kree Intelligence Department immediately reported to Ronan the anomalies here. "Dear Sir Ronan, the energy above the planet Morag suddenly became violent and abnormal, far beyond our monitoring. It may be a cosmic spirit ball riot. Should we send troops?" When Ronan, who was far away in the center of the Kree Empire, heard the report, he was immediately overjoyed. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Haha, that's really good news, but don't worry, you can just go there." Nova Corps, Xander. Queen Adora, the energy of the planet Morag has changed. It is suspected that the cosmic spirit ball has appeared. Do you want to send a fleet there? The head of an intelligence agency found their leader, Queen Adora, with information. The queen frowned slightly after hearing this, and after a long time, she sighed, "What a bad news. The Collector's bounty must have made everyone crazy, especially the ambitious Ronin who is desperate. We must fight no matter what, send troops. War is inevitable, and there is no way they can escape from this whirlpool. The territory of nothingness, the Collector's nest. Your Excellency Collector, the cosmic spirit ball you are looking for has appeared. It is on the planet Morag. Do you want to retrieve it?" The maid Karina watched carefully as Collector Tawan informed him of the information sent to him. "No. Let them fight slowly. Why should I go to such a meat-grinder battlefield? They will send the cosmic spirit ball to me anyway. Money is everything." The Collector sipped the wine in his glass and said leisurely, "Everything is under control. Morag, a planet that has been dormant for a long time, has once again attracted the attention of all nearby galaxies. The war seems to be about to break out, and countless people begin to imagine that they can win this cosmic spirit ball and live a better life after retirement. Little did they know that Morag would be their nightmare and death would be their end. I have to say that if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. This kind of developed galaxy is much better than the solar system and the Milky Way. The various space jump points are amazing. The Predators, Legions, and Empires from several nearby galaxies also rushed to the planet Morag immediately, and the war was about to begin. At this moment, in the Temple of Morag planet, the 8 power gems from the parallel universe and the power gems from this universe are exchanging experiences, which is the awakening of the source of power. The 9 power gems have been completely connected to the operation of the power laws of this universe. In an instant, 9 purple divine lights converged at their center point, and with a bang, a purple light beam more than 10 meters thick rose into the sky. Time, space, matter. Everything in front of them is destroyed, they don't know where the edge is, and everything in their path is completely destroyed. No matter you are a satellite, a planet, a star, a black hole, or a white hole, you are vulnerable to this purple light beam. Boom! A loud noise from the soul world exploded in the minds of all living beings in the universe. Everyone found an indescribable shock that they will never forget for the rest of their lives. That purple beam of light bombarded the dome of the universe. This universe exists with edges. What kind of existence can there be outside the universe? Countless scientists, countless physicists, astronomers and astronomy enthusiasts burst into tears with excitement. They yelled crazily. It turns out that the universe is really as predicted. The universe exists with boundaries, but what about outside the universe? What kind of existence exists outside the universe? Are there many universes that cannot be counted? This kind of purple divine light must be God telling them that this is the guidance God gives them. God wants to educate all living beings. Those atheists began to doubt that more and more miracles were appearing in this world. Is there really a God? The staunch theist even knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, kneeling before the divine light from the sky. This is the Power Stone. It announces its glorious return to the entire universe. The Violent Power Gem is not like other infinity gems that are restrained and low-key. It itself represents the violence of power. At this moment, the 9 power gems cheered each other and suddenly seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. They put away their light and frantically delivered their energy towards the center point. Buzz, buzz. The space is shaking. At the same time, the power gems that exerted force began to vibrate violently, vibrating at a high frequency, and the space felt like it was collapsing. Around them, traces of powder continued to evaporate, approaching the center, and at the center, the prototype of a larger power gem accumulated bit by bit was born. The vibrating powder of the Power Stone gathers endlessly towards the larger prototype. Although it is just a trace of powder, the energy contained in it is enough to destroy an Earth. As time goes by, bit by bit, the purple light of the 9 power gems becomes darker and darker, while the power gem in the middle becomes more and more dazzling and shining. A few more minutes passed, and with crisp cracking sounds, the 9 power gems fell apart like mirrors, and the dim purple light turned into the final powder and floated towards Qinshi. They know that it was the man in front of them who brought them out, took them away from the Time Variation Administration, where they suffered humiliation and were thrown away like garbage in the dark. The multi-power gems have been born. Their mission has been completed. With the final gift from the universe, they broke through the shackles at the last moment of their lives and gave birth to the last trace of consciousness. They rushed towards the man in front of them and injected the last bit of their original power into his body. Let the new multi-power gems recognize him as their master. When the last light entered Qinshi's body, the 9 power gems completed their final swan song. Ha ha! The last moment I have been waiting for has arrived. Farewell to the benefactor I have been waiting for. Please continue to fight with our hope and our will. Overthrow the Time Variation Administration. Let the universe be diverse again, and let our brothers and sisters regain their freedom. Goodbye. Our future. This is the most tragic ending. They sacrificed themselves just to fulfill a new and more powerful one. Even if they are as powerful as the Infinity Stones, they still cannot control one's life. They are just the incarnation of rules. If they can awaken their consciousness at the last moment, that is the mercy of OA. When the 9 power gems completely fell, the multi-power gems flew around Qinshi for a full 9 times. It was like feeling how helpless and glorious it was for the seniors to succeed and leave. Everything is for the future. Sacrifice yourself. Finally, the multi-power gems screamed toward the entire universe, turned into a stream of light, rushed into Qinshi's sea of consciousness, and disappeared. At this moment, all the creatures in the universe suddenly burst into tears. They heard their final reluctance and helplessness, their souls resonated, and the universe mourned together. Whose fall is this? Why is it so tragic? Has God fallen? Why does my heart hurt so much? Oh, they are really gone. After Gui finished speaking, a tear rolled down the corner of her eye. She didn't know where Qinshi got so many infinite gems, but she knew they really worked hard. Qinshi stayed there motionless. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and sighed deeply. It's another reincarnation. The sacrifice of the 9 power gems gave them a more powerful one. Even if that one is no longer them, they still have no hesitation. In the sea of consciousness, the multidimensional space gems and multidimensional power gems finally meet. The 2 gems circled around each other as if they were seeing relatives and cheered, companions. They are companions. The power gem allows the user to master and control all the power and energy they are trying to master. It supports other gems and can strengthen their effects. Using power gems, the user can even copy all physical superpowers and make his or her physical attack and defense abilities invincible. The biggest function of the Power Stone is to increase other Infinity Stones and make your own physical abilities invisible. At this moment, with the integration of multi-power gems, Qin-Shi's body naturally undergoes new changes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the second infinite gem. The host will be rewarded with 5 million points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the second infinite gem and successfully awakening the energy absorption ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the second infinite gem and successfully awakening the ability to transfer energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the second infinite gem and successfully awakening the ability to destroy the ray. As expected, each Infinity Stone contains a variety of corresponding super abilities. And as your level of integration becomes higher and higher, your abilities will become more and more powerful. Moreover, he was rewarded with a large number of points, which made him rich at the same time. Silently feeling the changes in his body, Qinzai wanted to test whether this destruction ray was similar to the purple power gem energy ray in the movie. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, sensing the unique dormant energy cells in his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the abandoned temple in the distance. Purple rays of destruction immediately burst out from his eyes. Boom! With one blow, the crumbling temple immediately turned into dust and was instantly destroyed. Be good. This power is really powerful. Qin-Shi wonders if this destructive power can compete with Superman's heat vision. Based on the comparison of Superman's abilities in different periods, this is at least the strength of Silver Superman's heat vision, right? The key is that he can release destructive rays not only from his eyes, but from any part of his body. As long as his cells are still there, he can release such destructive rays to the outside world without limit, and for him who possesses multiple power gems, there is no energy depletion. As for energy absorption and energy transfer, he didn't plan to try it because he could sense from the space fluctuations that densely packed space battleships were coming. Are these qualified laboratory mice not the best test subjects? System. Open the Properties panel and take a look. Host, Qin-Shi. Age, 24. Level, early stage of single universe level. Physique, Frost Giant Physique. Ability, Water Type S level, range of 1,000 kilometers. Ice S plus level, minus 200 degrees Celsius. Fire Control level A, 10,000 degrees. Carbon temperature transformation, second to original admin and vibranium. Super speed mobile S plus level, 3,000 kilometers per second. Super self-healing level S plus, any damage is healed instantly. Telepathy S plus level, can sense 100,000 kilometers. Magnetic control of S class, can control 100,000 kilometers. Space transfer S plus level, solar system size. Space cutting S plus level, can cut 10 centimeters of titanium alloy. Dimensional space S plus level, 10 million square kilometers in radius. Psychokinesis S plus level, up to 1,000 tons, 10 kilometers. Space fragmentation S class, 100 kilometers range. Phoenix Force, subatomic mastery, Phoenix Judgment. Energy absorption, energy transfer, destruction ray. Items: multidimensional space gem, multidimensional power gem, time gem, reality gem, mind gem, soul gem. An umbrella hive factory. Subordinates: Android number 18, Terminator TX, and Red Queen. Points: 8.35 million points. Bioenergy: 3,850 points. Qin-Shi laughed when he saw this single universe level. He threw his head up to the sky and laughed heartily. He has finally waited for this moment. This time it is finally his turn, ha ha ha. Single universe level, the ceiling of combat power in the movie universe. Is Aunt Marvel awesome? Of course she is awesome. Many people praise her endlessly and are speculating whether she is a single universe level. Qin-Shi once suspected that she was at the single universe level, but it was really hard to say in the movie universe. The official did not give real data at the time, it was just speculation by netizens. Now he is the true single universe level, the ceiling combat power of the movie universe. Who else? Who else? He wants to fight 10. Now even if the multiverse level comes, he is not afraid, because the laws of the multiverse level really can't harm him. He has 2 multi-dimensional infinite gems, even if they are not his own combat power, but so what? He can still use some of their own power. Haha, this operation was extremely successful. Returned with a full load. Qin smiled heartily and returned directly to the girls. Even though he had just sensed the approaching space battleship, Qin was not worried about their safety. Number 18 is there to protect them, and those scumbag aliens are just delivering food. Wow, how long have you been there? It's been several hours, and you just said you were going to come? Liar. As soon as Qin appeared, Qin Gale caught her and criticized her for a while. They were bored to death and just waited for Qin to come back quickly and then leave this bad place. Unexpectedly, after waiting and waiting until they almost fell asleep, they saw the dead man who worried them come back. Oh, you dare to teach your brother a lesson? See if I don't deal with you. Qin made a big move with his backhand and easily suppressed Qin Gray. He picked up the girl and rubbed her little head until it was like a chicken nest. Can Qin Gray endure it? She doesn't want to lose face. I will fight with you. If the little tigress doesn't show off her power, you think I'm Hello Kitty. Qin Gray was not polite and bit down on Qin's neck, leaving 2 rows of fine teeth marks. The other places were as hard as rocks, so she would naturally choose a place to retaliate against his shameless behavior. Hiss. This bad girl is getting more and more arrogant now, and she doesn't take him as the head of the family seriously at all. As soon as Qin put her down on his lap and was about to use his family skills, a large area of space fluctuations suddenly came over the planet Morag. The girls who were watching the show with smiles paused and looked up at the sky, only to find densely packed space battleships appearing one after another. Most of these space battleships are much more advanced than theirs. So many battleships arrive at almost the same time as promised. Natasha's face became solemn for a while, and Wanda and Crystal also suppressed their smiles. Only number 18 and Qin Gray looked as calm as normal people. Number 18 joked, "Hey, has the master ever done something unethical? Has he been chased and intercepted by people just because he appeared in the universe?" Hee, Sister Lolly is right. This stinky guy really has a lot of enemies. I heard from Sister Natasha that he doesn't seem to be from Earth. He's from Ultraman M788 Nebula. Qin Gray immediately escaped from Qin's arms, gloating about his misfortune and making faces at him. Qin is so depressed. These 2 guys are dishonest. They don't know that the enemy is at hand, and they still tease him with a smile. He will take care of them later. Just wait. TCH, I'm afraid of you. While they were playing, this group of aliens descended in front of Qin and the others with incomprehensible weapons. The grotesque aliens surrounded Qin and the others like rare animals. Wow, this is an Earthling. It's actually an Earthling. Hey, I heard that their planet is extremely backward. How could they reach Morag before us? Then you are ignorant. Although Earth's technology is backward, their individual abilities are very powerful. Silly birds, don't be careless. The Kree Empire was beaten and fled in front of the Earth. This shows how powerful their individual strength is. You won't know how to die when the time comes. This group of strange and colorful aliens surrounded Qin and the others, but no one dared to take action first. They were the first to win. They have been around the universe for so many years, and they are still alive and well. They rely on being cautious and ready to grease their feet at any time. After hearing everyone's words, I instantly understood that people on this earth are not necessarily easy to mess with. Just when everyone was bragging, the sharp-eyed Yondu immediately spotted the Inhuman warship parked not far away. If you don't go up, then I will. Yondu showed his big gold teeth carelessly, eager to try. Huh? Yondu wants to show off? It's not his style. He's a thief like no one else. Everyone was confused for a moment. It was too weird. This guy wasn't Yondu, was he? Was he switched? Suddenly, a yellow-skinned monster alien with feathers on its head pointed at a nearby space battleship and shouted, Look, that battleship has the logo of the Inhumans on it. These Earthlings are actually the Inhumans. Hee hee. Get them. Haha, the Inhumans. This race's superpowers are just average, great. Sure enough, all the aliens have discovered the Inhumans? Their individuals are a little stronger, but most of them are weak in ability. As a result, they all geared up, took out their weapons with grins, and slowly approached Qin and the others, etc. Just as they were approaching, Qin called out to them. Hee hee, boy, tell us the whereabouts of the cosmic spirit ball now, and we can keep your body intact. Yondu said in a conspiratorial tone. Oh, that's right, then I will die anyway. Qin smiled mysteriously, but in other people's eyes, this guy was really courageous. How could he still think about joking when he was about to die? Well then, there is only one cosmic spirit ball. There are so many of you, so who should I give it to? Is it for you? To him? Or to whom? Qin looked at them with a smile, and everyone could see his intention to sow discord, but for a while, all the aliens still took out their weapons and pulled away with a swish. This guy is right. The collector is offering a reward of billions of cosmic coins just for this cosmic spirit ball. This huge wealth can really buy dozens of living planets. Money touches people's hearts, and their fathers and brothers can fight to the death, not to mention that they are all from different organizations and forces. The light words caused all the forces to fall apart in an instant, and they all looked at each other warily, fearing that there would be a fight in the next second. Don't be fooled, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. This kid has bad intentions. He wants us to fight among ourselves. He can take the opportunity to slip away. Yondu is the worst thief. He was afraid that something would happen, so he immediately stood up and shouted to stop the crowd that was about to become agitated. Hey, Yondu. Why are you so smart? Qin glanced at Yongdu and mocked. Boy, don't say it's useless. Hand over the cosmic spirit ball. Yondu didn't talk nonsense, and he didn't want to talk nonsense, so he got to the point directly. Well, in that case, I'll give it to you directly. Who makes you Yondu the biggest force in the Predator organization? Qin shrugged, casually took out a ball and threw it to Yondu with lightning speed. Anyway, they have never seen the true appearance of the cosmic spirit ball. The place is so chaotic that even if Yondu has 10 mouths, he can't explain it clearly. Sure enough, in the next second, everyone's eyes suddenly turned away from Qin and stared at Yongdu. Everyone, don't be fooled. What he gave me was just an ordinary metal ball with no energy fluctuation at all. Yondu was so frightened that Blueskin turned pale. With so many people staring at him, he was really scared, so he quickly explained. Haha, what Yondu said is like farts. Who doesn't know that you are the cunning one? Brothers, kill Yondu for me, and we will share the reward equally. As soon as he finished speaking, these people took out their weapons and started attacking. Who cares about his explanation? For a time, these energy rays within a range of several hundred meters were flying freely, and all explanations were pale. Yondu knew that his explanation was useless and had already found a bunker. He hid and used his special skills on these guys. The whistle arrows were like a ghost that penetrated everywhere, harvesting lives wantonly. But he was outnumbered. This whistle arrow was a terrifying killing weapon, but there were too many people. After a few rounds, his hiding place had been blown up and he was exposed to them. Yondu suddenly discovered that all his men were dead and only Star-Lord, who was also a thief and a scumbag, survived. Is the Yondu Raiders organization finished like this? Just die with a simple sentence? At this time, he was already furious. The Predator organization was not a good one. Murder and arson were commonplace. The one who caused all this was the damn guy watching the show with a smile on his face. Yongdu was furious, staring in Qin direction as if he was choosing to devour others. It's you. It's all your fault, you cunning guy. Since I can't survive today, then you can't survive either. Yongdu roared angrily, and the whistle arrow rushed towards Qin head with a whoosh. He wanted to kill Qin before he died. The current situation has become a fight to the death. He has 10 mouths and he can't explain it clearly, so let's finish it together. Oh, why bother? I saw Qinshi gently waving his hand, and the whistle arrow that had always hit the target stopped straight in the air, motionless. You! Yongdu was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a situation, and he felt as if he had seen a ghost. The other aliens were also shocked and stopped attacking. The whistle arrows that were harvesting lives just now were useless? Stupid aliens, don't you know that you should just chop off the mouth of such a fast-talking player? Qinshi had a cynical and joking expression on his face, glanced at the circle of aliens and said disdainfully. The frightened aliens didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and finally discovered a big pit. The man in front of them has been playing tricks on them. He is a powerful boss in his own right. Yongdu is no match. Qinshi's words made Yongdu angry. He was angry? He was angry? Why are you so good at playing? Look down on people so much? Since cold weapons like sentry arrows can't hurt you, then I don't believe that energy weapons can't hurt you either. Yongdu raised the energy gun in his hand and pointed it in the direction of Qinshi and started shooting violently. Die to me. Yongdu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Only in this way could he vent the anger and fear in his heart. However, when the energy ray reached about 1 meter from Qinshi's body, it was like light shining on a mirror and suddenly turned. Bang! 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 Everyone was horrified to find that a few unlucky guys were directly beaten to death. Fake. Damn it. They don't understand the reason for this. It's so weird. At this moment, they knew that they had hit a brick wall today. If they couldn't attack him alone with all their strength, maybe they would all be doomed. Brothers, attack with all your strength. Come on, if we continue to fight among ourselves, no one will be able to leave today. The predator organizations began to unite as one and stopped fighting separately for the sake of their own lives. At this moment, the Nova Corps and the Kree Corps in the sky launched a brazen attack. The main guns of their planet-level and star-level battleships are charged directly and are about to be fired, destroying the predator organizations like Morag Planet with one blow. The Mantis stalks the Cicada and the Oriole follows behind. These regular legions have been hiding in the subspace, ready to close the net at any time. Now is the time for them to take action to solve everything. As for the whereabouts of the cosmic spirit ball, they don't care at all. If they're dead, they will just find it slowly. They're sure to be on this planet and cannot escape. The sudden appearance of the sun-blocking battleship and the black muzzle of the fully charged gun made all the plunderers despair. That's the Nova Corps. Kree. Buzz. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, in everyone's eyes of fear and despair, firepower completely covered their area, and the end was coming. Even Natasha and the others looked panicked. Husband. They watched as the energy rays thicker than buckets enveloped them like a curtain of rain, and they were unable to retreat at this moment. It's okay. It's okay. Number 18 and Jean Grey remained calm and composed, not taking these devastating attacks seriously. In the hands of their husbands, these attacks were nothing more than just playing tricks. Although they know that Qinshi is really strong, Natasha and the others are still uneasy. They have never seen it before, and the unknown is always scary. At this moment, the skywide attack has arrived. Boom. Boom. Dust is flying, fire is spreading, and the earth is shattering. At this moment, the world here is a mess. Under the devastation, there are wailing predators all over the place. The slightly lucky people are covered with charred corpses, the unlucky people are wiped out in ashes, and the luckiest ones are missing arms and legs. But the Nova Corps and the Kree were surprised to find that in this ruined battlefield, there was actually a small area with purple light shining unscathed. The survivors were also horrified to see how quickly the world slapped them in the face. At first they thought they were weaklings, but then they discovered they were strong. Then they realized that this wave of people had already been in outer space. Lord Ronan, Ronan's side of the Kree Empire has been frightened. They have never seen such a powerful individual. Can they really deal with such an enemy? A woman suddenly appeared in the minds of the fleet commanders and Ronan. The pressure that woman brought to them was too great. She blocked the entire Kree Empire fleet from the solar system alone. How powerful this was. Seeing this scene now, it is so similar. Do people on Earth always have a few powerful individuals emerging? They don't believe that this is the inhuman race at all, because they are most familiar with the genes of the inhuman race, and there is no such probability. Their strong men are also recorded. Seeing the frightened looks and frightened stammering tone of his subordinates, Ronan was furious. No, you have to do something to break this group of people's fear of people on Earth. Otherwise, if an Earthling appears in the future, these guys won't know how to resist. Ronan's face darkened and his eyes sharpened. Listen to the Kree fleet and attack with all their strength. Is his energy unlimited? This defensive shield must require a lot of energy to maintain and break it. Ronan's sinister voice spread across all the battleships and reached the ears of every Kree, like a shot in the arm. Yes, his energy is unlimited. In an instant, all the Kree naval guns continued to charge, preparing for the next wave of attacks. At this moment, Eli of the Nova Legion urgently contacted Adora, the master of the Nova Legion. Queen, it's not good. We encountered an unprecedented strong man on the planet Morag. He can't stop the collective attack of us and the Kree. I know, retreat. Adora shook her head helplessly. She had naturally seen everything at the scene. It was not appropriate for them to be enemies with such a strong man, as long as the cosmic spirit ball was not in the hands of the Kree. When Ailey heard this, he let out a long breath. The pressure was too much, and he quickly shouted, "Yes, Queen." The Nova Legion hurriedly retreated, opening the wormhole in the blink of an eye and escaping. Haha, it's interesting. The decision-maker of this Nova Legion still has 2 skills. Qinshi watched the Xinqing Legion escape and chuckled, "I guess you are more sensible, so I won't embarrass you." In these few seconds, the Kree's naval gun was fully charged again, and the black muzzle flashed with light that destroyed the world. Taking advantage of this moment, some remaining looters quickly ran to their warships and fled for their lives. Among them were the chicken thief Yondu and Star-Lord, 2 idiots who took advantage of the chaos to sneak back to their battleships early and ran away in a hurry. Emission. Ronan gave an order, and the main guns of all the battleships once again locked on this small range and output their energy at maximum power. The colorful energy rays have once again descended on this troubled planet. It is estimated that no other planet is more powerful than this. Attacks from all over the sky surged towards Qinshi, seeming to engulf him completely. At the critical moment, Qinshi calmly looked up and watched these attacks land on the purple defensive cover. They rushed forward like flies shaking a tree, but they could not stir up any waves. I saw Qinshi step forward, open his hands and gently grasp the attacking energy rays, and then under countless horrified looks, these energy rays actually violated the laws of physics. They actually turned around. All energy rays completely violated the laws of physics. They actually turned around out of thin air and became dolls in Qinshi's hands. In the blink of an eye, the attacking party became the attacked party, and at the same time, colorful fireworks bloomed in the universe. At this moment, thousands of Kree people saw their grandma. Boom. Boom. This was a chain reaction. Countless warships had no time to escape into the subspace and perform space jumps. In a sea of fire, they burst out with their final glory, dedicating a swan song performed with their lives to the entire universe. Ronan's main battleship was the most advanced, and he was hiding at the very back. The moment something happened, he had already wiped his feet and fled. Dead Taoist friends, but not per Taoists, just contribute your last strength to the Empire. I will remember you. Now this performance is broadcast live directly in several nearby galaxies. Many races are cheering. The domineering Kree Empire race has kicked the iron. Escape? A monk can escape, but cannot escape from the temple. The Kree Empire is going to be in trouble this time, and the final result is probably to cede a large area of colonial planets. At the same time, portraits of Qinshi and several women spread throughout the nearby galaxies through the surviving predators. Then, whether it is an independent planet, the Predator Organization, the Nova Corps, Xander, the Land of Nothingness, or the Skrull Empire, or the Shi'ar Empire. From top to bottom, just one sentence: no matter who these people are, you must not provoke them, otherwise you will commit suicide to apologize and don't implicate them. Chinshi from planet Morag couldn't help laughing when he saw that his energy transfer ability was so easy to use. It will be much more interesting to fight with others from now on. This is the interstellar version of the great shift of the universe. Husband, stop laughing. Where is the trip you promised? That's right. I just saw you fighting with someone. The crisis was over and the girls finally had smiles on their faces. Okay, let's go. Chinshi waved his hand and transferred directly to space. He already got the power gem, so what are you waiting for? It's a pity that their inhuman warships were also affected by the war, and none of them are left, but it doesn't matter. Interstellar travel? Just do whatever you want, wherever you go. Chinshi and the girls randomly found a habitable planet and teleported there. They were originally worried about the language and currency, but the situation was unexpectedly unexpected. Because they were recognized by people on this planet within a few minutes of appearing in the city. God Kasayapa is the one who defeated the Kree Empire. Quick, quick, quick. Go and inform the Lord of the city. Guards. Guards. Maintain order and don't disturb your Lord. It turns out that people on Earth look like this. They are really different from us. Is this the real strong man? He doesn't show any aura, he can move it freely. Why don't men and women on this Earth have horns and tails behind them? How strange that they can still maintain balance while walking without tails. There are still a lot of melon-eating people on this planet, and they're extremely curious about seeing the backward Earthlings in the universe for the first time. They observed secretly and whispered secretly, so that the voices of so many people gathered together, making it as noisy as a vegetable market. Wanda and the others frowned. Oh my god, you think we are aliens? You alien natives are so annoying. Number 18 was a bad-tempered person outside, and her patience was worn out by being watched like a monkey and being pointed at. Waves of white light flashed in his hand, and he wanted to use energy balls to intimidate these indigenous people and tell them to get out of here. Go, go, get out of the way. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Otherwise, I'll lock you all up. Just when number 18 was about to take action, a hover car came quickly, stopped on top of the group of natives, and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a man who looked like a green-skinned alien leader with horns on his head and a tail on his back came. Apart from these few features, he was almost the same as an Earthling. The onlookers who were watching the melon-eating natives immediately shut up when they saw this man coming. This jail sentence is not fun. Hey, here comes a leader. He seems to be a bit discerning. Number 18 snorted coldly, and the energy in his hand slowly disappeared. The leader trotted up to Chinshi and others, flatteringly handed over several devices and pointed at his ears. Chinshi and others understood and put earphone-like things into their ears. Sure enough, he understood what these guys said in the next second. It turns out that the lingua franca of the universe is English, and people on other planets have to use translators. Are there other languages at Marvel's homepage? These comic editors shouldn't be careful. Seeing that Chinshi had brought a translator, the leader smiled even more. Hey, sir, can you understand our language? We're on this planet after all. The universal language is only used for external communication. Everyone speaks it poorly, but this translator can perfectly translate and connect to the universe. Of any language. Well, I understand. You are very sensible. Chinshi nodded and said lightly, Your Excellency, you are laughing. We are always friendly to outsiders. I am O'Connor Murphy, the Lord of City Number 11. You can give me any orders if you have any questions. The city lord said with a respectful expression, not daring to feel proud at all. Easy to say, easy to say. I'll just hang around here. Don't worry about me. Just do whatever you need to do. Chinshi nodded in agreement, not wanting to be disturbed too much, otherwise his good mood would be gone. Don't worry, our king has given instructions to provide you with the best service in all places on Sally's Star. Their king has given an order. The strong man doesn't want to be disturbed and has no time to deal with them. He just wants a few people to come and leave happily. In the next period of time, Chinshi took a few girls to play on the planet, and Wanda and the others almost went crazy. They were all about human geography, natural environment, various strange animals, flowers, trees, and plants that they had never seen before. Smart pets that can talk like cats and dogs, Various hover cars from science fiction movies, dazzling prehistoric giant animals, and game warehouses that simulate reality. After playing on Celis for nearly a month, they went to Xander again. This time they frightened the Nova Corps. They thought Chinchi was here for revenge. As a result, all the people on the Xander planet were soldiers, and everyone was in danger. Queen Adora personally greeted Chinchi and his party, saying that she was willing to compensate for their losses and just hoped to let them go. Chinchi thought to himself that the performance of the Nova Corps in the movie was not bad. They only guarded their own 1/3 of an acre of land, so there was no trouble for them. The technological level of Xander is significantly higher than those of the planets encountered before. Almost all of it has been developed, and it is completely like the future world in science fiction movies. It really opened the eyes of Wanda and others, and the Red Queen also made a huge change in her knowledge reserve and way of thinking. Beauties, you can play here first while I go out to do some errands. One day, after breakfast, Chinchi suddenly asked that he would leave for a few days to do something. The girls were stunned. Is this guy trying to trick someone again? But they're not worried. He is a bigger thief than anyone else. Well, leave early and come back early. Of course, when I come back, we will return to Earth. After Chinchi said this, he hugged them and disappeared in a flash. Karela, the capital of the Kree Empire, has been the capital of the Kree Empire for a long time. As the hinterland of the Kree Empire, it is naturally extremely safe. Here live the most powerful nobles of the Kree Empire, the most powerful military bosses and Chamber of Commerce bosses. There is only luxury and endless enjoyment here, because this place cannot be breached and is the safest place in the Kree Empire. But today, disaster struck for the Kree. A powerful man from across the border casually broke the comfort here and shattered the dream they had woven. This day will be forever recorded in the annals of history by the Kree Empire. Their proud technology and core across the universe are vulnerable to a single blow. They became the laughingstock of the whole universe and were deeply cast into the pillar of shame. Is this the capital of the Kree Empire? The space shattered, and a tall figure appeared on the planet Karela. The visitor was none other than Chinchi. He looked at the bustling, busy, and dreamy planet and murmured to himself. There are floating cars traveling back and forth, majestic buildings of unknown height, sky trains, and rail transportation all over the place. The entire planet is much more intelligent than Xander. It is indeed a technological empire. I wonder how many years it will take for the Earth to become as developed as this. He had just lamented the power of Kree technology when he was discovered by intelligent robot soldiers. Alert! Alert! Intruder found! Alert! Alert! Intruder found! Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded over the city. The entire capital city of Krela was alarmed. 100,000 years. 100,000 years exactly. Even in the most difficult moments of their war with the Skrulls, Krilla's alarm never sounded. All the Kree people woke up from a dream and were shocked. How is this possible? How is this possible? They have dominated the universe for many years. They have been comfortable for too long. Their pride and arrogance permeate the entire Kree Empire. When they react, they don't believe it at all. Until... Why are you so noisy? There was an impatient snort, and the group of robot soldiers turned into dust under the horrified eyes of all the Kree people. Not to mention these ordinary robot soldiers, even Ronan, no matter how awesome he is, can't recruit them. Subatomic control. Don't these robots directly change their atomic structures with a wave of their hands? In the Dark Phoenix, anyone in Chin's hands would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. At that time, Chin was only on the verge of going berserk. The strange scene now makes all the Kree people at a loss. They don't understand why this is happening, and they can't imagine what kind of ability this is. But that didn't stop them from being afraid. Many people suddenly understood it when they took a closer look. They remembered it. God, he is the Earthling. Call for support. Call for support. That Earthling is here. He's here for revenge. Run. Run. Go and ask the Supreme Wisdom to find a solution. Soldiers. Soldiers. Attack. Kree warriors. It's your turn to fight for the Empire. In an instant, the capital of the Kree Empire was in chaos. It no longer had the peace and prosperity of the past and entered a state of war. Colorful energy rays rushed from all directions, vowing to kill Qinshi on the spot. Black hole bombs, annihilation grenades, nano-flying blades, coherent matter waves, light particle rays. Anyway, various technological weapons are emerging endlessly, and the Kree people no longer regard Krill as an indestructible place. They can't control so much at this time. The prosperity nearby disappeared completely. The entire planet was too fragile in the face of these super weapons that destroyed the world. Blow it up, it's not my world anyway. Qinshi looked at their various suicide attempts, but it was not his family that was bombed anyway. In this matter, isn't the more destructive the better? After a round of attacks, the Kree soldiers were horrified to find that the enemy was standing unscathed. This devil, God. They really don't know how to describe it. They really tried their best. Have you finished the fight? It's my turn. A joking voice came, and they found that the intruder was still looking at them with a smile on his face. The fight is over? How else can we fight? Jerry Hall, your hands. Isaac Green, your legs. My legs. While breathing, they were horrified to find that their comrades in front of them were slowly disappearing. Panic is spreading, leaving only the desperate wailing before death. This small square became quiet in the blink of an eye, as if nothing happened. When a gust of wind blew up dust all over the sky, the Kree who was observing in secret screamed. They had been frightened, and fear spread among the Kree people. Everyone's hands and feet were cold, and the cold was rushing to their foreheads. Is the end coming for the Kree? Is their crazy invading race, militarism, and nationalism going to die? All Kree people look to the Supreme Intelligence, which will be the Kree people's last hope. All Kree people in the entire Magellanic Cloud are watching the actions of the Supreme Intelligence. At this moment, they can resolutely execute any order of the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence did not let them wait a second longer. It appeared in the square where Qinshi was. Earthstrong, can we talk? The Supreme Wisdom at this moment is a big ball of light. Of course, what everyone sees is what they subconsciously want to see. Really, Qinshi didn't want to see its true form, a disgusting and ugly green head covered with tentacles. Qinshi raised his head slightly, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, "It's not impossible to talk." The Supreme Wisdom breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we can talk, it's good if we can talk. Thanks to the strong man for his magnanimity. I think we may have some misunderstandings. All of this is Ronin's personal behavior. But we also know that the Kree Empire also has responsibilities that it cannot escape. The Parliament will judge Ronin. We concede 10 living planets to you as compensation. Do you think that is okay? The sincerity of the Supreme Wisdom is quite good. It wants to kill the culprit and compensate 10 living planets. Qinshi thought for a while and still refused. If you want Ronin, you can't do it yourself? Do you really need to go to such unnecessary lengths? 10 living planets? Why does he want this thing? Is it for real estate development? He can steal it. Besides, if I kill you, none of it belongs to me. So Qinshi shook his head. Are you not satisfied? We can add more. When the Supreme Wisdom saw Qinshi shaking his head, he immediately increased the price. He understood the principle that people should be treated as slaves and others as fish and meat. No, aren't you talking nonsense? If I kill you, won't they all be mine? Qinshi laughed slyly, thinking that even this Supreme Wisdom couldn't turn his head around. Have you ever watched the TV series? What? The Supreme Wisdom suspected that he had heard wrongly. What? Can it be better if I kill you all? Qinshi curled his lips. His brain was not working well and his ears were deaf. The territory of our Kree Empire spans countless galaxies and planets. Are you sure you have such a huge amount of time and energy to complete it? The Supreme Wisdom obviously does not believe it. In its analysis, conquering so many planets one by one is completely beyond the capabilities of an individual to complete such a vast project. Well, then let me relax my requirements a little and hand over your main body system host. Qinshi said lightly that this was his purpose. It seemed that the lion made this request after opening his mouth, making them feel that the conditions were suddenly relaxed. But Qin also knows that the supreme wisdom cannot be handed over obediently. After all, it is already an intelligent life, so I'm sorry, you should have civil strife. As expected, the supreme wisdom refused without even thinking. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request. The behavior of the supreme intelligence made the Kree people immediately upset. They did not expect that the supreme intelligence actually refused. The conditions are as long as your main body. There is nothing wrong with you being our leader. Can't you sacrifice it? You are just the living computer we built. Without your existence, we can continue to create a new one. At this time, intelligent life considers sacrifice to preserve the overall situation. Haha, that's so embarrassing. If you can't hand it over obediently, then you can't blame him. When your supreme wisdom is gone, I think the Skrull Empire and the Shi'ar Empire will be very willing to take advantage of you. Qin laughed loudly. The supreme wisdom was unwilling to hand over his true body, and there was nothing he could do about such a god in the online world. Then destroy it. If you don't get it, destroy it. Destroying a planet? This is really the first time such a thing has happened. This is the dark forest law of the universe. Advanced civilizations can explode stars at will to eliminate unknown dangers. Qin quickly took off and reached outside the atmosphere in an instant. Most of the Kree people on this capital star had already escaped, and the rest started to jump through space. Run! Run! You are lucky to escape Skrull and Shia's reckoning. After Qin finished speaking, his eyes were sharp. No wonder he was there. The multi-power gem bloomed with endless purple divine light, and the destructive power light instantly hit the Hala star. Looking at the birthplace of the Kree, their capital star seemed to have been hit by a planet. From point to surface, annihilation energy instantly covered the surface of the planet. Overwhelming dust enveloped the entire planet, and the next second it exploded into countless dust. The entire planet turned directly into cosmic dust and was truly wiped out. The pride of the Kree people, the birthplace of the Kree people, and the belief of the Kree people collapsed instantly. The situation of the Kree Empire has been spread by countless spies to every planet, organization, and federation in the universe that can set foot in the universe. The shocking news slowly spread throughout the universe, and a month later the entire universe fell silent. From the videos circulating everywhere, they saw that the powerful man from Earth only charged a powerful blow against the Kree Empire's home planet. Just for a moment. Just for a moment. The entire planet's material was annihilated in an instant, and even the core of the Earth was extinguished by this blow. Countless people would rather play a simulated reality game, but this is the ironclad fact. The Skrull Empire and the Shi'ar Empire were the first to receive news of the capital of the Kree Empire. The two cosmic empires immediately held an emergency meeting. As a result, the results of their deliberations were surprisingly similar. First of all, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is now sent to Qin on the Xander Star to express his goodwill and sincerity. Second, now they are immediately arranging their troops and deploying all the fleets of the Empire to prepare for a massive attack on the Kree Empire at any time. At this moment, the Kree Empire has long been plunged into panic, and the accusers are attacking each other to seize power. Third, quickly contact the Skrull Empire, Shi'ar Empire, and let's jointly attack the Kree Empire. Let's first discuss the allocation of resources after capturing the Kree Empire. Good guy, these guys are starting to divide the profits, and they don't take the Kree Empire seriously at all. Xander Star, Qin has been back here for a long time, and he plans to go back with the girls tomorrow. It has been more than 3 months since I came out, and I still don't know what the Earth's situation is now. The plot of Thor should be about to begin now, and he has to go back to get some benefits. This is another huge amount of points earned, which is not easy for him who is seriously short of small money. One person drives a planet, and Xander is now the busiest planet in the universe. Countless forces came to Qin holding pig heads, benefits, because they all came to offer sacrifices. Although there were many people at this time, and all kinds of monsters from all 3 religions and 9 streams were pouring into Xander, the Nova Legion did not feel the slightest sense of tension. Is there any idiot who really dares to cause trouble on Xander at this time? It is estimated that they don't need to do it themselves. The visiting organization will probably beat him into a scumbag. Qinxi's reputation is getting more and more important. Anyone who doesn't want to live can give it a try. Qinxi had long moved to the foot of a mountain far away from the city. There were too many people visiting him every day, and the Nova Corps was specially stationed here to receive these people. On this day, when Qinxi was studying the multi-power gems, Centurion Eve Walker of the Nova Corps came to report. Sir, representatives of the Shi'ar Empire and the Scroll Empire are waiting outside the door. Would you like to meet them, sir? Shi'ar Empire and Scroll Empire? Qinxi knew what they were going to do after just a moment's thought. Over the past few days, he had rejected countless visits, but the two parties could meet. Let them in. Okay, sir. Centurion Eve Walker said respectfully, and then slowly backed away. After a while, he led two people in. Harrington Leonard, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Shi'ar Empire, has met with the respected Earth God. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, I would like to extend my highest greetings to you. Harold Joyce, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Scroll Empire, has met the respected Earth God. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, I would like to extend my highest greetings to you. The two Empire representatives were quite respectful. As soon as they entered the door, they knelt on one knee and carefully greeted Qinxi. Everyone, get up. I don't like these false etiquettes. It would be better for everyone to be more natural. Yes, sir. The two of them replied in unison and stood up at the same time. What they said was one thing, but what they did was another matter. Qinxi looked at the two of them. The people of the Shi'ar Empire evolved from a kind of bird. They were basically no different from the people on Earth, except that their heads still retain some characteristics. The guy in front of me has thick head feathers that spread out, but the top of his head is very flat. Is this the legendary Birdman? The other scrolls are no different from the Earthlings. They are called copycats. They have done their homework before coming and turned into the appearance of the Earthlings. At least they can get closer. Qinxi didn't speak and looked at the two of them. They didn't dare to make any move at all, but remained silent. Qinxi didn't speak, so they didn't dare to speak. The quiet living room could hear needle drops, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Just when sweat was pouring from their foreheads and their hearts were beating wildly, Qinxi spoke. Tell us your purpose. The Scroll Empire will tell you first. As soon as he finished speaking, Harold Joyce quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said respectfully, Sir, our Scroll Empire and the Shi'ar Empire are preparing to join forces to attack the Kree Empire's star field. I wonder if you are interested in the Kree Empire. What about you? The Shi'ar Empire also means the same thing. After hearing this, Qinxi looked at Harrington Leonard from the Shi'ar Empire. Yes, my lord. Harrington Leonard said respectfully. I have to say that both sides are very discerning, and their own attitudes are the key to their success. Qinxi smiled. He was not interested in these things at all. He was not Thanos. Don't worry, I'm not interested in this kind of territory. You can do whatever you want. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately overjoyed and dropped the big stone in their hearts. The two looked at each other and bowed 90 degrees. On behalf of the Scroll Empire, Shi'ar Empire, we sincerely thank you for your great kindness. Qinxi waved his hand. He didn't like to grab territory. Only his own strength is truly strong. Just like him now, the universe is so big that he can't go anywhere, and no one should be respectful to him when he sees him. The two stood up excitedly and said, We had already discussed it when we came here. The profits from the Kree Empire's 100 living planets will be transferred to your name, sir. What do you think? Qinxi smiled and said, I didn't expect you guys to be quite willing. Okay, I'll just accept the free benefits. He felt that he should accept it. If he didn't accept it, the two empires would probably not be able to sleep well. Accepting it would mean that the deal between the two parties was concluded. If you have any other requests, please put them forward. As long as we can do it, we will definitely satisfy you. That's it. You should keep your belongings. If nothing happens, you can go back to work. They were overjoyed after hearing this, said goodbye respectfully and left. The two of them didn't expect that the trip would go so smoothly. This adult didn't seem to care about their things at all. After sending the two of them away, Qinshi naturally knew what they were thinking, and he knew it without telepathy. It's not that he doesn't like it, it's that one bite won't make him fat. A technology that's just a few decades ahead of others can feed the Earth for a long time. If he takes too many things, the development of the Earth will directly collapse. They have never seen it, and the inner gap is simply unacceptable. The next day, Qinshi took the girls and left quietly. After returning to Earth, a hammer fell from the sky in Mexico, a hammer that no one could pull out. At this time, Qinshi has returned to Earth with a lot of technology that was decades or centuries ahead. Umbrella can recruit many scientists to slowly study it. Queen Hong, please quickly understand what major events have happened during my absence. After being away for so long, you have to understand whether you have missed anything big. Especially that matter, you can get some benefits. Yes, Lord. The Red Queen agreed and quickly invaded S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network. Anyway, if anyone has the most detailed records, it must be S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D. is really sad at this time. Nick Fury is currently unemployed at home, Hill is temporarily leading S.H.I.E.L.D., and major organizations have also arranged for their confidants to join. It can be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. is now torn apart. After the bloodbath of Hydra soldiers, the number of personnel has been reduced by more than half. Good guy, it is truly a S.H.I.E.L.D. bureau worthy of the name. As for the agents who were stuffed in, they were really all masters in terms of ability, but they were just doing it in secret, and Hill was really alone. Take the Mexican hammer incident. He could only let Coulson take the lead and take this group of guys to act together. There was no secret at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already become a sieve, letting everyone know. Master, what's happening now is that a hammer fell from the sky over in New Mexico, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has already rushed there. The Red Queen was upgraded again, and used a host with decades of advanced Earth technology to crack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense. It was like entering uninhabited territory. When Qinshi heard this, he immediately knew that the plot of Thor 1 had begun. It seems good to extract Thor's Asgardian physique. I wonder if it can be upgraded to get a brand new physique. Wanda, you first take Crystal around to familiarize herself with the Earth's environment and give her Super T virus serum. This small body is really easy to be infected by the Earth's viruses. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Wanda and others. The body of this alien race is so weird. Only after living in the moon environment for a long time did we realize the danger of the Earth. Honey, you want to go out? Wanda nodded, indicating that she knew, and looked at Qinshi doubtfully. Did he run out as soon as he came back? Yes, a strange guest has arrived on Earth. I have to go and greet him properly. Thinking of Thor, the god of thunder, Qinshi can't help but laugh. This guy is totally funny. It is also strange that Thor is afraid of electricity. As we all know, the subsequent Thor 2 is actually a funny movie. Thor is a sand sculpture. All right. Wanda shrugged. What a weird man this man is. He can make even her husband laugh. Over at the Brotherhood of Mutants, Qinshi suddenly appeared there. Oh, isn't this beautiful girl Emma? Why isn't your boss Magneto here? Qinshi searched around, but didn't see Lao Wan, but his appearance made the White Queen Emma come out. The White Queen Emma is really white, rich, and beautiful, and she is also quite capable in terms of appearance. Of course, her big evil is even more capable. The directors and producers of Marvel are really serious about choosing actors with beautiful breasts and long legs, which makes the audience look pretty bad. Qinshi teased her carelessly, not paying attention to Emma's embarrassed expression. What's going on with this person? How could they find their secret base? Emma has seen how powerful Qinshi is, and she can't even compare to one of his fingers. Holding back the fear in her heart, Emma said tremblingly, Magneto has gone to find a young man named Pietro. Let me call him and find out where he is. Okay, go ahead and fight. Don't be nervous. If you shake, I'm afraid I'll get nervous. Qinshi glanced at the restless weapon. Why don't you go out and run around like this if you have nothing to do? I know you are more open-minded. Emma, the White Queen, doesn't take the usual path. Whoever has watched the movie doesn't know her special quirks. White Queen Emma blushed for the first time and ran back to her room to change into tighter clothes. She could ignore the words of the week, but Chinchi's teasing made her feel embarrassed, as if she was being criticized by the leader. When she came out again, she told Chinchi that Magneto was wooing Pietro in a billiards room. "Thank you, Sister Dashi." Chinchi stared at her deeply, turned around, and disappeared. This stinky guy is really a pervert. Seeing Chinchi disappearing, White Queen Emma couldn't help but feel angry secretly. Chinchi, who teleported over, happened to see Magneto, who was persuading Pietro, looking helpless. "Hey, kid, join us. It's better than hanging around all day, right?" "No, I think this is good." Quicksilver shook his head and said firmly. "This guy doesn't know what happened, but he actually awakened his mutant abilities before Wanda did." Pietro, who gained high-speed movement, was like a prodigal, running around the world all day long. Chinchi didn't want to waste time, so Pietro waited for an opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him know that there are people outside the world, and there is always a day to be honest. He came forward and patted Magneto on the shoulder. "La Juan, stop competing with him. Come with me and take you to a fun place." Magneto immediately became angry when someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Who are you with? Don't you know that I, Magneto, have a bad reputation?" Just when I was about to teach that guy who didn't know how high the sky was, I suddenly realized that the voice sounded a bit familiar. "Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Chin." Lawan was stunned and immediately put on a smiling face. "Okay, let's go. Pietro can't run away." "Okay, since Mr. said that there is a good place, it must be true, so let's go with Mr. Magneto just doesn't want to compete with Quicksilver anymore. Let's talk about it later for such an inexperienced guy. It's helpless." But Chunchi's words deeply angered Quine. "Can't I, Pietro, run away? I'm the fastest man on Earth." "Hey, kid, come here and try running." Quicksilver felt he had to prove himself. "Just you? I don't want to bully you. Since you are my brother-in-law, I will give you a chance." "Brother-in-law?" Quine was confused. "Who is this? Why are you taking advantage of me?" "No, I took advantage of my sister." Quine became angry and immediately started moving at high speed. The surrounding environment suddenly slowed down, and he wanted to teach Chinchi, a big talker, a lesson without even realizing it. "Hey, you're a little slow." Suddenly, a burst of joking laughter came from Quine's ears. "What?" Quine was startled. "What is going on? Why can't I understand it?" "Don't be in a daze. I will only trap you for a long time so that you can remember it. If you dare to attack your brother-in-law, you must be prepared to be taught a lesson. Older ones are still tougher." Chinchi laughed loudly, casually laid down a dimension for Quicksilver, and took Magneto away. Quine was left running rampant until he doubted his life. New Mexico, where the hammer landed, has already become lively and crowded. The smart guy from this small town just set up a street stall nearby. Too many people came here and made a lot of money from him. When Chinchi and Magneto came here, all the cranes and big trucks were dispatched, but they still couldn't shake the hammer at all. At this time, the small town in New Mexico did not know that a disaster was about to come. A large open space had long been dug out near the hammer that fell from the sky, specifically for tug-of-war. Our various strongman contestants have been eliminated. They know that they're not good enough. The next one was the off-road vehicle racer, who was undoubtedly a finished product. Our big truck racer was not convinced and was dragged back directly, almost overturning the car. Finally, there is the heavyweight player's 100-ton crane. The steel chain holds the hammer firmly in place. Even if the crane player almost explodes the cylinder, he cannot shake the hammer in the slightest. Of course, there are still players who do not believe an evil one after another come to challenge, but the ending is still the same. As the videos go viral on Twitter, internet celebrities from all over the United States are flocking to them like a tide. Just make a video and get popular. Therefore, the town did not become as quiet as before because it could not pull out this stubborn hammer. Instead, with more exposure, it became more and more popular. The residents of the town are all thinking, "You must stay with this hammer for a while, we are going to give it away." When Chinchi showed up with Magneto, no one was surprised by such a sharp guy wearing a helmet. "Sir, you brought me here to lift this hammer?" Magneto took one look and understood what Chinchi meant. "But is this too boring?" There is no point in raising this, and he doesn't want to become an internet celebrity and take this opportunity to become popular. Haha, you don't understand. Do you know the origin of this hammer? Chinshi did not answer directly, but asked Magneto in return. Magneto shook his head. He didn't understand. Please give me some advice, sir. If you don't understand, just ask. You are still a good student. Then it's over, I'll tell you. Chinshi pointed at the surrounded hammer, then smiled and said, "That hammer is Thor's hammer, the weapon of Thor." What? Magneto was shocked, confused, and lost his voice. This thunder god is not in existence in myths and legends. Can these myths be true? Seeing Magneto's eyes widening in disbelief, Chinshi shook his head. "Oh, look at your ignorant look. It's so embarrassing," Chinshi said angrily. "Can you please stop being so surprised? You don't even look at your weird style. Doesn't this fuss make people think there is something wrong with you?" Chinshi knocked Magneto on the head. The latter was so embarrassed that his behavior just now was so embarrassing, so he couldn't keep his temper. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet the God of Thunder." Chinshi took a look and realized that now was not the time. When Magneto lifts Thor's hammer, he must also lure Odin down and give him a beating. He is very greedy for Odin's power. Real? Magneto looked overjoyed. He finally saw someone alive. Can I actually meet the mythical God of Thunder? TCH, don't look like this. When you see the real God of Thunder, you will feel that all the beautiful imaginations you had before were just feeding dogs. Chinshi smiled jokingly and gave Lawan the vaccination mysteriously. That kind of ridiculous male protagonist can shock people to death. What's wrong? Does he look weird? Magneto is puzzled. Does God look different from us? Chinshi smiled inexplicably. Hey, we'll find out later. By the way, Thor, the God of Thunder, is really full of muscles and humor. Why do I have to face Odin? Isn't it better to just wait until my father dies and inherit the throne? He is a typical little expert in seeking death. The key point is how old he was when he was tortured by Loki for thousands of years, but he didn't even remember it for a long time. It's a miracle that he lived so long. Thor, whose divine power was taken back by Odin, was also very unfortunate to be hit by Jane Foster and the others. Of course, Thor, who was thick-skinned, was no big deal. He was just picked up by Jien and the others. Thor, who had just entered the Earth for the first time, had no place to go anyway, so he followed a few people. Outside a restaurant, Chinshi sensed the movements of these people and teleported over with Magneto. "Hi, are you going to New Mexico too?" Chinshi greeted several people naturally, which is still very popular in this 21st century where appearance is justice. Before Jane Foster said anything, the fierce sister Daisy couldn't wait to post it. Yeah, aren't there people who are going to New Mexico to see the hammer along the way? Daisy took it for granted that everyone she met along the way was there to see the hammer. "Hello, my name is Jane Foster. This girl's name is Daisy Lewis, and next to me is Dr. Eric Shavig." Jian really can't stand it anymore. This girl is so nymphomaniac. Why don't you look more handsome and stronger? Why are you so impatient to fall in love with her? We women have shamed you so much. Can you learn from me? Reserved. Do you understand reserve? Sir, he looks familiar. Have we met before? Chinshi naturally knew them, but he still pretended to meet them for the first time. "Hello, my name is Chinshi, and next to me is my good friend Eric Lenshier." He smiled and introduced himself and Magneto. As soon as these words came out, several people were dumbfounded on the spot. "Oh God, why does it look so familiar to me? Oh my God. He is Chinshi, the god on Earth. Haha, my ultimate idol." Jane Foster and the other three could not suppress their surprise and covered their heads. Surprises filled their minds. It was so unexpected. They're so lucky to be able to meet such an unworldly god. Now, Jane Foster also turned into a fangirl and hugged Chinshi's other side and shook it, wanting to immediately move it upside down. Reserved? Did I think about being reserved just now? Ahem, cough, quiet. You don't want to be watched, right? Well, although he enjoys the enthusiasm very much, he doesn't want to be a monkey. Daisy and Jian smiled coquettishly and restrained themselves. Eric Shavik also had a smile on his face, took out a small notebook, and prepared to ask for an autograph. "Hello, Thor. Welcome to Earth." Jinshi finally managed to get away from the two women's breasts and smiled and looked at Sol, who was looking around curiously. "Haha, hello, Earthling. You're very discerning. Thor, the god of thunder, likes people as discerning as you. If you hang out with me, Thor, the god of thunder, I will protect you." Thor, the god of thunder, laughed, almost bursting into tears with excitement, and patted Jinshi on the shoulder. "Finally, someone with knowledge is here." "Hey, am I a thing? Bah. I am the famous god of thunder. Thor." Four exclamations sounded at the same time. They were almost shocked to death. "Is this seemingly insane idiot really Thor? Is this the legendary god of thunder?" Lao Wan couldn't believe it, and his worldview collapsed. Is the legendary god of thunder so weak? He was knocked unconscious by a car? The worldview of Jane and the others also collapsed. My three views are completely ruined. This guy with a mean smile on his face, who can't even protect himself but is shamelessly taking over everything, is the god of thunder. When Chenshi saw their expressions suddenly became wonderful, and he shouted, "Suppress it. Suppress it. We are professionals and cannot laugh." Ahem, cough, cough, that's right. Now, they had no choice but to believe it. The dream was broken, but they were still in a state of confusion. At this moment, the gray-faced and ragged Thor looked a little scruffy to them. Ding, the plot character Thor, is detected. Whether to extract his abilities or items, 1 million points are extracted each time, and 2 million points are extracted multiple times. Extract. Ding, 1 million points will be deducted for the first withdrawal. Please wait a moment, host. The efficiency of the system in getting money to do things is still good, and it will never mess around with it. No longer caring about the system, Qin and Jian from the outside went to the restaurant to have lunch. People are like iron and rice is like steel. If they don't eat for a while, they will feel hungry. Others are accustomed to eating, but Sol is the one who looks at the fragrant restaurant with gleaming eyes. Sol is such a foodie and alcoholic, he can't help it anymore. I don't know when it was that I was able to taste the delicacies of the atrium, that is, the earth. It must have been hundreds of years at least. He hasn't been here for a long time. As we walked, the system had already figured it out. Ding, the extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physique of the pseudo-god Asgardian royal family. Haha. Jinshi laughed wildly in his heart. I am indeed the chosen one, isn't it like this? It's so comfortable. The Asgardian royal family's physique is quite good. My current physical fitness has been unable to improve, which is really a headache. Although I am not dead, as I integrate more abilities, I will naturally need strong physical support. Ding, may I ask if the host has integrated the physique of the Asgardian royal family? Fusion. Fusion. Jinshi shouted in his heart, if you don't integrate, will you become a salted fish? Ding, the fusion for the host is now starting. Please wait for the host. Ding, it has been detected that the host has the physique of the frost giant royal family. Now we will start to fuse the two major physiques for the host. The system's detection is quite sensitive, and Jinshi has to admire the system for being able to forcibly accommodate all things in his body. You order food first, I'll go to the bathroom. Jinshi said to Sol and others. He clearly felt some changes in his body. This was just the beginning, and he didn't know if there would be other changes later. Sol and others did not doubt his presence and did not care about him. I'm just going to the toilet, nothing to be curious about. After saying hello, Jinshi teleported to an uninhabited ocean. Sitting cross-legged, quietly waiting for the sudden change in the body. Time flew by and 10 minutes passed. During these 10 minutes, Jinshi's face was sometimes filled with cold light, and sometimes it was as red as iron. Ice blue and golden red echoed each other, and some people thought he was practicing the great shift of the universe. This change was too scary. There is nothing left on his body, and it has long since been annihilated by flying ashes. After a long time, Jinshi slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of thick air. Oh, it's really the world of ice and fire. I didn't expect that the constitution of the Frost Giant royal family and the constitution of the Asgardian royal family were incompatible, so they started fighting in my body. Fortunately, I have the power of the Phoenix to directly suppress these two restless physiques, otherwise I would be guilty. Qinshi murmured to himself. Luckily, he had slipped out beforehand, otherwise that area would have been doomed long ago. Looking again, I clearly feel that the seawater here is half hot and half cold, and I have taken a special sea bath. Ding, the fusion is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal Phoenix body. Good guy, this is a super fusion body that adds self-healing ability, Phoenix power, Asgardian royal physique, and Frost Giant royal physique. Qinshi felt that his body was particularly comfortable, and he could not feel the heavy burden at all. Yes, any discomfort disappeared. It turned out that I relied on my self-healing ability and the power of the Phoenix to forcibly integrate various powerful genes. It felt like the weight of my genes was dragging me down every day, as if it was being forcibly pasted. Now I'm fine. I seem to have swallowed up all the genes. No matter you or me, I am born with these abilities. I have become a new person. I have emerged from my cocoon and become a butterfly. The power of the Phoenix has helped me to achieve nirvana and be reborn. Seeing his brand new body exuding Ying-Ying's light and his life leaping forward again, Qinshi couldn't help but grin widely. Fortunately, there is no one in the vast sea, otherwise some people would lament that just after the financial crisis, there are still people going bankrupt and crazy. System View Panel. Ding. The Properties panel has been opened for the host. Host, Qinshi. Age, 24. Level, early stage of single universe level. Physique, immortal Phoenix body. Ability, water type S level, range of 1,000 kilometers. Ice S plus level, minus 200 degrees Celsius. Fire control level S, 100,000 degrees. Carbon temperature transformation, second to original admin and vibranium. Super speed mobile S plus level, 3,000 kilometers per second. Super self-healing level S plus, any damage is healed instantly. Telepathy S plus level, can sense 100,000 kilometers. Magnetic control of S class, can control 100,000 kilometers. Space transfer S plus level, solar system size. Space cutting S plus level, can cut 10 centimeters of titanium alloy. Dimensional space S plus level, 10 million square kilometers in radius. Psychokinesis S plus level, up to 1,000 tons 10 kilometers. Space fragmentation S class, 100 kilometers range. Phoenix force, subatomic mastery, Phoenix judgment. Energy absorption, energy transfer, destruction ray. Items. Multidimensional space gem, multidimensional power gem, time gem, reality gem, mind gem, soul gem. An umbrella hive factory. Subordinates, Android number 18, Terminator TX, and Red Queen. Points, 7.35 million points. Bioenergy, 3,850 points. After the fusion, there were not many changes, except that the fire and ice abilities were strengthened, and there were no other changes. But the most satisfying thing is that his body has changed. It is no longer important to him whether other abilities have changed, it is just the icing on the cake. Let's go back. Qinshi was in a good mood and his preliminary plan had been completed. After getting Thor's Asgardian royal physique, the effect is really nice. It cannot be broken or established. The conflict gave him great benefits. At a restaurant near a small town in New Mexico, Sol waited for more than 10 minutes and still didn't see Qinshi, and they were all surprised. Could it be that this fell into the toilet? Only Magneto knew that Qinshi had something to do temporarily and found an excuse to leave. He was not in a hurry. Sure enough, Qinshi came back after finishing his work. Qinshi, where did you go? We thought you fell into the toilet. Well, Qinshi, why do you feel like you've changed so much in the past few minutes? Yes, there's a fatal attraction. Sure enough, after Qinshi calmed down, Daisy's eyes regained their clarity. Qinshi did not explain this situation. Could he say that I have evolved too high and you are still aborigines? Wouldn't that make them angry to death? So he looked at the two girls as if he hadn't seen them. What? What's wrong with you? The two girls also shook their heads in confusion. What if they knew? I don't know what's going on. I don't know either. Not knowing what was best, Jinshi could not be entangled, so he changed the subject and said, I advise you not to sit with Sol, otherwise it will drag us down and embarrass him later. Jinshi's mysterious tone made several people stunned for a while. Looking at Sol with a mean smile on his face, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, eager to try, they suddenly felt a bad feeling. As a result, several people immediately stayed away from Sol. Thor was puzzled. He looked at everyone in confusion. Why did you run to the other table? Jian Sanchan smiled and said, It's okay. We thought you had a big appetite, so we ordered more food for you and filled the table for you to enjoy it alone. When Sol heard this, he became even more excited. He said gratefully, Haha, thank you. I know you people in the courtyard worship the great Thor, the god of thunder. Well, everyone has black lines on their foreheads. Who do you think you are? As expected, this guy's brain is all muscle. He is a completely arrogant idiot. No wonder he was deprived of his divine power. Alas, the image of the legendary Thor, the god of thunder, was completely ruined. The process of foreign dishes is very fast. Such a small shop does not have high-end gourmet food with complicated craftsmanship. Fast, simple, and affordable are their main products. In a short time, the dishes on both sides were served. Jinshi and the others ate slowly and slowly, while Sol was in a hurry. When he finished a piece of steak, he drank a bottle of beer and slammed the cup on the ground. Waiter, another drink. This kind of movement shocked other diners nearby. Isn't this a lunatic? Just eat what you want. Why are you smashing the cup? Do you know that this is provocation and waste? I guess you won't be able to leave without paying 180 yuan. When the waiter heard this, it was okay. But this man was tall and powerful, so he probably was no match for him, so he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Bob, Dean, someone ruined the place. Be good. When the two fat chefs cooking inside heard this, they thought, fake squid. What the hell are you just going to eat the king's meal, but you still want to cause trouble? This is so G bullying. Can you bear this? Soon enough, two big fat men rushed out of the kitchen. One holds a gun and the other holds a knife. Where is it? Where is it? Who has eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? As he walked, he shouted loudly, This posture is going to eat people. The fierce duo glared at everyone, extremely tough. When the waiter saw his brother coming, he immediately became energetic. He pointed at Sol and yelled, Fake. That's that little lunatic with long hair. F*** K him. F*** K him hard. When the two fat chefs heard this, they had a goal and it was easy to talk about it. Dong 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 walked up to Thor, slapped the knife and gun on the table. Hey, boy, I heard that you want to eat the king's meal and destroy our place? This appearance has to be said to have the aura of a ruthless gangster. No. I just want to drink another beer. I don't want to ruin your situation. These two people also confused Sol. Isn't this normal for throwing cups? This guy quietly brought Asgard's habits to the earth, and he still didn't know it. The rules are different in every place. Pfft. Ha ha. I was laughing so hard. At this time, she couldn't help laughing. This scene was so funny. He stepped forward and said, Brother, don't worry. This guy is our friend. His head has been squeezed by the door since he was a child. Sometimes he is not very smart. I'm sorry. Here's 100 yuan. I'll give you cups. Please give me a few beers, my friend. Several people in the hotel understood it as soon as they heard it. This person's brain is not good at emotions and he is a lunatic. You can't afford to mess with a lunatic. If a person like this gets mad, I'll give you bio. 2 shots of bio won't kill you. Hee, it's okay. A few people smiled and went to prepare beer for Sol. Can't afford to offend. Jian and the others finally understood why they were embarrassed. Fortunately, they didn't sit at the same table with this guy whose brain was all about muscles. Soon the meal was over, Lao Wan paid the bill, and the few of them were on their way again. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already intervened and sealed off the venue directly, preventing ordinary people from touching Thor's hammer. It's not that they don't want to move the hammer, it's that they can't do anything. Qinshi and Jian also set up camp in a nearby town. As an astronomer, their subject can be well studied with the help of this astronomical event. Naturally, her equipment is relatively advanced and there is a lot of information. In the evening, when everyone was having a barbecue, Qinshi reminded Sol intentionally or unintentionally. The latter also heard about it on the road. If it wasn't a good time to move around at night, he would have been impatient. Are you going to try that hammer later? I advise you, don't believe what you hear. Sol was confused. What did I hear? But he didn't care. Yes, as long as I get Mjolnir, I can regain my divine power and return to Asgard. Thor is in a good mood now. He will soon have supernatural powers again. It is a great joy. Haha, Meowthhammer? Jane couldn't help but laugh. This was too funny. What a ridiculous name. It's Mjolnir, not Mewhammer. Thor is very upset. You are insulting my Thor's hammer. He defended loudly. Yes, yes. Mjolnir, not Mewhammer. Jian suppressed her smile and stopped teasing him, but her shaking shoulders when she got home told him how hard she had endured. Sol is very sad. Sol is helpless. It rained heavily after nightfall, and Sol quietly left alone during the rainy night. Qinshi opened his eyes. This guy was finally about to take action. He opened the dimensional space and quietly followed Thor. Although Thor has lost his divine power now, he still has an Asgardian physique, which is several times that of ordinary people. Thousands of years of fighting in the 9 realms have made his fighting skills quite good. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are awesome, but when they meet Thor, they still have to kneel down and call Daddy. In a short time, he broke through the numerous encirclements and arrived at the location of Thor's hammer. He didn't know that his movements were so big. Everyone knew that he had broken in. Wasn't this what Sol was lying to him? Arrogant, he believed that the people on Earth were too weak and that he could bring down a large area without divine power. Little did he know that he was allowed to enter on purpose. Coulson and the others wanted to see where this person who wanted to come in at all costs came from and whether he could break the situation. At this moment, no matter how strong the storm outside was, it could not hinder Thor's cheeky smile. He came to the edge of Thor's hammer. After walking around Mjolnir several times, the rain wet his long hair and dripped down, but Thor still held it up with his hands nonchalantly. However, this time Thor's hammer did not move at all, and Thor, the master, was not visible at all. Sol's smile was a little awkward but polite. Fortunately, no one saw his actions, otherwise he would have lost his fortune. Hey, Mjolnir, stop making trouble, we should go. Thor spoke to Mjolnir in a nonchalant way, thinking that Mjolnir was angry with him. This scene made Coulson, Hawkeye, and others a little confused. Are you kidding me? Let's play with you for a long time. Why are you so crazy? Coulson, I think we made a mistake. I think so. This guy's ***ch and nervous look make you know he is a lunatic. Should we catch him now? Agree. Send it to the mental hospital as soon as possible. Many agents had smiles on their faces and made a joke for a long time. Did they just watch the joke for a long time? It's not bad. Wait a little longer, it won't take much time. Coulson said in a deep voice. Others thought that Sol might really have a bad brain, but he always felt that the long-haired man in front of him had a really serious expression. Could it be that all the crazy people nowadays have such acting skills? He didn't believe it anyway. Coulson spoke, and the many agents naturally had no objection. Why don't they just watch the joke for a while? It happened to be boring. At this moment, Sol shook his hands vigorously and blew. He was trying to cheer himself up, and this time Sol was getting serious. I saw him grabbing the handle of the hammer with both hands and pulling it back so hard that his whole body began to lean back. Once, twice, 3 times. Sol worked really hard. His whole body was tense. The muscles of his arms were completely bulging. He pushed his thighs back hard, and his whole face became extremely red from exerting all his strength. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. No matter how hard Thor tried, no matter how much effort he put in, Thor's hammer remained unmoved and stood quietly in place. Now Sol finally understands. He was really abandoned. He was no longer the god of thunder. Asgard no longer needs him as the god of thunder, and his father has abandoned him. His stupidity, arrogance, and rudeness made him suffer. This is all retribution. Plop. Thor just fell to his knees in the rain. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted. He stared at the sky with splitting eyes and roared unwillingly. Why? Why? Why on earth? A tear mixed with rain ran down his ferocious cheek. This was reluctance, anger, helplessness, and loss. He was confused. He didn't know what he could do. He was no longer the god of thunder. At this moment, Thor's unwilling roar moved everyone. They didn't know why this seemingly crazy guy was roaring in such pain that it hurt his bones. Don't they have some connection? Coulson's eyes moved slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. He took out his walkie-talkie and said calmly, "Okay, the show is over. The ground troops are entering." Hawkeye Barton also put away his bow and arrows. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents slowly walked up to Thor, took out the handcuffs and cuffed him. At this moment, Thor was expressionless and allowed the agents to act, just looking at Mjolnir blankly. Why? Why? He still couldn't understand it. The devastated Thor was taken away like this, with no intention of resisting. He was completely indifferent to everything. Just do whatever you want. Tired, destroy it. Thor gave up resistance. Qin-Shi, who was hiding in the dimensional space, watched quietly. This was Sol's fate, and he didn't want to show up to change anything. How can you see the most beautiful rainbow if you have never experienced wind and rain? Thor now is really ignorant, arrogant, cowardly, stupid, and his power is too weak. Without Mjolnir, he is useless, a hammer god who relies on his hammer. If he wants to use him, he must turn the hammer god Thor into the thunder god Thor, otherwise he will catch a lot of such trash. Thor, this is your path. It won't do you any harm to endure some hardships. After that, Qin-Shi disappeared. Thor's awakening is about to begin. In the temporary base, Thor has been detained, and Comrade Coulson wants to interrogate him personally. You make my men, the most highly trained professional team in the world, look like the cheapest mall security. You break my heart so much. From my experience, a person with the same training can do something like that. Why don't you tell me where you received your training? Pakistan? Chechnya? Afghan Vice Khan. Coulson talked for a long time, but Thor just lowered his head in a daze and didn't hear his preaching at all. Seeing that Thor was still expressionless, Coulson said that he had a headache. Who are you? After hearing this, Thor slightly raised his head and glanced at Coulson, and then still chose to remain silent. Coulson was helpless. What can you do with such a person? At this time, his phone rang. He glanced at the phone, told Sol to stay calm, and then hurriedly walked out. The moment Coulson left, his figure flashed and Loki appeared. Loki, what are you doing here? Thor didn't speak until he saw Loki. I must see you. Hearing Loki say this, Thor's expression became a little solemn. What happened? Tell me, is it Jotunheim? Let me explain to my father. Loki had his own purpose. He pretended to look at Thor with great sadness and said sadly, "My father is dead." When Thor heard this, his eyebrows trembled, his eyelids blinked several times, and his eyes revealed disbelief. What? Your banishment. He can no longer bear the threat of a new war. Sol's eyes began to dim, the light disappeared, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Father is dead. Father is dead. It's all because of me. Because of my arrogance. Stupidity. Everything is my own fault. I killed my father. Sol's heart began to become chaotic, and countless self-blame, regret, pain, etc. suddenly enveloped him. Don't blame yourself. I know you love him, and I want to tell him so, but he just doesn't listen. It's cruel to have a hammer within your reach knowing you can no longer pick it up. Sol was very sad when he heard this. This is just adding salt to his wounds. Then Loki said again, "The burden of the throne now rests on me." Maybe this is Loki's cunning. It's too easy to bully a big guy like Thor. When Thor reacts, he will study and secure the throne of Asgard. He was laughing inside. Ha ha, Thor, God of Thunder, my good brother. For an idiot like you, you should just stay in the atrium. The next Thor and Loki predicted the same reaction, and he really believed it. Soul has no doubt at all. Such soul is really full of muscles and is just an idiot. Pigs can live for thousands of years and become sperms. I don't know why Soul's IQ is negative. Such a person could have been deceived for more than 1,000 years and still not make any progress at all. He didn't take what she said to heart at all. It went in with the left ear and came out with the right ear. But he really has this kind of personality, a silly and naive persona. At this time, Thor slowly raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of sad pleading, and his brows were furrowed. Can I go home? He doesn't want to go back to fight for anything. He just wants to go back to worship his father and say sorry to him in person for having cultivated him all these years. But will Loki allow it? Of course not. It was just his own conspiracy. How could he let Thor go back and destroy his plan? Therefore, Loki blurted out his lies even more. The truce with Jotunheim is based on the condition of your exile. Yes, but we can't think of a way. Thor continued to plead. He couldn't be dismissed just by saying a word. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Loki. And mother forbids you to go back. Thor listened and blinked sadly. Does his mother hate her too? He is such a failure, or should I just die? Loki spoke again. I'm here to say goodbye, brother. I'm really sorry. Loki tried his best to show his sadness, and even Thor felt even more sad and blamed himself. Look, this is my brother, how reasonable he is. What else can I ask for? Wouldn't I be an A** hole if I ask for it again? Then, Thor spoke, and he gave up. No, I should be the one saying sorry. Thank you for being here. Loki raised an eyebrow. Farewell. After saying sadly, Loki showed a strange smile as soon as he turned around. This idiot is so fooled. As an elder brother, I can easily get it done with just a little trick. How can such a person deserve to be a king? An idiot who has no city government at all. Before leaving, Loki came to Thor's hammer to try out his small body. Well, Loki is autistic. He couldn't pull it out no matter what. It seemed that he, the god of conspiracy, really had a cunning heart, and he was destined to be a conspirator. I like the feeling of tricking everyone. I am the god of tricks. Loki shrugged indifferently. He was destined to be this fate. Playing with people's hearts. Controlling everything behind the scenes. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find out Thor's identity for a while, so they temporarily detained him. Even if this guy doesn't speak, they won't be able to use torture to extract a confession. Anyway, if you're not in a hurry, we won't want to talk to you. Just shut it down like this. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't care at all. On the other side, the whereabouts of Eric and Jane Daisy were discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. because they discovered that several astronomy doctors actually came here to do research. Isn't this a coincidence? It's like another village with a bright future and a bright future. You can get whatever you need. Requisition. Coulson and Melinda went there in person. Why shouldn't they requisition both people and things together? A large group of people arrived soon after, and they quickly surrounded the small hotel. But the boss here was frightened. Why, early in the morning, a large group of people in black suits surrounded my place, and they were all filming The Matrix. Or were they filming The Godfather? The boss picked up the micro-punch and rushed out cursing. Hey, who are you? Seeing that there are so many of you, are you going to blow up my place? This is private territory, and these guys in black suits don't look like good people. Boss, which room does the RV owner live in? Coulson smiled and revealed his identity as an agent. The boss looked at the documents dangling in front of his eyes and was shocked. Is there a fugitive here? He doesn't want to be accused of harboring criminals. So he resolutely gave in. Those who understand current affairs are heroes. Although the other party does not have any search warrant or arrest warrant, is it still entangled at this time? The agents won't reason with you. 303,304,305,306. Good guy, this is decisive enough. Coulson smiled. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation. Although he wondered why 3 people shared 4 rooms, he didn't take it to heart. He was not allowed to have money and be willful. Fitz, bring out the loudspeaker. Fitzhere immediately took out the loudspeaker specially designed for the wet market. Coulson just yelled across the room. Jane, Eric, Daisy. Please come out. The loudspeaker is worthy of being an artifact of the Zongheng wet market. The loudness of the sound can be described as deafening, and the penetrating power is extremely strong. All the travelers were woken up unwillingly. Fark. They cursed and covered their heads and went back to sleep. Anyway, the psychopaths outside are not calling me. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, you can't let anyone sleep. Jane muttered, still squinting her eyes sleepily, scratched her messy hair, and got up to open the window and watch. Fake squid. What a lunatic. Lawan had a bad temper and opened the window to curse. At the same time, Jian and Lawan discovered that there was a man in a black suit outside. What kind of movie was this? Hey, who of you are screaming? Lawan doesn't care who you are, he just starts scolding you. Except for Qinshi, I have never been afraid of anyone. Hey, by the way, where did the boss go? Coulson and others' eyes only stopped on the faces of Jane and the others. They didn't expect anyone to be so brave. Many agents also looked around with unhappy expressions. Who? Has the heart of a bear been eaten and the courage of a leopard? Are you feeling uncomfortable here early in the morning and are you looking for trouble? It was okay if he didn't turn his head, but when he turned his head, he almost scared Coulson and others to death. 10,000. 10,000. Magneto. This. Why is this ruthless person here? Fake. Isn't this too much? They were really scared. You must not have looked at the almanac when you went out. Why is it so easy to die? This unreasonable number 1 racial element is also here? I have no choice but to disturb others' rest. I don't have enough people to kill them with one move. As the leader, Coulson could only speak with an embarrassed face. Mr. Launcher, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect you to be resting here and disturbed your rest. We are also on official business. I'm really sorry. We have something to do with them. It was early in the morning and Magneto didn't want to get into trouble with anyone. We all had ID cards. How could there be such disharmony in the constant fighting and killing? After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is also an official, and we don't look at the monk's face or the Buddha's face. Oh, why are you looking for them? Here. I want to borrow something, and I want to ask them to do a little favor. Coulson smiled. Is this a new chapter? Oh, borrow it. Lawan asked, and just as Coulson waved his hand and was about to move their equipment, Lawan spoke again. They're friends of my boss, Mr. Qinshi. GA. Coulson was immediately frightened and froze in place motionless. All the agents' movements came to an abrupt halt, their bodies suddenly stagnated, and they shrank back in fear. One sentence can be so powerful. Everyone was silent and stood there for a moment at a loss. They could only turn to look at the boss Coulson. They were waiting for his orders. After all, he was the boss, and if anything happened, he would be the one to bear the responsibility, so they were counting on him. When Coulson saw everyone looking at him, he naturally understood that they were trying to pass the blame to him. He was not stupid and immediately said seriously, Haha, I see. Then naturally we don't dare to trouble Mr. Qinshi's friends. Let's leave now. The human spirit Coulson was naturally not a gas-efficient lamp, so he immediately put on a smile and hurriedly tried to please him. How can a fool refuse to give up? This is the rhythm of seeking death. He is still very young and what he needs is to live. Well, we won't send you away. We won't send you away slowly. Magneto snorted and said angrily. But there is no false politeness with a good face. He would be furious if these idiots who had enough to eat and nothing to do disturbed his sleep. Damn it for disturbing others' dreams. Haha, goodbye. Coulson was still good-tempered and didn't care about Magneto's attitude at all, and left in a hurry with the group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Well, if you steal the chicken, you will lose the rice. This path to scientific research is gone. They could only monitor nearby energy fluctuations, and they became patient. Because according to the appearance of Magneto, he is also very interested in using this hammer, and according to his tone, Qinshi is actually here too. Then this matter is particularly interesting. How can it be simple to make such a big boss interested? They just need to wait quietly, and they will have a clue soon. Asgard. Now the whole of Asgard is even more turbulent, and people's hearts are floating. Odin's sudden fall into Odin's sleep caught everyone off guard. The key point is that he actually handed over the position of king to Loki in the end. This is completely unreasonable. When he fell into a coma, Loki was the only one around him. Who knows how credible Loki's words were? They all knew that Loki had been coveting the throne for more than a day or two, so his words were even more untrustworthy. Odin had so many children. Why did he pass them on to a naughty and mischievous weakling like Loki? Can such a petty man be qualified for the throne of Asgard? Dissatisfied. Seriously dissatisfied. Not many people in Asgard are convinced. How can a weakling like you, Loki, who only knows how to scheming, get on the stage? The first ones to be dissatisfied were Sif and the others. They were Thor's loyal partners, and they were going to find Thor. Our dearest friend has been exiled, Loki has usurped the throne, and the realm of God is on the brink of war, but you can still eat 4 wild boars, 6 pheasants, and half a cow. There are actually 2 barrels of beer? I'm so embarrassed for you. Don't you care at all? Fandral here was scolding Vostag, who was eating so much. This rude look made him feel upset. Snap. Volstagg also has a bad temper and throws himself into the pot. FAQ. Don't mistake my good appetite for indifference. Both of them had bad tempers, and Volstagg immediately responded angrily, with the intention of starting a fight if they disagreed. The two glared at each other. You glared at me, I pushed you, but they refused to give in. At this time, Sif stepped forward and pushed the two of them away. Shut up. We all know what to do, we have to go. When Sif pulled them away, the two of them turned around and became sulky, not looking at the other person, who was such a rude and incompetent fool. Then Hogun spoke. We must find Thor. This is treason. Fandral turned around and said. It's not just treason, it's suicide. Yes, they were a little stunned, but now Loki ordered that no one should leave Asgard to find Thor. At this time, Sif spoke firmly. If it were Sol, he would definitely come to us. Volstagg hissed slightly. Keep your voice down. Heimdall may be watching. This Volstagg is such a crow's mouth. The good ones don't work, the bad ones work. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Sif and others glared at Volstagg. What a crow. They didn't expect that Heimdall would see all this. A guy with horns came in and said, Heimdall wants to see you. The 4 of them looked at each other and had no choice but to go. It's over. After a while they saw Heimdall. How dare you disobey King Loki's orders, violate every oath you took as warriors, and would rather commit treason to bring Thor back. Heimdall was not polite and would just question him when they met. Human Sif was not afraid at all and admitted immediately. Yes, very good. Heimdall walked out slowly. Then Sif shouted, You will help us, right? No, I must be loyal to the king, so I cannot open the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall is out. Really elusive guy. Then what do we do? If Heimdall doesn't open the Rainbow Bridge, they won't be able to find K-Sol at all. Sudden. Sif shouted. Look. Everyone also heard the noise. First there was a flash of lightning, and then the colorful light instantly teleported them to the earth. Loki found out too. Heimdall is indeed not a good bird. On Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy monitoring equipment sounded an alarm, and the computer immediately responded. What the hell is that? Coulson hurried over to check. Sorry, sir, we don't know either. We suddenly got a huge energy signal. Of course they don't know that this is the energy of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. At this time, Thor was also released on bail by Eric Shavik, who made up an identity at random. S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that they were Chin-Chi's friends, and they immediately released Thor if they dared to delve into these things. Loki walked to the Asgard treasure house and used Gangnir to directly control the destroyer. You go to the atrium first, make sure my brother never comes back, and destroy everything. Boom, boom, boom. The destroyer mecha, Odin's most powerful individual weapon, is the crystallization of the highest wisdom of Asgard's magical armor. Such a terrifying murder weapon makes the ground shake when you walk on it. Loki is extremely satisfied. The 3 warriors of Asgard, Sif, and Thor are all vulnerable. Haha, my good brother, I really don't want to kill you. Wouldn't it be better to let you live an ordinary life in the atrium? If you want to blame, Blame your good friends and good partners. They insist on bringing you back, so I have to kill you. Loki laughed proudly, looking so weird and permeable in the empty hall, like a madman. The destroyer has arrived and the plot begins. At this moment, after Sif and others landed, they looked for Thor based on his breath. Pedestrians along the way pointed at them. If nothing else, it's really hard for a few people not to attract attention in their medieval attire. This kind of performance art is naturally uncommon, and it is normal for everyone to talk about it. Hey buddy, your clothes are quite expensive, aren't they? Wow, brother, your muscles are quite good. Brother, come and see the weirdo. Haha, hurry up and take a photo. This is so interesting. Various noisy sounds reach the ears of Sif and others. Don't think they really can understand. This is the home of Marvel and the entire universe speaks English. Hey guys, we're being treated like weirdos. It doesn't matter. This is how ordinary people are surprised. Haha, that's right. That's right. Everyone was treated like monkeys and watched. Not only were they not angry, but they were even more elated. Look, guys are born to be the center of attention. These mortals are really ignorant. The superior people from the divine realm disdain to argue with mortals. Soon, Qinshi also came back from a restaurant in the town. Because the wormhole opened by the Rainbow Bridge borrows the energy of the Earth's space, it is naturally impossible to hide it from him. If Qinshi hadn't let them in, let alone Heimdall, even Odin could only stare. He can kick them out of the Earth at any time, but for the sake of follow-up plans, he will naturally not do so. At this moment, a few silly people came outside the door, knocking on the door and yelling with silly faces. When Thor heard the movement, he looked up and saw Volstagg dancing excitedly. Found you. Puff. Jane and the others were so frightened that they spit out their beer. Come on, this is the god of the god realm? Why are all of them so naive? This god is really dressed in a very personal way, isn't he? Medieval armor? Thor didn't care about other people's reactions, stood up quickly, and then quickly ran towards Sif and the others. Haha, my friends. The mean-spirited soul rushed up and gave everyone a big hug, beaming with joy. He was so excited. He actually met his friends here. Great. After the hug, Volstagg proudly introduced himself. Hello, we are the 3 warriors of Asgard and Miss Sif. This guy's expression is so unbelievable. We're not your fans, you idiots. Haha, my friends, there is nothing happier than seeing you. But you really shouldn't have come. Excited, Soul patted Total on the shoulder and said with rare seriousness, No. We're here to take you home. Fandral knew what Thor meant and couldn't help comforting him. You know I can't go back. Father, because of my death, I must remain in exile. Well, Soul misses his dad again. Thor, your father is still alive. Sif suddenly said at this time, and Thor's face suddenly became ugly. He thought of Qinshi's words. He was really deceived by Loki. At this moment, they are partying and celebrating their reunion after a long separation, but things have changed in Asgard. Among the 9 realms, except the Earth, which is not monitored by Heimdall, no other realm can escape his eyes. No, Loki's every move was naturally discovered by Heimdall, and he began to question Loki. Loki, tell me, how did you let the Jotunheimers enter the divine realm? Loki approached Heimdall and said in a proud voice, Do you think there is only one way in and out of this place, the Rainbow Bridge? There are many secret passages. Even if you are as gifted as you have no way of knowing them. But I don't need them now because I'm the king. I declare that due to the crime of treason, you no longer hold the responsibility of the gatekeeper, and you are no longer a citizen of God's domain. Loki was so proud that he said a lot and immediately used his power as king to beat Heimdall to the end. He was very happy about the supreme status of a king. The longer he stayed in this position, the more he became addicted to it and did everything he could. Heimdall is not easy to control. He is tough when he comes up. He simply looked down on villains like Loki. Then I don't need to take orders from you. After saying this, he immediately took action, swung the divine sword in his hand and struck Loki directly, just to kill such a villain. But unexpectedly, Loki was able to control the icebox to attack. This artifact that could freeze a planet instantly froze Heimdall, stopping his movements and turning him into an ice sculpture wielding a sword. Haha, trash. Loki cursed proudly. At this moment, the location where Sif and others were teleported suddenly started to move, followed by a super tornado and dark clouds. Sol and others also looked at that location, knowing that something was wrong. Daisy couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Is someone coming down again? There was a burst of yellow sand filling the sky, and after the dust flew up, the destroyer finally revealed his figure. Did Iron Man do this again? I don't know. That guy never told me. Coulson and Corvette were joking and not taking it seriously. He even took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Hello. You used an unlicensed weapon. Please tell me your identity." After saying that, he was still very proud, but the slap in the face came too quickly. No matter who you are, the destroyer sprays flames from your face and blows up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s car. Coulson and others fled in panic. This guy has no martial ethics. If he and others hadn't discovered that the robot was accumulating power, they would have probably farted, right? The arrival of the destroyer cannot be hidden from Thor and others. They know that this is their most powerful magic armor and want to cheat it. Qin-Shi, you must leave here. Sol is still very loyal. He will not break his promise if he says he will protect Qin-Shi. This guy doesn't know how powerful Qin-Shi is. Just treat him as a knowledgeable earthling. After all, in their eyes, the Earth is just immortal. Qin-Shi didn't answer the question at this time. Instead, he asked with great interest what he wanted to do. And you? I'll stay. Thor replied firmly. Haha, yes, Thor will fight with us. Fandral answered for him excitedly. They were old partners in the Asgard, so naturally they had to fight side by side. Guys. Thor went over and patted them on the shoulder. I am immortal now and will only hold you back, but I can help these people move to a safe place. Thor lost his divine power and became a little depressed, but he also became less reckless and learned to assess the situation. However, this is the price of growth. Without power, Thor became timid and he was afraid. Qin-Shi shook his head at his suggestion and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we will stay to help you too." In the following time, Qin-Shi rarely acted as a good person, leading Magneto and Jane to evacuate the crowd. Okay, everyone starts to retreat. Everyone, get out and take the back door. Let's go. Let's go quickly. It's not too late to eat next time. The residents and tourists of the small town began to flee crazily, and there were panicked crowds and cries everywhere. It was good before, but now it's better. It was fine when I came, but now I can't go back. The destroyer is a lunatic. No matter where he goes, the flame rays will explode. Supermarkets, shops, restaurants, gas stations, etc. Everything in its path will be destroyed. How else to call it a destroyer? Destroying everything in sight is its mission. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the entire town was destroyed by it, with burning everywhere, black smoke billowing, and ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The destroyer just looked for Thor's aura and found it. On a main road, the four Sifs faced the destroyer and approached it straight away without any fear. Their warriors from the Asgard were fearless. Divert its attention. After saying this, Sif disappeared, ready to attack it at any time. For the Divine Realm. At this time, Volstagg raised his axe, roared, and leaped high into the sky, charging towards the destroyer with the force of splitting Huashan Mountain. Boom! The destroyer looked at the ferocious Volstagg, raised his hand, and punched him. Volstagg leaves just as quickly as it came. He rushed up and flew back. Volstagg hit a car hard, and the huge impact directly crushed the car. At this moment, Sol and Qin-Shi were also back. The destroyer slowly walked towards Volstagg, ready to raise his hand to kill him and continue attacking to kill him. At this critical moment, Sif, who had just disappeared, appeared again. It turns out that Volstagg is just a bait, and his purpose is to divert the destroyer's attention so that Sif can sneak up on him from behind. On the roof of the roadside, Sif jumped high, roared and jumped on the back of the destroyer, then raised the spear in her hand high, and immediately shot out from the destroyer's neck. Go to hell. Gila. As if he had been severely injured, The destroyer's flames slowly extinguished. Then he knelt down on one knee and slapped his head. Is the destroyer dead? Volstagg looked at the destroyer in front of him and took a deep breath. He was so frightened just now that he almost belched. Sif stood on the back of the destroyer and rolled her eyes proudly, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. She was so proud. What a destroyer. What the strongest armor in Immortal Palace is, it's all trash. Sol also showed a happy smile. That's it? Is the destroyer real? She shook his head noncommittally. These guys were happy too early. Just then, the originally extinguished destroyer ignited the flames again. The whole body began to rotate, and the head was aimed at Sif. Sif naturally felt this change. Gee. The destroyer said nothing and directly fired the flame ray. Bang! Sif rolled over and hit the ground hard, dodging a blow that could kill her. Run! Sif herself was the most dangerous, and she did not forget to remind her compatriots. The staggering Sif got up and ran. The destroyer behind released a flame ray to chase Sif's figure and cut her across. The entire ground and the houses on the roadside seemed to have been plowed, revealing deep ravines, which shows the destructive power. And Sif was blown away directly and hit the ground hard. Fortunately, he was only slightly injured and nothing serious. The trio of warriors wanted to pick up Sif, but this time, a flame ray from the destroyer hit the center of several people. Sif was blown away, and the three warriors were blown directly into the nearby store. The entire store instantly became a mess. Go! Now! Run! When Sol saw this, he pulled Chinshi and they were about to run away. This blow was really too hard. Volstagg sat up with difficulty and let out a sulking breath. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. The unreasonable destroyer stepped forward and launched a fire ray attack, instantly igniting the entire store. Volstagg was directly lifted out by the huge blast of air and hit the ground. This time, he really knelt down, seriously injured, and his heart felt as if it had shifted. Thor, did you see it? Look at your comrades, your companions. What are they doing? They are fighting for you. They know that they are no match for the destroyer, but they are still unyielding and supporting each other. What about you? You are Thor, the god of thunder. Do you want to be a coward? Are you still the god of thunder in the god's domain? Look. Take a good look. You are just a timid coward. You are not worthy of being the son of God King Odin. You are discrediting Asgard. Maybe there was a slight deviation in his appearance. Thor now behaves more cowardly than in the movie. The Thor in the movie has already stood up at this time, but in reality Thor just wants to escape. She couldn't help it anymore. He yelled at Thor, trying to wake up the real god of thunder. They're fighting. I'm running away. I am not worthy to be Odin's son. I am the first warrior in Asgard to flee without a fight. Ha ha ha, it turns out that I am the most cowardly person. Ha ha, I am not worthy of being the god of thunder. Sol was shocked at this moment, laughing like a madman with his hair flying wildly. I don't want to escape either, I also want to fight. But I have no divine power and Mjolnir left me. I really can't help it, I can't help it. I can't save them. Sol held his head in his hands, yelled helplessly with a painful expression and a ferocious face. He didn't know what he should do. Thor, look at me. Chinshi grabbed Sol's head and stared into his eyes. Tell me, are you Thor, god of thunder, or Thor, god of hammers? Sol blurted it out without even thinking about it. I am Thor. Since you are the god of thunder, you have to protect your companions. Is death so terrible? You have to remember that you died fighting for Asgard. This is the supreme honor. For the glory of the northern god. Chinshi shouted loudly and earnestly, encouraging Thor. He knew that Odin was watching all this. For the glory of the northern god for Asgard. Sol's blood was stirred up by Chanshi's words, and he was as restless as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His whole body was full of responsibility. He had forgotten the fear of death. With everyone watching, he ran towards Sif's position. Sif, you have done your best. He quickly supported Sif's shoulders and said distressfully, No, I want to die like a warrior. Everything today will be praised by future generations. Survive and tell the story of today with your own mouth. Let's go. Thor asked them all to leave, and he had to face all this independently. Because his friends shouldn't die for him, he is Asgard's god of thunder, and he can only die in front of his subjects. He is Odin's son, and he cannot embarrass his father. At this moment, Thor has become fearless. Death is no longer so scary for him. He will die well and be happy. Like a real warrior, he dares to face all kinds of death. 1 step, 2 steps. Extraordinarily determined. He knew that Loki was behind the destroyer. He could hear his own voice, and he wanted to end it all. He wanted to use his own death to bring this matter to an end, because only his death could give Loki peace of mind. As long as he is alive, Loki will have trouble sleeping and eating. Thor squinted his eyes, looked at the destroyer, and said quietly, "Brother, no matter what I did wrong to you, no matter what I did to cause this to happen, I am really sorry." Sol's voice was low, with a hint of remorse. He still doesn't blame his brother. He still has to take most of the responsibility on himself. My brother is just naughty. He is kind at heart. He wanted to use his own death in exchange for his brother's change of heart. I have to say that Sol is a younger brother. No matter what, his brother is the most important. Loki in the fairy palace frowned, put his finger on his chin, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that the destroyer remained motionless, Thor thought that Loki had fluctuated. He continued, "But these people are innocent. Killing them will not do any good. So, kill me to end this." Hearing this, Loki's eyes widened, as if he had met Thor like this for the first time. This is not like him. Thor has always been simple-minded and courageous. He has no such overall view at all and would think of sacrificing himself to save others. Is this still my brother? Couldn't he have been transferred? The flame of the destroyer in the outside world became dim because of Loki's surprise, but Loki had no intention of letting Thor go. The conspirator Loki is not a guy who can upset his mood with just a few words. He is very cruel and ruthless. But Sol didn't know. He smiled, thinking that his hopeless brother had turned around. His words completely moved him, and he succeeded. At this moment, the destroyer, who turned around slowly, suddenly turned around and hit Thor with a heavy punch on the head without any mercy. Bang! Sol was knocked back more than 10 meters and fell hard to the ground. He was blinded and could not imagine all this. Yes, Loki's attack was so sudden that Thor's IQ was completely unexpected. Thor. Sif was shocked. Now Thor is just a strong mortal without the protection of divine power. How can he resist the blow of the destroyer? Worried, Sif dragged her injured body to Thor and hugged him tightly. Thor even murmured weakly, "It's all over." No. I was. Said you were safe. We are safe. At this time, Sol gently closed his eyes and fell asleep. The 3 warriors of Asgard even rushed to Thor's side and cried loudly. Their companion died trying to save them. Loki in the immortal palace slowly turned around, not knowing what he was thinking. "You said Thor is dead?" Just like that. Jian gently turned her head to look at Qinshi. Because Qinshi remained calm and showed no signs of worry at all. Qinshi's calmness made them always feel that things were not that simple. "Don't worry, he will be fine," Qinshi said lightly. "This is just a game. Loki is just a pawn. How could the aging Odin let a frost giant become their king? This is nonsense. Don't look at Loki showing off his power and becoming the acting king of Asgard. This is really bullshit. He is just a pawn used by Odin to test Thor. As long as Thor passes the test, Loki will be abandoned. It is not easy to guess the heart of an emperor. Poor Loki has no idea how insignificant he is." Odin, who fell into Odin's sleep, woke up with 2 tears streaking across his cheeks. Is this fate? His adopted son and his biological son finally met each other at war and embarked on the old path of fratricide? It is conceivable that he failed as a father. He failed to educate his 2 children well. He was such a failure. Thor's growth is huge. He senses that Thor has changed from a reckless and brainless warrior to a king who understands the overall situation. This kind of growth also made him feel very happy, although all this was obtained through the despicability of another adopted son. But it's all worth it. An adopted son can't compare with Thor. Odin, an old fox, can sacrifice everything. He asked Mjolnir to save Thor, otherwise Thor would be too cold by then and he wouldn't be able to save him. In the temporary base guarded by shield, the Thor's hammer trembled slightly, then became faster and faster, and the frequency became higher and higher. The staff around him immediately saw the drastic changes in the energy field from the energy monitor. Bang! The energy monitor just exploded. At this moment, the hammer that no one had lifted soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Thor at supersonic speed. Suddenly the situation changed and the sky became dark. The clouds in the sky began to gather and a huge vortex was forming, as if the end was coming. What was even more frightening was that there was lightning and thunder in the dark clouds. The power of thunder and lightning was accumulating energy. The destroyer, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Loki looked through the destroyer, even more confused. Could it be that my good brother is about to regain his supernatural powers? Is my father watching all this secretly? Loki's mind was racing, thinking about the real purpose of all this. Is this my father's secret manipulation? Is this a training for Thor? The more Loki thought about it, the more wrong it became, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt there was something wrong with it. His father has lived for thousands of years. This old fox must have been planning it for a long time. Fake. It's true. This old guy is using me as a stepping stone for Thor. Ha ha. Odin, you are really smart. I am really someone else's child, and I don't get any love from you at all. Loki figured it out and roared to the sky. He understood. He is asking Odin why it is so unfair. Loki, why can't you wake up? That throne doesn't belong to you, so why do you want to fight for it? Power is so terrible. Brothers are killing each other. Loki's question stung Odin's fragile heart. He really felt that he had failed. Haha, okay, I admit defeat, you win. Kill or behead him, it's up to you. When Loki saw Odin's lament, he knew the game was over. But is it really over? Just when Mjolnir was about to return, the mighty Mjolnir actually changed its direction very quickly and flew towards Magneto. What? What's going on? What's going on? Who dares to show off in my hands? Damn it. Damn it. The sudden turn of events made Odin furious. Okay. There is someone in the 9 realms who dares to attack me, Odin. I am so impatient to live. It seems that I haven't done anything for a long time. Have you forgotten the terrifying majesty of my god King Odin? Ha ha. Okay. There are so many experts in the atrium, and there are so many people who are not afraid of death. Then let the world feel the wrath of my god King Odin again. Odin in the fairy palace was so angry that he laughed. Great. He is angry. They have all forgotten the fear of being ruled by a god king. Loki next to him looked at this dramatic scene and laughed without any scruples. Well done, my great god King Odin. How does it feel to be plotted against? Ha ha. It turns out that this is the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind it, which makes the fisherman better off. Okay, it's too high. Loki's unbridled ridicule made Odin's face twitch. This guy's ridicule was so hateful. Just adding salt to your own wounds. However, Odin just snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to him. After all, there is plenty of time to repair him, and the most important thing now is to save the dying Thor. He immediately rushed to the Rainbow Bridge and began teleporting to Earth. It's just a little resistance. When did the Earth space become so stable? Odin was very worried. Did Ancient One take action? Mjolnir on Earth did not fly towards Thor. It flew straight towards Magneto uncontrollably. The reason for this is very simple. Chin-Shi asked Magneto to take action directly. Haha, Lawan is a supervillain and has justice in his heart. That's complete fart. His heart is as dark as Chin-Shi's, and he has a bullshit sense of justice. He kills people or sets fires all day long. However, no matter how much magic is applied to Thor's hammer, it will be useless even if it is made of magic metal. Everything has a magnetic field. No matter what you are, electromagnetic force is the basic force of the universe. No one can transcend the universe as long as they live in this universe. What about this URU metal? The magnetic field of metal is particularly strong. Isn't Magneto more than enough to deal with it? Hela can directly crush Thor's hammer, no matter what bullshit artifact you have. You don't even have a weapon spirit, and you are so shy about bragging about it. The reluctant Thor's hammer was forcibly interrupted as soon as he released the power of Thor. There was no way. This process was not something that a dead thing like it could control. What Qinshi was waiting for was for Odin to cast a spell in the Immortal Palace and let Thor's hammer release its divine power, so wouldn't he be able to cut him off directly? The actual effect was exactly as he expected. The activated Thor's hammer lost control, and all the endless power of Thor poured into Magneto's body. Jila! Jila! In the dark sky, there was lightning and thunder, and everything seemed as terrifying as the end of the world. Under these dark clouds, the only light was Magneto, who had received the power of Thor. This thunder and lightning quickly changed Magneto's body, making his body similar to the physique of Asgard's elite soldiers and better able to accept the power of the god of thunder. Magneto, who was born to be the master of magnetic fields, has taken his magnetic field control a step further through this terrifying power of lightning. He can now completely control the magnetic field of the entire Earth. Electricity can generate magnetism, and magnetism can also generate electricity. The two are complementary in nature. You have me in you, and you have me in you. Ha ha. It's true. It's true. Qinshi looked at Magneto undergoing transformation in the air and laughed. He guessed it right. Magneto can perfectly accept the power of Thor. He is more suitable than Thor. Is Thor afraid of electricity? What a stupid screenwriter. What a stupid artist. The god of thunder can be said to be the master of thunder, but he is actually afraid of electricity. Isn't this ridiculous? Look at the Huxia god of thunder. Controlling thunder and lightning means truly playing with thunder and lightning in the palm of your hand. At this moment, Magneto looked like he was enjoying himself. This was not 10 times or 100 times more enjoyable than anything else. Qinshi's previous plan had made him nervous. He had no choice but to do so. This was the power of the mythical god of thunder. Can such a small body like mine really bear it? However, he, Magneto, was imprisoned in a concentration camp since he was a child, and he survived many obstacles along the way. Isn't it because he didn't believe in fate and didn't obey the humiliating arrangements of fate that he got to where he is today? You can't live without being crazy. He was willing to bet on his life, which should have been dead long ago. He is willing to believe Qinshi's words because he is the god on Earth. Sure enough, he really made the right bet. He is the one who truly controls thunder and lightning, the god of thunder, Magneto. At this moment, such a change awakened the sad fairy palace foursome. They woke up from a dream, and the power of Thor that was supposed to save Thor was actually cut off. It is unbearable. This is Soul's life. Without the power of the god of thunder, Thor would really be in trouble. What will they do? To stop Magneto, of course. Regardless of their serious injuries, the 4 members of the Immortal Palace jumped up high and greeted Magneto with axes, spears, and swords in their hands. Go to hell. Thief. Die. Mortals who covet divine power, accept God's judgment. Furious roars echoed in the air. However, they were roaring and proud and suddenly found to their horror that they were motionless. The murderous action came to an abrupt end. Haha. Mortal. Divine realm. Qinshi laughed loudly. You claim to be a god? Looking down at the earth? Ha ha. A bunch of indigenous false gods. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the courage to despise the people of the earth? Weak. Ignorant. Stupid Asgardians, do you dare to despise the people of Earth by letting Odin come over? In this case, you can just be mortals for the rest of your life. Power taken away. You are sentenced to lose all energy for eternity. The brilliant sound exploded in the void. In an instant, a blazing divine light descended. That is the phoenix that covers the sky and the sun. Under the aura lock, the 4 people's faces were ashen. The horrified foursome stared with desperate eyes as the invincible phoenix stretched out its claws towards them. 4 painful wails resounded over the town. The phoenix swallowed up all their divine power. They discovered to their horror that they were really useless. I can't feel even a shred of divine power. Mortal. Mortal. They became mortals after all. 5 years. Give you 5 years. If you can live a good life within 5 years and abandon your arrogance and stupidity, then I will consider returning your divine power to you. Otherwise, I will die on earth in this lifetime. Qinshi looked at the 4 people with ashen faces and snorted coldly. He just came from a mortal. He is the weakest mortal. At this moment, Magneto finally fully absorbed the divine power, and Thor Magneto was born. Haha, then Odin will come. Things are finally over here. Magneto has returned to his position, so the next step is his own highlight. Qinshi smiled softly and waved his hand, instantly opening a gap in the earth space that trapped Odin. Odin also came across the border. Haha, God King Odin is here to visit. Looking at the angry Odin, Qinshi smiled. This old fox is probably going to be furious to death, right? As expected, Odin squinted at Qinshi. He actually didn't know Qinshi's name. He actually didn't know about the major events that had happened in the universe in the past few months. If he knew Qinshi's name, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Mortals on Earth, who dares you to call this God King by his name? This guy still wants to maintain the bullshit majesty of the God King, which shows how stubborn and proud he is. Are there any people on Earth who dare to be so crazy these days? Odin couldn't believe it. Haha, if you continue to compete here, your son will really go to see Mephisto. Qinshi smiled, not caring about his threat at all, ignoring Odin who was about to go berserk, and instead gloating about his misfortune. I'll settle the score with you later. Odin snorted coldly and stopped talking to Qinshi. Because what Qinshi said was right, Sol was really dying. Putting aside any concerns about Face, he quickly came to Sol and squatted down to check Sol's injuries. After some inspections, he was finally relieved. Thor's injuries were serious, but the physical damage was not fatal. It can be easily treated. Originally, the return of divine power would automatically cure this kind of damage, but it was a pity that it was cut off. I will save you now, my good son. Odin looked at the unconscious Thor and said sadly. It's so ironic that the family is in mourning when they fight against each other. Odin no longer thinks wildly, so let's treat him first. I saw Odin gently closing his eyes, stretching out his big hand full of vicissitudes and facing Thor's head. The hand exudes a soft golden divine light. The light slowly flows to Thor through Odin's hand, and the endless energy keeps nourishing Thor and repairing his head. In less than 2 minutes, all of Thor's injuries have been completely healed, and his face is blinking, and it is estimated that it will open in less than a few seconds. Sure enough, the injured soul slowly opened his eyes and he woke up. Father, is it really you? Am I not dreaming? It was his father who caught his eye, and Sol was extremely happy. These past few days have made him very sad. His divine power was deprived of him, his father died, and his mother disowned him. This series of blows made Sol almost collapse. Fortunately, it's still not too late. His father really appeared and he was not dead. Odin was extremely pleased to see Thor caring so much about him just after he woke up. Although his son was a stubborn man with a head full of muscles, he really loved him. He patted Sol's shoulder hard. My child, it's really hard on you. I feel very happy and proud to see you grow up. You are a kind king who can sacrifice yourself for the sake of your compatriots. Odin looked at the naive Thor in front of him and almost burst into tears. Father. Sol smiled silly in excitement, and he forgot all his worries. Child, wait. Father, help you regain your divine power. Odin looked at Thor's silly joy and suddenly thought of something. He wanted to seek justice for his son. He stood up suddenly and stared at the 2 damn guys Magneto and Qinshi with gloomy eyes. One stole his son's divine power, and the other challenged his majesty. These 2 people must not be let go. Haha, kid, you are very arrogant. You have to pay a price for your arrogance. For example, living a life that is worse than death. Odin looked at Qinshi with a ferocious smile, sneering with disdain. Haha, Odin, you old boy is a bit crazy. Is your Asgard network still a 2G network? Qinshi laughed loudly and doubled over. He couldn't understand what Qinshi said, what about 2G network, but he understood the old boy sentence. Immediately, Odin was like an angry lion, and his long hair stood upright. Court death. Odin roared angrily and immediately released his energy. He didn't hold back at all, and it was obvious that he struck with hatred. The golden fist was filled with the surging power of Odin and immediately hit Qin-Shi's body. This punch seemed to span space, appearing strangely in front of Qin-Shi. Others would have been unable to dodge this punch. However, he was destined to be disappointed today. If it had been anyone else, this punch would have been enough to blow him up, leaving no trace of him behind, but this hateful blow suddenly stopped in front of Qin-Shi, unable to take an inch further. The endless power of Odin surged out, and there was even more infinite power of blue space in the space to firmly block it. What? Odin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. He couldn't believe that there was anyone on Earth besides Gui who could withstand his attack. The surging power of Odin is like a mud cow entering the sea, unable to stir up any waves at all. How is it possible? How is it possible? Will the Earth never have another chance in this life? There is such a powerful person on Earth. How can his son do it? Can the legend of the clan really come true? Can the Rune King Thunder God really be the opponent of such a young god? He is already desperate. Odin looked up in horror and suddenly found that the young god in front of him was looking at him calmly, with a smile on his face. Such a calm young god, so powerful and incomparable, he was really desperate. How about it? Do you want to continue fighting with me? Qin-Shi slammed into Odin's field with a crushing aura. Thump, thump, thump. The silent collision at this moment prevented the aging Odin from going all out. His strength became stronger as he aged, but his aging body could not withstand such power. Just such a brief confrontation made Odin couldn't help but take a big step back. He is really old and has reached the end of his life. Well, Odin sighed deeply. This sigh was full of helplessness, unwillingness, and fear. Thor, my father cannot protect the beautiful Asgard. Father, I'm sorry, the world you gave me, son. I really can't keep it. Okay, you go help Thor regain his divine power. If Odin relents, Qin-Shi will not embarrass him. This old guy has at least blocked countless alien races that coveted the Earth for the Earth. He has no credit, but hard work. Yeah, I have to go help him, thank you. Odin bowed deeply. His magnanimity made him admire him even more in his heart. Coming to Thor's side, he frantically injected his power of Odin into Thor's body. Odin and Thor have the same origin. This power of Odin is only the power that Odin inherited after becoming king, so everyone calls it the power of Odin. When he passes it on to Thor, it can also be called the power of Thor. It's just a title. What is powerful is the power itself, not because of a certain person. When the endless power of Odin poured into Thor's body, a miracle happened. Thor's power of thunder has really awakened again, becoming more powerful than before, and the terrifying thunder and lightning breath spurts out from the surface of the body. The surrounding air felt like it had been electrified, making a sizzling and harsh sound, accompanied by wisps of green smoke. Ha ha, great. I, Thor, the god of thunder, am back. The naive Thor looked up to the sky and laughed. This guy didn't hide his inner excitement at all. For many days, the frustration, worries, fears, and anxieties about life and the future have all disappeared at this moment. Thor, the god of thunder, has returned. Odin looked at the heroic Thor and smiled with satisfaction. These sufferings did not defeat his son who fell from heaven to hell, but made him tough and calm to deal with sudden changes. He looks much better now, not only because his mood has improved and his face has turned from black to red, but also because he has injected the increasing power of Odin into Thor's body, which has made his body relax a lot. Odin, your face looks much better. This will at least give you 10 more days and a half of life, right? Qin-Shi couldn't help but joked. This guy's changes had to make Qin-Shi wonder whether he left all of Odin's power to Thor before his death. Otherwise, why would Thor automatically trigger the father missing mode every time his blood volume drops below 30% and then make a desperate comeback? Power cannot be generated out of thin air. Only when the spirit and body explode in all aspects can miracles occur. Haha, as people get older, their strength becomes stronger and stronger. This is what I am like now, and Soul will be like this too. However, even if I die now, I can die with peace of mind. Thor has already fulfilled the responsibilities of a king. Looking at the silly Thor, Odin's eyes were full of relief and pride. Sol looked at his father looking at him and immediately smiled stupidly. Seeing such a smile, Odin said it didn't matter, but one can imagine the reluctance in his heart. I really can't see that day anymore. Ragnarok, Asgard is going to perish. Can my son solve this ending? He didn't believe that this son was his sister's rival. He knew the power of Hela best. Even if he couldn't kill her, he could only barely trap her. He felt uncomfortable. The destruction of Asgard seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Who can save the people of Asgard? Just when Odin's mind was racing, the naive Thor approached Magneto. Hey, buddy, you're awesome. You are so unkind and stole my power of Thunder God. Since you are so arrogant, do you dare to have a fight with me? Thor has just regained his magical power. It is when he is satisfied with his ambition and he can't wait to find someone to practice his skills with. No, I immediately discovered Magneto, who was concentrating with his eyes closed. This guy stole his magical power. Wouldn't it be a good time for him to clean up, vent his anger, and practice his skills? You. Hearing the arrogant provocation in his ears, Magneto immediately woke up and looked at Thor. Yes, you don't dare? Thor still looked at Magneto provocatively. Okay, if that's the case, let's try it. Magneto said in a deep voice. Afraid of him? That's impossible. He, Magneto, is not afraid of this stupid young man, even though Thor, who has lived for more than 1,000 years, still looks like a fool. Okay, it's a deal. Mjolnir. Thor was overjoyed and immediately summoned Thor's hammer. This guy is also very powerful. When he hears the call, he immediately flies into Thor's hand. Haha, old man, we can fight side by side again. Looking at Thor's hammer in his hand, Thor smiled excitedly. Fool. Looking at Thor with a mean smile on his face, Magneto sneered. This guy really only has a memory of fish. He remembers eating but not fighting. Thor immediately swelled up after getting Thor's hammer. Since everyone has the power of the god of thunder, let's see who's stronger. I saw Thor lifting Mjolnir properly, divine power pouring in, and in an instant Mjolnir became filled with lightning. Soon enough, several thick thunder and lightning exploded from the void, and then gathered into a thunder and lightning whip and whipped it towards Magneto. Seeing Thor coming up, he launched his ultimate move and Magneto didn't give in. He grabbed a scrapped car nearby and put it in front of him to defend himself from the lightning whip. Boom! This whip directly cut the car into 2 pieces. There was a huge explosion accompanied by fire, but the lightning whip did not lose its power and immediately rushed in front of Magneto to whip him. Sol's smile got even bigger and gradually turned into a mean smile. But his smile froze in the next second. Stop. Magneto stretched out his hand to the lightning whip and gave it a cold drink. Even though Magneto, who also possesses the power of Thor, is not as powerful as Thor, his magnetism can strengthen his control over thunder and lightning. This time, he could barely withstand the strengthened Thor's attack. Huh, what a small trick. Thor snorted coldly, retracted his lightning whip, and rushed forward holding Mjolnir. What he likes most is close combat. Thunder and lightning are not his style at all for a reckless man like him. He never considered himself a mage, but a warrior. The distance of a few meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Thor grabbed Mjolnir and flipped it, hitting Magneto on the shoulder. Magneto is a mage. He doesn't know how to fight hand-to-hand. Thanks to having just stolen the power of the god of thunder and transformed his body, he managed to avoid Thor's probing blow. Bang! Magneto ducked, but the car behind him was damaged. It was directly destroyed by the accompanying lightning attack. Humph, I guess you can hide. Thor didn't care if he missed a hit and kept swinging Mjolnir to hit him. This time, Magneto, who was avoiding, would not continue to give him a chance. Bring it to you. Magneto grabbed Thor's hammer hard, and it immediately flew towards Magneto uncontrollably as it was showing off its power. Even though it is a so-called artifact, its material cannot escape the constraints of the rules of the universe. Thor jumped up and stumbled, almost falling. The good guy himself was carried by Mjolnir and flew towards the enemy. Mjolnir. You are rebelling. I am the god of thunder. Thor is furious now. This guy can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Seeing himself running towards Magneto, Thor couldn't let go and let his weapon be taken away. Thor, who was experienced in fighting, immediately took advantage of the situation and raised his knee high to attack Magneto's waist. This move can be said to surround Wei and save Zhao. Either take a hit from him or let him go. His abacus was not silent, but Magneto was not a vegetarian either. He immediately raised his hand and pushed back Thor's hammer. Thor, who was still attacking just now, was immediately carried backwards by Thor's hammer. Fake. Thor was so angry that he yelled, "Mjolnir, you big traitor." But he still didn't let go, and then he crashed into a shop and was buried directly. Then, Magneto raised his hand gently towards the destroyer in the distance and then hit Thor hard. The guy was hugged lovingly by the destroyer before he even wanted to get up. Thor wanted to raise the destroyer, but Magneto didn't give him this chance. The terrifying magnetism burst out from the palm of his hand, forcing the heavy and hard destroyer to suppress Thor. Thor immediately became unable to move and was completely defeated. You lost. Looking at Thor surrounded by the destroyer, Magneto said coldly. At this time, Thor is really a weakling, that is, at the Earth level. I guess I can't even defeat a fat green guy. I'll probably get hammered by a fat green guy. Anyway, in Thor 2, he was beaten to death by the fat green man. But Magneto doesn't know that Thor hasn't triggered the missing father mode yet. As long as Odin dies, Odin's power will be passed to Thor. Then as long as the missing father mode is triggered, Thor will immediately transform from the Earth level to an Asian, heavenly father level. Lawan looks cool and serious on the outside, but he is in a state of turmoil on the inside. Because his opponent is God. The mythical figure they've been familiar with since childhood, the mythical and powerful Thor, today he defeated the god of thunder. From then on, God was not invincible. Eric Lenscher defeated God. What can God do? Otherwise, we will be defeated in his hands. For Magneto, this undoubtedly made his confidence expand to an unprecedented level. Gods have been defeated by him. Wouldn't it be possible to speed up the cause of mutants? Lawan threw the hammer to Thor and let go of his control. Yes, I lost. Thor murmured softly. He really lost. Yes, with almost no effort, he was easily defeated. Thor looked at Odin dejectedly, feeling even more ashamed in his heart. He has embarrassed Asgard. He has embarrassed his father. Thor, a temporary failure is not enough to explain anything. After failure, you need to make yourself stronger. Failure is a spur to you and makes you always remember that if you don't want to be beaten, you have to become stronger. Odin looked deeply at his son and comforted Thor with sincere words. Odin was telling him that failure is not terrible, but what is terrible is that you will never stand up again after failure. Thank you, father, I understand. Sol nodded heavily. He understood what his father meant. Also, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. There are too many unknown powerful people in this universe. You must abandon the so-called halo of glory of God and learn to be in awe. Odin looked at Chun-Chi and sighed with emotion, but he was telling Thor next to him. Some people have been busy all their lives, but their so-called lifelong dreams are all in vain. 1,000-year plans are nothing but a joke. Odin's words meant something, and the ending he saw had quietly changed. The man who worked for the so-called destiny could not make a move in the hands of the man in front of him. It's so ridiculous and sad. The self-righteous planning and layout will be in vain in the end. Thor also understood that this small Earth is really unfathomable. Could it be that his father never dared to fully attack here? He just met a few people randomly, and all of them were ridiculously strong. Chun-Chi, who spoke like a breath of fresh air, actually let his father bow down to him with a raise of his hand. An inconspicuous middle-aged man can actually absorb the god of thunder and defeat him easily. Then what about the Dark World? He couldn't imagine how many such strong men there were. If my own Asgard dares to attack the Earth, he will probably be wiped out from the Earth before he comes, right? Haha, God King Odin is still a sensible person. Chun-Chi laughed. As people grow older, Odin still has two skills. Chun-Chi understood who Odin was talking about. He didn't care about it at all now and could kill him with a snap of his finger. Odin knows that the earth has many secrets, so he will never attack the earth that seems to be the weakest. There are too many strong people here, too many. Countless ancient gods walked out of this ordinary and small planet. Sir, you are so complimentary. As this man lives a long time, he will naturally meet more people. Odin said modestly. Yes, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer a lot. They see too many things in people's eyes. In this case, Thor and I will go back. Sir, you are welcome to come to Asgard as a guest at any time. I will make a bed to welcome you in Asgard. Then Odin said goodbye. Well, I won't send you far away. Jinshi also shook hands with him and said goodbye, and the plot of Thor was over for the time being. As for the immortal palace foursome, Jinshi left them to fend for themselves. Whether it was delivering takeaways or driving screws, that was their own choice. When the time comes, those who have improved will be asked to return to the fairy palace. If they are still stubborn, they can stay on Earth for the rest of their lives, which will save their lives. Jinshi took Magneto and others to open the space channel and returned to New York amidst the shouts of Jane and others. Oh my God. It's amazing. What kind of space principle is this? Jian looked at Jinshi in disbelief, wanting his answer. Principle? There is no principle. This is the mysterious principle. Jinshi naturally didn't know the principle. How could he explain that he controlled the laws of space? They couldn't understand it. Well, it's probably theology again. They're astronomers, and these space issues still fascinate them. The time has come to part ways. Everyone went back to their own homes to find their own mothers. Jinshi secretly made an appointment with Jian and took her to study new knowledge. Really new knowledge. System: extract the items and abilities from Odin. Ding, the plot character, God King Odin, has been detected. Each withdrawal requires 1.5 million points, and repeated withdrawals cost 300 points. Ding, for the first withdrawal, 1.5 million points will be deducted from the host. The withdrawal begins. Please wait a moment, host. Ding, the extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, Odin's weapon Gangnir. The Eternal Spear? Fake squid. Weapons are really of no use to him. The more than 1 million points are not a loss, since they are also Marvel artifacts. Forget it. Give it away and give it to Natasha. She seems to know how to use weapons. System: continue. Jinshi will not give up. He is determined to win this power of Odin. Ding, if the host repeats the withdrawal, 3 million points will be deducted. The withdrawal begins. Please wait a moment, host. Ding, the extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for gaining the power of Odin. This time, Jinshi seemed to hear the sound of nature. The power of Odin was finally obtained, and he didn't waste many points. This power of Odin is really something. Including energy emission, modifying reality, creating or resurrecting life, decomposing or repairing objects, improving physical constitution, traveling through timelines, opening dimensional channels, applying spells and blessings, reading thoughts, remote brainwave communication, creating force fields or shields, retrieving objects from the air, etc. Of course, this is the movie version of Odin's power, which slightly weakens these terrifying abilities, but it still cannot be underestimated. When Jinshi obtained the power of Odin, it was more about integrating these abilities into his own body and letting the Phoenix power increase these abilities. This trip was totally worth it. This power of Odin can give you a little ability to modify reality. This is the best ability. As long as he finds the reality stone, he can make the modification ability comparable to chaos magic. Multi-level reality gems are still quite powerful. Even if they cannot be fully utilized, they are enough to affect the rules of a movie universe. She doesn't know where this reality gem is yet. Jinshi only knows that this gem is wandering in the dimensional space. It won't be long before it appears in England or somewhere on the Earth. Jinshi used the multidimensional space gem to sense its location. Unfortunately, due to the shielding effect between the infinite gems, he didn't know where it was. All we can say is that we can only wait for it to appear. There is no other way. This guy is hiding too far away. His whereabouts are erratic, and he cannot be detected by other reality gems. If he couldn't find it, Qin didn't think about it anymore. He would always come to him when he should appear. There is still the Soul Stone waiting for Loki to be delivered to his door, which will soon be delivered. After Odin returns, he will expel the imprisoned Loki. Then Loki will fall down the Rainbow Bridge and meet Thanos and his team, leading a large army to invade the Earth in a hurry. Loki, who had been deprived of his divine status, was now in a dark prison, trying to figure out how to escape. The Time Stone is now in the hands of the Ancient One. The Soul Stone is also known to be on the planet Vormir. The Mind Stone is with Thanos, and the Reality Stone is also wandering around. The only thing that is uncertain now is the Reality Stone. Just wait for a while. Qin secretly thought that his goal was very close. All that's left is to wait slowly. He was not in a hurry at all, and a few years passed by in a blink of an eye. System, let's change the points of the plot characters after settlement. Now I don't want to think so much, it's time to take stock of my gains. Ding, the host has completely changed Magneto's destiny and made his destiny develop in an unknown direction. Congratulations to the host for earning 3 million system points. Ding, the host has slightly changed Thor's fate. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 million system points. Ding, the host has completely changed Jane's destiny. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 million system points. The system broadcast the report 3 times in a row and gave a lot of points. Among them, Magneto gave him the most because Qin completely changed his future and took a completely different path. As for Thor, what changed was that he obtained some Odin's power in advance and his emotional path. To put it simply, it deceived him. As for Jane, that would directly cut off her path. He would not be able to meet Thor and become the female Thor. However, due to the strength of the individual and the importance of the plot, the rewards are naturally different. Even though Jane has completely changed, she is still the same as Soul, without many large point rewards. However, Qin was already very satisfied with this result. The points I spent are no longer lost. Fully recycled points are enough. Delightful. System, open the Properties panel. Qin wanted to check his changes again. Ding, the Properties panel has been opened for the host. Host, Qin. Age, 24. Level, early stage of single universe level. Physique, immortal phoenix body. Ability, water type S level, range of 1,000 kilometers. Ice S plus level, -200 degrees Celsius. Fire control level S, 100,000 degrees. Carbon temperature transformation, second to original admin and vibranium. Super speed mobile S plus level, 3,000 kilometers per second. Super self-healing level S plus, any damage is healed instantly. Telepathy S plus level, can sense 100,000 kilometers. Magnetic control of S class, can control 100,000 kilometers. Space transfer S plus level, solar system size. Space cutting S plus level, can cut 10 centimeters of titanium alloy. Dimensional space S plus level, 10 million square kilometers in radius. Psychokinesis S plus level, up to 1,000 tons 10 kilometers. Space fragmentation S-class, 100 kilometers range. Phoenix Force, subatomic mastery, Phoenix Judgment. Energy absorption, energy transfer, destruction ray. Odin's power. Items. Multidimensional space gem, multidimensional power gem, time gem, reality gem, mind gem, soul gem. An umbrella hive factory. Spear of eternity. Subordinates. Android number 18, Terminator TX, and Red Queen. Points, 7.85 million points. Bioenergy, 38 million points. After looking at the meeting panel, Qin closed it with satisfaction. My points are not less, but more. For a period of time below, the Earth became unusually quiet. Tony also developed new elements to make his steel armor stronger and more durable. He himself doesn't have to worry about his life dying at any time. A few months have passed in a flash, and these few months have been full of undercurrents. Everything is the calm before the storm. It wasn't until just after New Year's Day in 2011 that Qin psychosis finally broke out again. Umbrella Corporation has now transformed into a behemoth. Using technologies that have surpassed Earth's technology for decades, they are annexing and annexing. Squeeze all the so-called traditional industries and technology industries to death. The rest can only survive, manufacturing some products under the control of Umbrella and barely surviving. On this day, Qinshi went to the company on a whim and happened to meet a man. Wait, who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Qinshi knew that his memory was correct, and anyone with a little impression of him could remember it. He must know this person. As long as he knows the person, he will not be an ordinary little character. The man stopped by Qinshi immediately stopped. When he turned around and saw the person who stopped him, he immediately became extremely excited. The man in front of me is a god on earth. His power allows him to bring down any country at any time. He excitedly held Qinshi's hand and said loudly, "Dear Mr. Qinshi, my name is Victor Von Doom, and I am here today to see your Minister of Energy to invest in one of our projects." Victor immediately announced his family name. What an honor it was to be called out by God on Earth. Has he also heard of my company? Victor? Qinshi looked at him doubtfully. Yes, sir, I am. Victor nodded immediately, looking excited. He really knew who I was, he really knew. It turns out it's really you. Let's talk about your project to the Minister of Energy. I've heard about your project and I'm very interested. Money is not an issue. Qinshi smiled slightly and said lightly, "Really? Thank you. Victor said hurriedly. This made him so happy. We can't afford this project without $1 billion or $2 billion. This space project is too expensive. But this money is too piece of cake for Umbrella. Okay, you go." Looking at the excited Victor, Qinshi waved his hand and sent him away. He is also very interested in such projects, and he doesn't want to miss the mystery of the cosmic storm. As for Dr. Doom, Victor, there are really too many stories and backgrounds. This guy has run through all the independent universes, including the Fantastic Four, Mutants, Avengers, Batman, etc. Dr. Doom Victor is the most popular villain in Marvel Comics. He perfectly combines technology and magic, and he can get back up even if he is destroyed in hell. His mother was a gypsy witch. When Doom's mother was seeking magical power, her soul was taken away by the big devil Mephisto. Doom has been determined to liberate his mother's soul from Mephisto since he was a child. To this end, he has taught himself various magics and is also very proficient in science. In Secret Wars 2015, Dr. Doom Victor is known as the Omnipotent Lord Doom. He is the god of creation and the omnipotent ruler. In short, in the fighting world, Victor is God, a very simple comparison. He easily defeated the Black Panther who held the Infinity Gauntlet. He instantly killed Cyclops who had part of the Phoenix power, and he tore apart Thanos and other masters. The most obvious achievement is to extract different parts from the infinite universe and splice them together to form the Dogia. He also stole the power of the original Transcendent. Well, the original Transcendent lived too long and he wanted to die. He had the OA attack him and the almighty Phoenix Force, but he couldn't die. There was no other way. He finally thought of a trick, giving his power to others. Wouldn't he die? It's just that at this moment, Dr. Doom is just an ordinary college graduate, not much, a member of the entrepreneurial generation. He worked happily with his classmates and part-time rivals, the Fantastic Four. Although he and Demagogue pursued Susan at the same time, they often had conflicts, but overall it was still reasonable. Watching Dr. Destruction Victor's back leave, Qinshi felt that this guy was really a ruthless person. No matter what the predicament, he never gave up. Such a person is really a talent. Even if he falls into hell, he will climb out and take revenge. If such a person doesn't do things for himself, wouldn't it be that his talent is buried? As for Shingunda, I'm really sorry. Your old rival is no longer here, so he probably won't be able to fulfill Shingunda. It is precisely because of Victor's oppression that Shingunda can cheat all the way under such pressure and become extremely powerful. After packing up her beautiful mood, Qinshi came to his office leisurely and made a phone call to ask Umbrella to fully support Victor. This is the movie universe anyway, and he is not worried about a powerful guy appearing to intercept him. This can basically be said. Crystal, come here and rub my shoulders. I'll take care of you alone tonight. Like a wealthy landlord, Shinshi leaned back on the boss's chair and began to ask the beautiful girl Crystal to press the buttons for him. TCH, I don't want you to take care of me alone. Crystal curled her lips and gave him a big eye roll. So it's not him who enjoys it? It's him who suffers the disadvantage? Now there is Wanda, Natasha, number 18, and the girl next door like Jean Grey at home. Plus, she has completely seen this shameless guy. There are always various embarrassing ways to satisfy his shameless behavior, and I always want to pry open his head to see if it is full of various colored brains. Under Crystal's professional techniques, Shinshi fell asleep enjoying herself. Victor on the other side also received a large amount of cooperation funds from the Umbrella Energy Minister. Victor and his team share 40% of the late-stage gene development and research results. Umbrella Company enjoys 60%. This kind of cooperation is almost biased towards their small team. For general technical investments, it is a great mercy of the investment company to be able to open a 37-year-old investment. After all, this investment may be in vain and the risks and rewards are clear to everyone. Ha ha, it's developed. It's developed. Victor walked out of Umbrella Company and shook his fist fiercely. He was so excited that he could conclude this business deal. I am about to take off, so I need to prepare quickly when I get back. They have all the technology, but no money. As long as they have money, they can go to space to capture cosmic storms in a few months. If they can produce large quantities of genetic medicines that benefit mankind. So what a huge profit it would be, an unimaginable profit. Returning to the simple rented office space, Victor told everyone the great news. Everyone. We are going to be developed. Victor shouted with excitement, waking up all the members of the Fantastic Four. Really? Which company is willing to invest in US? How much? How much are they willing to invest? Can't our project be started immediately? Shigunda and the others immediately started asking questions, and their reactions after hearing the news were as excited as Victor's. As long as their project is successful, they can make a lot of money. With the starting capital, wouldn't it be easy to become the world's richest person in the future? As for benefiting mankind, it is all incidental. Countless American college students drop out of school to start businesses for the sake of mankind? Bullshit. Just for the money. No one feels like a saint. Stop. Stop. Listen to me. Victor immediately raised his hand and pressed it in the air. Only then did Shengund and the others stop talking and started looking forward to it. Ha ha, brothers, what we got this time is investment from Umbrella. Ha ha. Victor shouted excitedly, his face still flushed, and he still can't calm down. How much? How much? Johnny, the Human Torch, the half-brother of Captain America Steve, asked eagerly. Calm down. Calm down. Johnny, can you be like me, mature and steady when things happen? The speaker was none other than the invisible female Susan, the sexy supermodel-level actress Jessica Alba. Say it quickly, say it quickly. How many billion? After teaching her brother a lesson and establishing her authority as her sister, she immediately transformed into an excited little cat. Cut. Johnny curled his lips disdainfully, that's all he knew. Haha, let me tell you. A total of $2 billion US. Victor jumped up and shouted excitedly, dancing and flying all the documents on the table. What? 2 billion. Shengund and the others were so frightened that they covered their heads, unable to imagine how much wealth this was. The result is that they have no idea what kind of huge mountain of money this is. It's a pity that it fills their office on this floor. Anyway, this money is their startup capital, and then it will be 10 to 20 billion. Several people have now begun to dream, imagining the life of becoming super rich in the future. Their enthusiasm has been completely ignited. They just want to spend the 2 billion to develop their own products, and then sit in the office and collect the money in sacks. The intense action was clearly shared between Victor and Reed, and everyone was mobilized because they were really going to become prosperous. Victor and Reed are no longer jealous and quarreling over every issue. They are now in a period of cooperation. They have some common goals: make money. Reed needed a lot of money to do the scientific research he wanted. Victor wants to return to his hometown in glory. He wants to build his hometown, and he also wants to break into hell. He has always known the existence of magic. Others also want a lot of money to build all kinds of luxury goods they dream of, and so on. They are very busy here, with all kinds of materials, machines, and equipment being delivered to their rented warehouse in an endless stream. The warehouse was packed to the brim, and they bought everything they could use. Of course, every expenditure they made was recorded in the financial supervision sent by Umbrella. A month later, the Earth was calm and no major events occurred. The sun in New York was extremely hot. She saw bright white lights one after another while walking on the road. This summer is really miserable. Too white, too shaky. People's hearts are not ancient. People's hearts are not ancient. Isn't this a test of human nature? Haven't you seen that these male compatriots are in great pain? She was complaining as he walked. There are bad people among the crowd. It's already midsummer since the plot of Thor 1 ended, and the hot weather seems to be getting more and more common, making people breathless and increasingly depressing. It feels like something bad is always going to happen. After appreciating the various aspects of the world, she came to Victor's company. Boy, things are completely different now. They found a new factory building in the suburbs, and the entire company became completely new, unlike the small workshop before. Now it has also changed its name to a resounding name, Future Life Technology. Good guy, has this started? Sir, who are you looking for? Bei was stopped by security guards as soon as he arrived at the building. I'm looking for Victor. Please inform me that I'm here. Shi removed the transformed light from his face and revealed his true body. He is more famous than any other big star, although it is not because of what he has done to save the world, but because of his strong personal strength and unrivaled technology. Umbrella's technology has far exceeded that of the Earth. Many terrorist organizations have attempted to attack the Umbrella building, but they are always killed inexplicably. More of a cyber attack. Countless hackers formed an alliance, but without exception they persisted for less than 3 seconds and were directly counterintruded and sent to prison. There are also some senior officials who want to take advantage of Umbrella and either die on the streets the next day or go to jail. With this series of actions, everyone understood that if they wanted to steal food from Umbrella's mouth, they had to be prepared to have their families destroyed and their wives and children separated. So in order to cause unnecessary trouble, Shi had to cover up his unique appearance. When the security guard saw the change in the appearance of the person in front of him, his attitude immediately changed 1,800 degrees. It turns out to be Mr. Chen, please. Please. This attitude is so respectful that the man in front of them is their rich man. If it weren't for him, how would they have such a high salary? The flattering security guard bowed and carefully invited Shi to the elevator entrance. At the same time, he motioned to the front desk to contact the president's office immediately. The beautiful woman at the front desk quickly put away her nymphomaniac expression and made a call. With the attentiveness of the security guard, Shi walked into the elevator. The security guard kept smiling until the elevator door closed until he left. After being notified, Victor immediately waited at the elevator entrance, followed by Dracula, the Invisible Woman Susan, the Human Torch version of Captain America, and the Thing. This was Shi's first time here. He was not notified in advance, but he informed the foursome immediately. The big boss behind the scenes is here, and they have to be seen no matter what. Bite. When the elevator door opened, Shi looked up and saw several people standing in front of him. He heard them shout in unison, "Welcome to Mr. Chen to inspect the work." Why are you doing this? It's so grand. Shi was speechless. What are you doing? I'm just here to see your achievements. Why are you so welcoming to me? Haha, this is the first time Mr. Chen comes to our company. I want our team to get to know each other. Don't make money by then and don't even know my benefactor. Victor immediately smiled and explained that this guy is really good at flattering. Okay, I believed your lies. Shi shrugged. Haha, let me introduce you to Mr. Chen. Victor pulled them together to introduce them one by one. Stop, you don't need to introduce me, I know everything. Qinshi immediately interrupted him. These people all knew each other. I have seen his movies, and he knows the Fantastic Four well. After all, they are the protagonists. Sir, do you know him? Then I won't bother you. Victor was slightly surprised. Umbrella's network was indeed as powerful as the rumors, and no one could escape their eyes. Qinshi ignored Victor and was the first to go to Reed. Hello, Shengund. I have long admired your name. Reed was stunned for a moment. Shengunda? When did he become a magic stick? Did Mr. Qin make a mistake? My name is Reed, but I'm not a magician, am I? Reed scratched his head. I am really not a magician. I am an honest person. I am a positive person. Haha, God says everything is possible. In the future, you will understand what I mean. Qinshi laughed loudly and said mysteriously, well, it seems that from now on I can only be called Shengunda. Although Reed scratched his head in confusion, it was rare for him to joke. Qinshi walked up to the invisible woman Susan again. Hi, dear beautiful invisible Susan. Invisible woman? Is this another nickname? They were confused again. What does this mean? Why does the big boss give everyone nicknames? What is this hobby? Okay. I don't know why Mr. Qin calls me the invisible woman. Am I invisible? Susan covered her head. This guy. Haha, you will know in the near future. Qinshi was still mysterious, which baffled them. Okay, if I can become invisible, then I will evacuate your house. Why do I have to work so hard? Susan said mischievously. Haha, welcome, welcome. Qinshi laughed, but thought in his heart, come to my house, and once you are here, don't even think about leaving. Hello, Captain America's Human Torch, are you and Steve half-brothers? Puff. After Qinshi said this, they all laughed. Isn't this person too serious? Why do you love giving people nicknames so much? Half-brothers, haha, what the hell is this? Are you trying to laugh them to death? Johnny's face was full of excitement. Human Torch. What a cool nickname. Why didn't he think of this nickname? My bosom friend. The Human Torch almost knelt down in excitement. Finally, he looked at another person, who could be said to be the saddest being among the Fantastic Four, the Thing. People can accept changes, after all, they have superpowers, but their appearance remains the same, but the Stone Man is miserable. This guy really turned into stone, becoming neither human nor ghost. His wife no longer wants him, which can be said to be a bit miserable. He gained the power to make himself more like a mutant than a mutant. Hello, Stone Man Ben. I express my deep sympathy for your future experiences. Live your life well every day. Qinshi looked at him with sympathetic eyes and couldn't help but tease him. Stone Man? What kind of stupid nickname is this? Ben felt a chill. Wouldn't he turn into stone? This, isn't it Sir who lied to me? How could I turn into stone? Sure too, Ben said weakly, with worry and fear in his eyes. This is unlikely, right? It's just that Qinshi's vow is not impossible. Benjin is fascinated. Haha, don't worry, Ben. We have an old saying in Daxia, every loss must have a gain. You will lose something and gain more, powerful power. Qinshi laughed. It turns out that it feels so good to scare people. Seeing how dumbfounded they all were, Qinshi felt particularly satisfied with pretending to be cool. Is the information bad? After fooling them, Qinshi got to the point. How are you preparing? Upon hearing the inquiry, Victor immediately said, Hey, don't worry, sir, we are almost ready. We can conduct the first experiment tomorrow. So fast? Qinshi asked curiously. Of course, sir. We have enough simulation experiment data, and various preparations are within our calculations. We just lack money to purchase aerospace equipment. Now, as soon as your money is received, we can naturally collect these equipment and assemble them. Victor became excited when he mentioned that the team experiment was about to begin. He explained to Qinshi with excitement, telling him and the entire team's plans. Well, very good, I'm optimistic about you. Qinshi didn't intervene, just gave a light encouragement. This matter was so interesting, and he didn't want to interfere too much with it. The Fantastic Four have a big role to play, and it wouldn't be fun if their fate were to be changed now. Then we visited the simple close-to-Earth spacecraft they built, which was strange. They actually built a more advanced spaceship than the one in the movie. Such changes made Qinshi worried for a while. This is not the crude spaceship that had an accident before. If this spaceship had not had an accident, would the Fantastic Four and the others still have been born? He had to do something. There was no way anything could happen to this spaceship. It was too perfect. It's good to have money. With his strong support, all kinds of equipment and materials are as good as possible. The rich Shingunda gave full play to his talent. He had never seen his spaceship and actually made it look good, which is much better than the finished products now. Well, Reed is truly a genius among geniuses. This is much better than the space shuttle. Chinshi did not hesitate to praise him. Shingunda was Shingunda, a genius even more than Tony. Haha, that's natural. If you give me some time and money, I can make the steel armor 10 times more advanced. When it comes to his areas of expertise, Shingunda is not modest at all, and he doesn't need to be modest. Geniuses always compare themselves with each other, and scholars look down upon each other. Okay, I'll leave first. I wish you success. Chinshi looked at it and felt that it was almost done. Just wait for their changes tomorrow. Then let's see you off, sir. Victor and others surrounded Chinshi and came to the bottom of the company building. This scene was seen by many people, and now they finally got the accurate answer. Their company has really been spotted by Umbrella. This is not a rumor, it is true. Then won't they be stable in the future? Tied to the Umbrella aircraft carrier, it will really be unsinkable. Everyone knows that Umbrella will not fall unless the Earth is destroyed and exploded by an alien punch. The next day, this is the day when the fate of the Fantastic Four and Victor changes. They don't know that their lives are about to undergo earth-shaking changes. The spaceship took off successfully. Amidst cheers, mankind's first real spacecraft took off successfully. This shows that their civilization has taken another big step forward. There will be countless news staring at them, hailing them as real aerospace heroes, a generation that will carry forward the past and open up the future. Because this is the first spacecraft experiment, unlike so many unmanned spaceflight tests before, they may die at any time due to various glitches. Witnessed by the satellite, Reed, Victor, and others successfully arrived in low orbit of the Earth, and the spacecraft began to orbit the Earth. Haha, success. Success. God, this is a great victory. Humanity finally built its own spaceship. They succeeded. Interstellar travel will no longer be imaginary in the future. Stars and seas, we Earthlings are here. Countless cheers rang out in front of the TV and in front of the computer. They were celebrating excitedly, reveling. This is the most important step in human history. Everyone started running into the streets, hugging each other and cheering excitedly. Cities have become mountains of flowers and fruits. The whole world fell into a carnival and was boiling. In the spaceship, Victor and others were also celebrating. They really did it. After the celebration, there was quiet waiting. According to their observations, the cosmic storm will come tomorrow. They didn't know the specific time, so they could only wait patiently. Hey, don't you think it's a bit boring here? The sudden sound startled Susan. No one else came here, it was her own resting room. Susan turned her head and realized it was Chinshi, and she couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. She doesn't find it strange that the other party is Chinshi. After all, no one knows Chinshi's mystery, and she is not surprised by what he can do. It's okay, time will pass soon, just wait a little. Susan shook her head and said softly. She doesn't feel bored, after all, this is her favorite job. Through the porthole, she looked at the dark universe, the twinkling stars, and the azure planet beneath her, all of which made her extremely fascinated. This is so wonderful, no one is more fascinating than them. How many people can have such an opportunity? She felt that this life was worth it. Haha, if you are content with what you have, you will have happiness. Chinshi nodded, fully agreeing with her statement. If it weren't for something that kept urging him, he wouldn't want to keep fighting and killing like this. Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it is about human relationships. Are you happy then? I think people like you will easily get the happiness you want, and no one can stop you. When this topic was brought up, Susan couldn't help but smile lightly. Weak people will pray for happiness, while strong people will grasp happiness in their hands. She was also curious about whether this was the case, especially for someone as invincible as Chinshi. Happiness, Chinshi said without hesitation. My happiness is unimaginable by ordinary people. I was born in poverty, but fate took pity on me, allowing me to see different scenery and encounter happiness that should not be mine. Thinking of everything now, Chinshi's voice became low and gentle, and he thought of everything about himself. Ability, technology, money, power. What's more important is the beautiful and virtuous women he met. The gentle words that seemed like memories made Susan feel dazed for a while. He must be thinking of his wives. Only they can make the man as tall as a mountain in front of him become gentle. For no reason, Susan became a little envious. They should be very, very happy, right? There is no need to worry about anything. With such a strong person protecting them, they can live according to their own ideas. Susan looked at herself again and at the two suitors beside her. Reed is just a second-rate person who only knows how to study some weird things and has no idea what to do. Such a person is simply too boring. The other Victor is a careerist. In order to show his success, he actually built a huge statue. He may be chasing him to compete with Reed. Although the two have a cooperative relationship, they have been competing since college. Anyway, these two people are not a good match. Susan shook her head, so these two people should pass. I really envy them to have a husband like you, Susan said with a hint of envy. Haha, don't worry, you will find your own happy life in the future. She comforted her. I hope so. Susan smiled slightly, non-committal. She no longer has many illusions, just take it one step at a time. After the two said goodnight to each other, she returned to New York. The next morning, the action began. Victor and the others observed that this cosmic storm was about to begin and would pass by their spacecraft in half an hour. Everyone is ready, but what they don't know is that they will return to their original life trajectory. In this universe, because they received funding from Chin-Shi, their plan would really succeed, but it was ruined by Chin-Shi. Chin-Shi, who left yesterday, opened a space channel on the spaceship. This cosmic storm will inevitably enter the spacecraft. By then, everything will be back on track. Reed became Luffy, Johnny became Pyro, Ben became a stone man, Susan became an invisible woman, and Victor could also become a metal man or an electric man. Isn't this right? At some point, Chin-Shi had appeared. He looked at the unconscious people and muttered to himself. Queen Hong, let's go back. Yes, Lord. After Chin-Shi finished speaking, the Red Queen took over the spaceship and quickly returned to Earth with the group of people. After returning to Earth, their news made everyone on Earth excited. They watched with their own eyes the first spacecraft built by mankind successfully entered space and then returned to Earth. This is a huge success. This is real success. This is complete recycling. Chin-Shi immediately arranged for them to rest in isolation. They fell into coma because their bodies could not bear the huge genetic mutation for a while and chose the best way to recover. Once they get used to it, they will wake up naturally. At this time, Chin-Shi asked the Red Queen to have someone watch them and let them leave on their own once they woke up. Queen Hong, let me know before they leave. I'll come over and check. Okay, Lord. After Chin-Shi finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Magical Holy Land, Comitage. The space suddenly shattered and a person walked out of it. The person coming was naturally Chin-Shi. Just now, I had a frightening feeling. This feeling is so bad. He felt that something was going to happen, that someone was targeting his location and wanted to cross the universe. Chin-Shi's appearance shocked the entire Comitage. Who? You actually dare to trespass into the magic Holy Land? Chin-Shi looked up and saw that the person who intercepted him looked familiar. Are you the king? He asked curiously. Who are you? How do you know my name? Wang's eyes widened and he was very surprised. He was asking him a question, but he actually asked him a question in return. Just then, Gui appeared. Okay, king, please step back. It's not surprising that this guy knows you exist. When Wang heard what his master Gui said, he was shocked. His master never smiles at others. He has not seen his master treat people with such respect for decades. Where does this young man come from? Although he was greatly shocked, he still suppressed the shock in his heart and retreated respectfully. Yes, Master Gui. Gui was also very confused when he saw Chin-Shi's visit. Why are you here suddenly? Something happened. Ancient One asked with a smile. Well, yeah, I think something's going to happen. Qinshi didn't hide anything and said solemnly. Something really happened? Who made you feel threatened? This time it was Guyi's turn to not be calm. She was just joking, but someone could really make him feel threatened? Is this the creation god trying to take action against him? I don't know who it is, it feels like something mysterious. Qinshi shook his head and said he didn't know. But Guyi understood that the intuition of people like them was not wrong, and something must be wrong. So, you're here to get the time stone? Guyi asked solemnly. Yes, I want the time stone. The combination of the time gem and the space gem can make me invincible. It is very important. Qinshi nodded and directly stated his purpose without any mincing words. Okay, wait. Guyi is not a sloppy person. With a wave of her hand, she teleported the Eye of Agamotto from her secret room. I'll give it to you. This is considered a violation of our oath as the Supreme Mage. Guyi sighed slightly, guarding it for generations, but in the end it was lost in his own hands. Haha, it doesn't matter. After this incident is over, I will send you a few apprentices to ensure that the Supreme Mage lineage will go further. Qinshi laughed and assured her. Because Qinshi felt that the time was almost here. Guyi knew what Qinshi meant and wanted to change to a Supreme Mage. Their chosen Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, was replaced. The substitution is a great test for the white magic of Emperor Weishan that we believe in. Wanda's chaos magic does not belong to white magic at all. It is magic that transcends all. Guyi didn't know if it would cause something bad, so he could only leave everything to fate. At this time, Qinshi didn't care about Guyi's thoughts. He took the time stone and opened up a dimensional space and drilled into it. Seeing Qinshi disappearing, Guyi stood there blankly, looking in the direction of disappearance and sighing worriedly. In the dimensional space, Qinshi looked at the time gem flashing with breathtaking green light in his hand and thought quietly. You really have to rely on it for your own hunch. Time completely controls the past, present, and future time. Time travel, accelerated time, time reversal, time confusion, etc. are all possible. You can even make time loop infinitely, reaching the point of omniscience with the highest efficiency. It allows the user to reach any point in time, whether it is the long past or the distant future. Using this power, one can watch or experience any era. If the user has rich knowledge, he can do more things and even manipulate time and cause and effect. This allows the gem to be used as a weapon to plunge the enemy and the entire world into an infinite time loop. Dr. Strange used this trick to annoy the B************ D to death. Demoma could never imagine for the rest of his life that transcending time is actually a very painful thing. Kaka. Time waits for no one. Qinshi directly took out 8 unactivated time gems, and in an instant, the Eye of Agamotto opened directly. That's fine, it saves him from crushing the Eye of Agamotto. The time gem in this universe makes a humming and violent vibrating sound, as if celebrating the arrival of its companions. Qinshi could really feel the joy because time was completely out of control. The terrifying power of time caused time vortexes to form around them, sometimes moving forward at extremely fast speeds, sometimes going backwards at extremely fast speeds, and sometimes standing still. After all, we have to return to that topic. Those who play with time will eventually be played with by time. Endless blue light emerged from Qinshi's body, completely isolating his time and space, and the power of time quietly disappeared in front of him with a pop. In the blink of an eye, the 8 time stones revived. Slowly, wisps of faint green light appeared, and then became more and more intense, until they were dazzling and radiant. They were recognized by the time gems of this universe and slowly connected to the time laws of this universe. Buzz. Suddenly, the 9 time gems formed a circle and began to rotate very quickly. They reached a consensus. They had just felt the fluctuations of the multi-space gems and the energy fluctuations of the multi-power gems emanating from Qinshi. They understand that their companions have chosen to sacrifice themselves. For the sake of countless companions, they will never look back. The dazzling, mysterious green light simultaneously blooms its own energy rays and converges above the center. Then the traces of powdery green dots began to gather together through energy rays, which was to destroy oneself and achieve diversity. They chose to sacrifice themselves as soon as they gained consciousness. This is an unimaginable will. After being alone for endless years, they have resolutely chosen to resist this damn fate. As time passed bit by bit, the light of the 9 time gems became dimmer and smaller. But their new life has become more dazzling, solid and thick, and the energy they contain is endless. When time came to their last moment, with a bang, they turned into green powder all over the sky and rushed towards Qinshi. In an instant, they merged into Qinshi's body, and the little bits of light surrounded him like a sea of stars. He stands in the vastness of the universe. Stars surround him, and the heavens shine with them. The future king. Please lead us out of the endless darkness. Please. This is the last song of the Time Stones. Even if they die, they will have no regrets, because the hope they carry has already appeared. Go with confidence. I promise, the light is coming. Qinshi said silently. He firmly believed that he could do it. This is his commitment to them, and even more to himself. The newly born multi-dimensional time gem suddenly shined brightly and kept circling around Qinshi, as if feeling the last breath of the predecessors, unwilling to stop for a long time. Buzz, buzz. After a full 9 rounds, it let out a mournful buzzing sound, and then suddenly got into Qinshi's mind. Then, the power of time on Qinshi became extremely strong, and his whole person became blurry, as if he belonged to this world, but also seemed not to be this world. As long as he wants to, he can be independent of this world and no longer bound by time. Ding, congratulations to the host for integrating multiple time gems and awakening the ability to accelerate time. Ding, congratulations to the host for merging multiple time gems and awakening the ability to regress time. Ding, congratulations to the host for integrating multiple time gems and awakening the ability to travel in time. Ding, congratulations to the host for integrating the multi-dimensional time gems and gaining 5 million points. A series of system prompts made Qinshi, who was accustomed to it, become as calm as water. This must be a powerful system. Time is the most mysterious existence in the world, and it is also the most difficult force to master. Fooling time will have serious consequences. Even Qinshi doesn't dare to destroy the past and future timelines at will now. The chain reaction is too great. System. View the Properties panel. Ding. The Properties panel has been opened for the host. Host, Qinshi. Age, 24. Level, late single universe level. Physique, immortal phoenix body. Ability, water type S level, range of 1,000 kilometers. Ice S plus level, minus 200 degrees Celsius. Fire control level S, 100,000 degrees. Carbon temperature transformation, second to original admin and vibranium. Super speed mobile S plus level, 3,000 kilometers per second. Super self-healing level S plus, any damage is healed instantly. Telepathy S plus level, can sense 100,000 kilometers. Magnetic control of S class, can control 100,000 kilometers. Space transfer S plus level, solar system size. Space cutting S plus level, can cut 10 centimeters of titanium alloy. Dimensional space S plus level, 10 million square kilometers in radius. Psychokinesis S plus level, up to 1,000 tons 10 kilometers. Space fragmentation S class, 100 kilometers range. Phoenix force, subatomic mastery, Phoenix judgment. Energy absorption, energy transfer, destruction ray. Time acceleration, time reversal, time travel. Items: multidimensional space gems, multidimensional power gems, multidimensional time gems, reality gems, mind gems, and soul gems. An umbrella hive factory. Subordinates: Android number 18, Terminator TX, and Red Queen. Points: 12.35 million points. Bioenergy: 38.5 million points. Looking at himself in the later stages of the single universe, Qinshi's worries became much less. Come on, dark enemy. The dimensional space was shattered like a mirror, and Qinshi calmly walked out of it. You're getting stronger again. Gui couldn't help but sigh deeply when he saw the high-spirited Qinshi. Before, Qinshi's aura was unfathomable, and he had already entered the chasm-like realm before her. Now, he has made even greater progress. Another big step forward in the realm of this single universe. It's impossible for Gui not to be envious. How old he is and how old Qinshi is are completely incomparable. But others came from behind and were so far ahead of me. Gui felt so depressed. Qinshi immediately accepted Gui's words. Didn't he just become stronger? He smiled faintly and then said, "As long as you don't want to seek death, you should be able to break the final bottleneck and enter this realm soon." Gui shook his head. "Oh, it's so difficult to break the bottleneck. My body is too old and completely decayed. If I cannot abandon it, I will be trapped by it forever. Only when I get rid of the shackles of my body can I move forward and my soul can be free." Gui understood that death was not the end. On the contrary, death was the beginning of her new life. The salvation of the soul is greater than anything else. Gui's heart has already become riddled with holes. She is too tired. After guarding this world for more than 500 years, she was too tired. The exhaustion of body and soul made her unable to breathe. "You are right. I hope you can be relieved." Qinshi knew that it was useless to persuade him. Gui has her own way, and too much interference would be bad. There is nothing wrong with her getting rid of the shackles of Yuju's body and following the eternal god. At least it will make her happy. "Come on, I'll bring someone with me next time we meet." Qinshi waved his hand and left gracefully. "Goodbye." Gui looked at Qinshi's free and easy back and smiled slightly. This man was really much more comfortable than himself. He can live his life according to his own wishes, but he cannot abandon his responsibilities. Qinshi, who had just returned to New York after leaving Karmatage, suddenly felt a heart palpitation. "Is this coming?" Qinshi murmured to himself. This secret enemy still appeared. The person who came was extremely powerful, and the laws of this movie universe were completely ignored in front of him. He is so powerful and unreasonable. Qinshi doesn't know who he is and why he is targeting him. But people have already knocked on the door, so I won't be afraid. With a swish sound, Qinshi disappeared directly. He came to an abandoned planet at least 2 billion light-years away from the Earth. He did not dare to start a war in the galaxy. The aftermath of that battle could easily destroy entire planets. In order to protect the Earth, he could only choose a remote place to do it. While Qinshi was waiting, the man from across the universe also followed him here. But when Qinshi saw the person coming, he was a little dumbfounded. Isn't the person here just a child? Such a young child is so awesome that he can cross the universe to kill him? Qinshi felt extremely sore in his balls. It was so fake that he was really stepping on a horse, and it was nonsense that he was really stepping on a horse. "Hey, I mean, kid, have we met? I have no grievances with you, so why are you chasing me? What kind of hatred or grudge is this?" Qinshi asked, looking at the strange child with painful balls. He was sure he hadn't seen him. "Yes, we have never met, but we are very, very involved. Otherwise, I would not forcefully return to the present from other timelines. In order to kill you, I have exerted all my strength. Even if I am punished by the power of time, there is nothing I can do," the visitor said calmly. He is not a big man, but his tone is very old-fashioned. Now it was Qinshi's turn to wonder what he had done. "You said we are very involved, then tell us why we are involved." Qinshi must figure it out, otherwise wouldn't this be some kind of muddle-headed bad thing? "Okay, I will let you know clearly today, so that you don't know who killed you and why. You heard clearly, your name is Franklin Richards. You should understand my father and mother, right?" Franklin said calmly. "Oh, got it." Qinshi suddenly realized it. That's so. His appearance may prevent the god of war and the invisible woman from getting together, but then he may end up with Susan. In that case, wouldn't the genius Franklin not be born? No matter what, he cannot accept such a result. I was obliterated in such a confused way, no one can accept it. If that's the case, then I understand. Let's take action and see how powerful the legendary mutants beyond the Omega level are. People are knocking on the door, what else can he say? Go ahead and try out how powerful the legendary strongest mutant is. Okay, you're not Moji either, so don't blame me. I can only feel sorry for you. After Franklin finished speaking indifferently, he took the lead in launching the attack. Invisible power suddenly began to stir throughout his body, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding earth and mountains to shake, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake. Blow it up. Franklin slapped the space around Shinshi fiercely, and then the space around Shinshi became like fragile glass. Click. Click. The sound of shattering came out, and what followed was a terrifying black hole suddenly appearing around him. The real world was vulnerable. The terrifying gravity brought by the black hole suddenly exploded, as if there were countless pairs of terrifying hands trying to pull him into the black hole world, and then tear Shinshi to pieces. This kind of explosion is exactly the same as the black hole collapse grenade of the Dark Clan and the Dark Elves. In this way, the power of this technology cannot be underestimated. It's a pity that Shinshi's figure stands tall and motionless in the center of this terrifying black hole. No matter how hard you pull, you can't get rid of it, just like the world tree rooted in the universe. Haha, Franklin, you don't seem to be very good at this trick. Don't you know what a space gem is? As he spoke, endless blue divine light emerged from Shinshi's body, and the power of the black hole was instantly smoothed out like snowflakes meeting the sun. The space behind Shinshi fluctuated, and the cracks in the space moved slightly and were completely smoothed out, as if nothing had happened. Franklin was a little surprised that his power was wiped out so casually, as if it had never happened, as easily as he could. It's not that he doesn't know that Shinshi possesses the space gem, otherwise he wouldn't be able to cross billions of light years from the Earth. Could it be that the space gems in this universe have mutated? Impossible. He uses multi-level space power. How could this mere single universe-level space gem be his opponent? Franklin was a little confused. Things were not that simple anymore. Franklin, who has the level of the multiverse, is not just a cat or a dog, a big boss who can be resurrected even if he swallows stars. When they first met, he felt that Shinshi's strength was lower than his, only at the level of a single universe. Haha, now it's my turn to attack, right? You can play with the power of space, and I am the master of space. Shinshi snorted coldly, but remained calm, unable to see the anxiety of meeting a multiverse-level boss for the first time. I saw Shinshi's right hand blooming with dazzling blue light and pressing hard against the void, and the space rippled like the surface of a lake. Franklin, who was opposite Shinshi, suddenly felt something. Turning around suddenly, I saw that the space behind me suddenly shattered like a mirror, and a black hole formed instantly, like a hell-devouring people. I am in the center of this space. This is space shattering. It was too sudden. The calm space suddenly shattered, and he had no time to react. Give it to me. Franklin shouted angrily, with a determined expression. His stubborn little face also became ferocious. He was so careless. Poof. The power of space was so fast that even Franklin still had an arm cut off immediately. Compared to Shinshi, his body was still very fragile. How could he survive such an attack without being injured? I'm actually hurt. Franklin stared at Shinshi in disbelief, his voice even filled with shock and anger. Haha, I didn't expect it. Alas, I can do it again. Shinshi mocked proudly and said that we should pay attention to the enemy tactically and despise the enemy strategically. Since others want to kill him, he will naturally not choose to be beaten passively. Attack is the best defense. Shinshi, who succeeded in one attack, launched another attack and took advantage of your illness to kill you. Dimensional space. Time goes backwards. With an indifferent expression, Shinshi's left hand glowed blue, and his right hand glowed green, and the endless divine light instantly enveloped Franklin. The power of multiple spaces. The power of multiple times. The purpose of the dimensional space is to control Franklin, and the time regression is to delay Franklin's recovery time. Sure enough, Franklin, who controlled the power of time, used cosmic energy to grow his left arm again, but the next second, time went back 1 minute. Franklin's arm is disabled again. Damn it. Damn that guy. Franklin gritted his teeth and glared at Shinshi. This is really a formidable enemy, not only possessing the incomprehensible power of space, but also the mysterious power of time. His time was actually set back. It is unbearable. Time accelerates. Franklin immediately used the ability to accelerate time in the space around him to offset Qin-Shi's time regression. As expected, this time Qin-Shi used the power of time again, and the benefits were almost negligible. Franklin is totally fine. Great, D me off completely. I want you to die. The irritated Franklin walked step by step to within a kilometer of Qin-Shi, staring at Qin-Shi coldly. The steaming energy made his clothes rustle, and the golden light made Franklin's aura terrifying. I'll go ahead and transform into a scion. Who are you? Qin-Shi screamed strangely, a little surprised. Could this guy be able to travel through other universes? Let's see how arrogant you are later. After Franklin said this, his breath shook, shattering the dimensional space and instantly crossing the space to reach Qin-Shi. Invisible fluctuations instantly enveloped Qin-Shi from his upper body. This was a large-scale attack that could not be changed at all. Subatomic control, matter decomposition. Qin-Shi shouted. This was too familiar. Haha, it's good to know. Go to hell. Seeing Qin-Shi so surprised, Franklin was extremely proud. Decomposition of matter at the subatomic level. What kind of body can withstand such an attack? He didn't believe Qin-Shi could survive. Such regular attacks cannot be absorbed by multi-power gems, and Qin-Shi's body instantly acted as Franklin said. But the body of the immortal divine phoenix is not sealed. When it is annihilated, a new body of flesh and blood is recreated. The endless power of material decomposition burst out from Franklin's hands, and his space control and time control tried to offset the multidimensional space gems and multidimensional time. Stop struggling, it's useless. Just accept your death. Beneath the golden ripples, Franklin's hair danced wildly, and he laughed ferociously. Who says you will win and I will lose? Qin-Shi's firm voice sounded in his ears, making Franklin even more furious. This man was too irritating. Now Qin-Shi's legs suddenly disappeared, his arms disappeared, and his head disappeared. But he remained indifferent, as if he didn't feel any pain at all, and was calm and composed. Only then did Qin-Shi realize that his body had become stronger and tougher under the repeated quenching of material decomposition. Wouldn't such a change be beautiful? Do you want to annihilate yourself? He really couldn't do it. He didn't have the habit of self-mutilation. Didn't Franklin just help himself at this time? When Franklin saw that Qin-Shi was still acting like a normal person, he couldn't help but continue to release energy. He didn't believe it. It hurt him to death. I am at the multiverse level compared to energy? His energy is unlimited and he can keep fighting. The two of them seem to be at a stalemate. Annihilation. Rebirth. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, a week passed. At this moment, Qin-Shi suddenly felt as if his body had been annihilated several times, but could not be tempered. Thank you, classmate Franklin. My body seems to be unable to improve, so you can take a rest. Qin-Shi smiled slightly and looked at Franklin teasingly. What? You? Franklin was shocked after hearing this. He then realized that Qin-Shi had been asking him to temper his body for free. You actually became a clown for a week? In an instant, Franklin was furious. It is unbearable. What are you? Qin-Shi snorted and interrupted him. The moment the super speed movement started, he grabbed Franklin's neck. Click. Then he broke his neck. Destruction ray. Qin-Shi casually blasted Franklin's body with a purple ray of destruction. Is fighting so easy? Wrong. In the void, there was a burst of space distortion, and Franklin walked out of the black hole in space unharmed. Do you think you are the only one who can infinitely reorganize your body? Franklin looked cold and said coldly. I know, I just want to recover some interest. Do you think it would be easier for me to destroy your body, or for you to destroy me? Qin-Shi was not a vegetarian either, so he immediately shouted back. Haha, okay, let me see how arrogant you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Franklin suddenly disappeared. Time travel. He went upstream and returned to the past. He wanted to kill Qin-Shi in the past time and space. Traveling through time and space again is an operation that a multiverse master like Franklin can do. Completely ignoring the power of time, he is not afraid of being punished by a higher level of time power. It uses the power of multiple times, but there is still a huge power of time to restrain them. It's not that Franklin didn't know it. He felt that it would save time and effort, and he could bear the consequences. In order to better bear such karma, Franklin, the chicken thief, did not intend to do it himself, but grafted at least half of the karma to others. In the time tunnel, Franklin went upstream, and countless images of time and light passed quickly before his eyes like projections. The time tunnel is a huge movie screen, and what happens every moment seems to be presented in front of him like a movie. No detail can escape his eyes or his mental scanning. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, 2 years. He saw that the place where Chinchi appeared was blurry, and his figure was erratic. As if he was isolated by some great existence, an invisible big hand was interfering with his sight. Forget it. Look, I'll go back to the timeline of your birth. I'll crush you to death just like crushing an ant to death. Seeing these blurry figures, Franklin had no intention of meeting Chinchi at this time. After all, the time was too recent, and he was probably almost the same as Chinchi in his heyday, so there was nothing he could do about him. Full speed ahead. The energy in Franklin's body suddenly increased, and he was ready to go back to several decades ago. Just the next second, he was stunned, because he hit the time barrier with a bang. The timeline about Chinchi actually branched. The timeline he was pursuing came to an abrupt end here, and going forward was simply impossible. Strange. So strange. Through the time barrier, Franklin was immediately stunned. He seemed to see waves of figures flickering, but he just couldn't get past them. The timeline was cut off here, and Franklin had no choice but to suppress the shock in his heart. What to do? He has no retreat now, so he can't leave in despair. No matter what, just go back a little and go to another timeline. He could only do the next best thing and choose the longest visible timeline to kill Chinchi. Franklin couldn't trace back further. The fundamental reason was that Chinchi didn't belong to this universe. He came from another big universe. If he wants to cross the big universe, it is estimated that only a few people can do it. But this does not include him. Wanting to kill Chinchi in the mortal period is simply a fantasy. In 2008, Chinchi had just rescued Tony. At the press conference coming out of the airport, Tony was bragging happily. At this moment, changes occurred, and the sky suddenly became dense with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder without any warning. Everyone didn't know what was going on and thought it was another sudden hurricane weather because hurricanes here are so normal. I thought it would pass soon, but it seemed to be getting more and more exaggerated and bluffing, as if the end was about to happen. At this time, inside and outside the airport, the whole of New York began to panic. Because there is no hurricane at all. There is no heavy rain. Only the clouds are getting lower and lower, and the sky is getting darker. Depressed. Endless depression. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and they were giving crazy warnings. Something big must have happened. Even if they are mortals, they still know that things are going to change. It's not just humans who are crazy. Those sensitive little animals are also rushing out crazily, jumping up and down like headless flies, flying left and right. There are swarms of ants, insects, cats, dogs, snakes, rats, sparrows, and birds flying in the sky. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, accompanied by a figure. That figure became the only light between heaven and earth. Chinchi, it looks like you are really weak. Ha ha. Today is your day of death. It's not in vain for me to travel through time and space and bear the great consequences. Franklin's proud voice sounded like thunder over New York, shocking everyone. Who is Chinchi? Who is he? That godlike figure in the sky actually wants to kill him across time and space? What kind of hatred and resentment is this? Only Tony and a few other people knew Chinchi's true identity. They turned around suddenly and shot their shocked eyes at Chinchi, whose eyes were dull at the moment. What kind of evil thing did this guy do? Is it just that the man in the sky really traveled through time and space? This is science fiction, right? Chinchi, wake up? You're not scared to death, are you? Tony pushed Qin hard, who was in a daze. Why did this guy suddenly change? Was he so scared? Tony, stop pushing and run for your life. At some point, Qin's eyes became extremely clear and his whole temperament suddenly changed. Qin disappeared without waiting for Tony to react. Under the dim sky, there was a single star shining, but at this moment, there were 2 moons in the sky. Oh my god, another person appears. Is he Qin? Is this world a science fiction world? Why can't I understand? God, who are they? Are they all gods? Countless citizens looked at the 2 people in the sky and talked about it. Their worldview seemed to collapse at this moment. Franklin, you're such a loser. You actually found a scapegoat. I thought you were a stubborn person, fearless of heaven and earth, but I didn't expect you were also afraid of karma? Qin laughed and mocked directly. As long as I kill you, you don't care about me. Franklin snorted coldly and ignored Qin's taunting. Only the winner has the right to taunt others. Look at how you can fight me now. Looking at the weak Qin, Franklin laughed. You just laugh at 50 steps and laugh at 100 steps. Aren't you also possessed by others? Suffer death. Phoenix judgment. Qin stared at Franklin with an indifferent expression, not giving him a chance to compete. The power of the phoenix across the universe suddenly descended, and the dark sky was instantly illuminated by extremely hot golden red light. A phoenix that covers the sky and the sun has arrived. The cold, majestic eyes glanced at Franklin coldly. Then the blazing phoenix power exploded, and balls of golden energy were like a flood that burst a dam, instantly engulfing Franklin. Phoenix power. You actually have the power of the phoenix. Why? Why do you own it? I, Franklin, don't accept it. No matter how powerful Franklin is, he can control the cause and effect of time and space, and can create pocket universes at will. He is still powerless in the face of the phoenix power. The power of the phoenix is the embodiment of life and emotion in the almighty universe and the spiritual source of all things. All consciousness is governed by it. Franklin's consciousness spans the universe. Even if this is not the complete phoenix force, he is not an opponent. The phoenix power can ignore the law of cause and effect, ignore the timeline, delete the timeline at will, modify history, and travel through time and space is as simple as eating and drinking. Qin can't let his current self and his past self meet, as that will really change what happened before. Such changes are unpredictable, and they may change your past mentality, plans, etc. This will definitely affect the future and make him change in the present time and space, so he can only use his consciousness to occupy his past self. Anyway, just erase your own memory later, including the memory of this group of people. Franklin grasped this point and was able to appear so arrogantly and aboveboard. It's just that his unscrupulousness encountered an uncertain factor, that is, the phoenix power can travel in any timeline. It is not bound by time and space at all, and no laws apply to it. Not to mention the mere timeline, so what if he strikes across the universe? In the future, when Qin takes a step further and becomes the White Phoenix King, calling on the phoenix power from other universes is just a matter of nodding. At this moment, Franklin's consciousness was directly interrupted, and he had to consider doing it himself. It's not that he didn't plan to go to other timelines, but he gave up quickly. The further the timeline goes, the more powerful Qin becomes. When he gets old. Don't be ridiculous, such great gods will not age. Even if the universe is destroyed, they will be safe and sound. Even if he is burdened with the most terrifying consequences, he will not hesitate, because if he doesn't take action, he will die. I may really not be able to be born. He walked from the void step by step, and the terrifying aura caused the dark clouds to disappear, causing the space to vibrate with cracks. Originally, I really didn't want to do this, but other methods didn't work at all. Franklin said calmly. He had become calm now, because Qin would definitely die next. Reality modification, life erasure. I declare Franklin Richards. There is no more Qin in this world. Franklin's godlike, majestic voice at this moment seemed like some kind of rule, instantly covering every trace of Qin in the entire universe. The power of the golden law of reality gushes out from Franklin's body in large areas, draining his body of energy in the blink of an eye. Qinshi is in the late stage of this single universe. How much does it cost to conceptually erase such an existence? Franklin didn't know, but he had to do it anyway, even if it cost him most of his life. The laws of reality are really too strong. The fluctuations in the laws of reality at the multiverse level instantly affected everything about Qinshi throughout time. Slowly, many people began to forget the existence of Qinshi. Those passers-by, those who had only heard Qinshi's name, were the first to forget about him. Then there are Coulson, Nick Fury, Barton, and others. Then there are Tony, Magneto, and others who have a deeper relationship. That is to say, Steve and Mephisto, who are far away in the latitude of hell, are not affected. Traces of his existence, proof of his identity, proof of his company, etc. All traces began to go backwards in time, disappearing bit by bit. Then Natasha, who was most closely involved with him, Crystal, began to forget his existence on the 18th. Their memories began to slowly disappear, as if Qinshi did not exist in their lives. No. Who is it? Who is it? I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget. The girls yelled in pain. They knew that Qinshi had suddenly disappeared for more than a week, but they didn't take it seriously at all. How could something happen to their husbands? But now their husbands seemed to be leaving them. Something happened. Something happened. Fortunately, their spiritual strength and the deep bond with Qinshi, and the fact that the rules of reality were too scattered, allowed them to persist. Even if the multi-level reality law spans the timeline, its power is still huge. But this power also offended the superior Chaos power and Phoenix power. The multi-level forces are trying desperately to challenge their power. They actually tried to erase their master's thoughts and memories. Isn't this the way for mortals to challenge the majesty of gods? The painful Wanda roared and completely ran away. Her eyes turned scarlet. Her hair danced wildly. Her whole body rose into the air, and the blood-colored energy around her body hit the universe. A scarlet light beam of dozens of kilometers instantly penetrated the time barrier of the movie universe. The Scarlet Witch awakens. I want you dead. Franklin. Is it just you who wants to provoke the power of chaos? The power of chaos will pronounce your death. Wanda is no longer her at this moment. She has been briefly possessed by the instinctive power of chaos. At the same time, the girl Jean Grey's whole body began to burn, and a golden phoenix soared into the sky. The terrifying burning flames instantly burned all space and time. The full force of the phoenix power even mobilized the phoenix power of a dozen nearby universes. Time? Space? Without the ability to resist in the face of the violent phoenix power, everything was burned up. Time and space can also be burned at will. The mental blow from the power of reality caused Jean to cross several levels in an instant. Anyone who tries to destroy their happiness will die. The White Phoenix King Jean Grey enters. At the same time, Qinshi in the past timeline also felt that he was slowly disappearing in everyone's past. He didn't panic at all. Want to erase his existence? He knows that he doesn't belong in this Marvel universe at all. How can you, Franklin, erase my existence? Even if you wipe out everyone, if I just kill you and devour everything about you, won't everything come back the same? Looking at the extremely weak Franklin, Qinshi smiled. You are giving me a chance. How can you resist me now? Wishful thinking. The Phoenix Force, which had long been integrated with Qinshi, felt the same kind of aura and responded with the same soft cry. After receiving the response, Jean Grey instantly crossed the timeline and came to the past time and space, followed closely by the Scarlet Queen Wanda. Franklin. Franklin. The two women spoke at the same time, extremely indifferently, looking at the shocked Franklin as if they were dead. You're not dead yet? Why aren't you dead? Impossible. Impossible. You are only a single universe level, but I am a multi-level reality power. Why? Why? Franklin didn't look at the two women at all, but yelled and questioned Qinshi hysterically. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because I don't belong to the Marvel universe at all. Ha ha. Why do you still want to attack me across the universe? The most ridiculous thing in the world. Now you can die in peace, right? Qinshi laughed crazily. He didn't care at all that what he said was known to others. Who can punish him at this moment? His existence is acknowledged by the OAA. Who can sanction him? Now he can declare his existence freely and loudly. After speaking, Franklin was not given any chance to breathe. Phoenix Judgment. Phoenix Judgment. Matter decomposes. When Franklin heard about the Marvel Universe, he was stunned. Are there universes beyond the infinite multiverse? Isn't this a fantasy? He couldn't understand it at all. But now is not the time to think about this. You must escape from their attack. But how could he leave so easily? Franklin, who had already been locked by his aura, saw the attack coming and hurriedly responded. Time goes back. Space cage. Time pauses. Reality modification. Attack is invalid. In a hurry, Franklin immediately used a lot of life-saving means on himself. But the menacing two women are not easy to deal with. Their attacks and Qinshi's attacks all have the power of time and space reality. Even if Franklin wanted to resist, he couldn't escape unscathed. Boom! Franklin immediately exploded into a ball of blood mist. But he will not die easily. Time, space, decomposition. These three powers eroded Franklin even more quickly. The power of space prevented him from escaping easily, the power of time delayed his recovery, and the power of decomposition swallowed up his solid body. Damn it! Damn it! Franklin, who was only conscious, looked at his difficult resurrection with horror. Will he die here? Impossible. Impossible. I have to rush out even if I risk my life. You forced me to do this. In the future, I will definitely settle this account with you clearly. I will fall into hell forever. Franklin let out the most unforgettable roar at Qinshi and others, and then exploded. He gave up his body. He chose to self-destruct, and the remaining half of his power attacked the three-party control, allowing him to escape. The impact of a small half of the power of the multiverse is so terrible that it can destroy the universe in an instant. The power of Qinshi and the others was directly dispersed, and the three of them were thrown thousands of meters away by the violent impact. The entire dimensional space suddenly exploded. You wait. Now that he only had less than 1% of his energy left, Franklin dropped his harsh words and ran away. I just had a huge explosion and completely crippled myself. Run away. Franklin didn't hesitate at all and disappeared from the place in an instant. He ran away. Even he himself doesn't know what time latitude he has traveled to, so he can just run around like this. The farther he runs, the more chaotic he becomes, and no one can find him quickly. He himself didn't know where he had gone, so others couldn't track him down. Husband, he seems to have gone somewhere. It's hard for us to track him. Wanda sensed Franklin's location briefly and found that he could not be found. She didn't know which timeline he had hidden in or which universe he had gone to. It doesn't matter, let's go back first. I can determine his location through the multidimensional time and space gem. Qinshi said calmly. Isn't it Franklin? He doesn't believe that this guy can escape from the Marvel Universe? With his current energy, it would be incredible if he could barely survive until he reached a universe. He probably didn't even know if he would die of exhaustion. He was too weak in the past, and there was nothing he could do. Several people immediately returned to the current time and space. Now, except for Qinshi's women who were deeply bound to him, all other traces of their existence had disappeared. No one even remembers his existence, but that doesn't matter. Those things were completely dispensable to him. Fame, money, it doesn't matter at all. Husband, you are back. Husband, we are so afraid that you will disappear. Husband, don't leave us. Natasha, number 18, and the three crystal girls rushed forward. It's okay, I can't disappear, haha, don't worry. Qinshi hugged them one by one and comforted them. It is simply unrealistic to erase his existence. Okay, don't worry, we are going to hunt down that guy who doesn't know whether to live or die. We don't know where he is hiding. Qinshi quickly spoke up to stop their entanglement. I have more important things to do. The enemy ran away. The people on the 18th were puzzled. He ran away temporarily, but it doesn't matter, we will catch him soon. Qinshi said. Okay, then be careful. Natasha and the others also knew that they couldn't help, but they couldn't hold them back. Okay, Just blink and we'll be back, Qinshi said with a smile. Wink. What the hell is this? Time. Pause, Qinshi said lightly. When they were confused, their whole bodies seemed to be suspended. In an instant, the entire Earth's time and space came to a standstill. The outside is still functioning, but the Earth is sealed. Let's go find him. After making the final preparations, Qinshi felt relieved. He didn't know what changes would happen if he left. The flow rate of time between universes is not necessarily exactly the same. Okay, let's go. The Phoenix power and the power of chaos are naturally not limited by time. Just find Franklin's universe and lock onto that universe directly. At that time, with the abilities of a few of them, he will not be able to escape punishment at all. The three soldiers divided into 3 groups and set off towards the nearby parallel universe. Universe Earth 15, this is the home universe of early Spider-Man, and Qinshi was the first to come to this universe. The telepathy using the power of the Phoenix enveloped the entire universe, and no aura of Franklin was found. The result is obvious. He does not exist in this universe. Franklin is hiding somewhere. This is a universe where Spider-Man is the protagonist? With great power comes great responsibility? This most classic saying still has some truth. So, Qinshi made the little spider directly become an ordinary person and crushed the Green Goblin to death, eliminating the tragedy. It's good to be a normal person. After doing all this, Qinshi rushed to the next universe without stopping. The Earth 23 universe is the home world of Captain Britain and the Fantastic Four. Qinshi sensed it, but still couldn't find Franklin's aura, and it seemed that he was not in this universe. But there are still Fantastic Four in this universe, so he won't be polite. Reed Richards? You're the one who bears the blame, Franklin. If you don't kill Boren, Boren will die because of you. I will take care of your peer in this universe and save you from fusing his power in the future. Qinshi smiled evilly and instantly found his classmate Shingunda from college, and then directly squeezed him to death while the latter looked at him in disbelief. Sorry, who told your son to kill me? Looking at the dead Shingunda, Qinshi smiled mysteriously. Then he found the invisible girl Susan, and Qinshi, who had transformed into his true form, instantly captured the heart of this university belle. After she got out of school, the two of them only had a candlelight dinner before Qinshi captured her. Not surprisingly, it's still original. The extremely tight feeling made Qinshi admire his own wit. Susan even felt that this was the fun of playing poker. It was as if he was going to heaven, and his life was in vain. Susan choked to death as a knight, and Wanda from another universe came to Earth 127. She almost died from being diaphragmed here. She saw the female version of Magneto, the male version of Scarlet Witch, and the female version of Quicksilver. Wanda looked at this chaotic and topsy-turvy world. She really couldn't bear it anymore, and then she directly crushed the male version of the Scarlet Witch to death. Fake. My eyes are finally healed. Wanda rubbed her eyes and her mood relaxed. It was so irritating that she couldn't even imagine how there could be such a weird universe. Franklin was not found in this universe, and she had no particularly depressing thoughts and continued to other universes. I went to search for Franklin in Earth 235, Earth 356, Earth 861, and other universes, and saw many strange existences. Anyway, she couldn't stand it, so she just brushed off the weird changes. Jean Grey on the other side came to the Earth 295 universe alone. This is Tianqi's home field. As the first mutant on Earth, this guy has always regarded himself as a god and treated ordinary people as slaves. The rest of the mutants are children of God, and he is the father of the other mutants. In this era, mutants are affected by the apocalypse and are all cruel and cruel. Ordinary people will always live in dire straits. Although the number of mutants is extremely rare, they rule large tracts of land and enslave ordinary people. Jean Grey came to Egypt, which is the place with the most mutants in the world. She wanted to see the mutants of this era. But she was discovered as soon as she arrived, and her breath as hot as the sun instantly alarmed Tianqi. This power, this life-filled energy, immortality, true immortality. Tianqi roared excitedly in the palace. He was so excited. He claims to be a god, but the aging of his body cannot be changed. He urgently needs a body that can live forever for him to take over. God-given opportunity. God-given opportunity. I never expected that such an opportunity would come to my door automatically. The impatient Apocalypse teleported to Jean Grey instantly. Jean Grey instantly realized that there was a monster in front of her. This blue-skin monster is so ugly that he actually dares to look at me with blazing eyes. Roll. Jean Grey scolded her coldly. Haha, you are really arrogant. Don't you know that I am the god of this world? How dare you be rude to God? Tianqi didn't take Jean Grey's scolding to heart at all, because he couldn't understand it anyway. But that doesn't stop him from showing off, loudly taunting Jean Grey. This arrogant attitude left Jean Grey speechless for a while. Where did this fool come from? Are all ignorant people so arrogant? Jean Grey thought so, but others didn't think so. When they saw Apocalypse, they all knelt down quickly, trembling and shouting, "My God." Ha ha, okay. I am very happy today. Everyone in the country will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of meat. Tianqi was even more ecstatic when he saw that his subjects were so in awe of him. Today was another great day. Crazy, an indigenous mutant still dares to claim to be a god? Jean Grey rolled her eyes, speechless. What are you talking about? You don't understand what you are saying. Come with me. Tianqi snorted coldly. He didn't care whether he understood or not. Jean Grey naturally understands that all emotions and the power of life come from the power of the phoenix. Seeing how arrogant and domineering this native was, I didn't want to waste time with him at all. Since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you. Jean Grey's eyes turned cold, and she took action with a sharp shout. Golden blazing light emerged from her body, and a golden light emerged from her hand, just sweeping towards Tianqi. Jean Grey and the White Phoenix King wants to delete a universe, which is just like playing games, let alone just a mere apocalypse. Tianqi, who had no time to react, saw that his body was slowly beginning to weather. I actually have no resistance. No. He was frightened, he was desperate. In the final despair, a few seconds later, Apocalypse disappeared into the air with immense fear and regret. The people nearby were dumbfounded. The god who had ruled them for hundreds of years died like this? The new gods killed the old gods. Is a new reign coming? God, great God. They began to kneel down and worship Jean Grey. They were afraid of the cruel rule of the new god, so they shouted slogans in fear and knelt down to worship the new god. Okay, everyone, get up. There will be no gods in this world from now on, and all living beings will be equal. Jean Grey's voice rings in the minds of everyone around the world. Everyone in the world was shocked. How could this be possible? They have been numbed by God's rule and can't believe they heard the sound. But Jean Grey didn't care what they thought and came to the sky to feel the world. Phoenix Judgment. All mutants detected as evildoers by the Phoenix Force burst into flames at the same moment. Amidst the shrill screams, the only 20 or so mutants in the world were wiped out. Haha, it turns out that without the restraint of power, it will really become a disaster. Jean Grey murmured and disappeared. Ordinary people in this universe can't believe that a happy life comes so suddenly. Jean went to other universes again. Their division of labor was very clear. Every universe they went to would leave a breath. Jean Grey went to Earth 1062, Earth 1267, Earth 1363, and several other universes. Earth number 807,128 universe. This is a dark universe, and the villains here rule absolute territory. The righteous X-Men, Avengers, and Fantastic Four are all suppressed. Now there are even more casualties, and they are compressed in the last fortress of the Earth, Comatage. Red Skull, Doctor Doom, Hulk Gang, Dr. Octopus, Ego Apocalypse, Hela, Obsidian 5, Thanos, and more. When Tianqi arrived, he suddenly discovered that the universe was too deformed and the law that justice must prevail did not exist at all. This universe is interesting, isn't it a dark universe? Tianqi smiled. This is so interesting. Then won't you become rich? He likes villains. If you kill them, there will be too many creatures. Devouring is much more comfortable than extracting. Sensing that everyone was concentrated in Kamataja's mirror space, Chinshi teleported directly there. At this moment, the two sides are also in the final decisive battle. This is the last battle of the Justice League, a last-ditch battle. Their chances of winning are really less than 10%. The leader of the Dark Alliance is too powerful. Haha, Wanda, Jean Grey, Ancient One, Thor. Do you still want to resist needlessly? On the Dark Alliance side, a bald man suddenly stood up and laughed arrogantly. Don't be arrogant. Who knows that you will win until the last moment? Justice Wanda snorted and scolded loudly. Haha, is it just you? It's just wishful thinking. Now I give you a chance to become a villain, and I can let you live. The bald man mocked without caring. Just as the two sides were quarreling, the space fluctuated violently. An arrogant figure suddenly appeared. Haha, Bald Saitama. It turns out it's really you. Does your father know that you are so arrogant? Clearly reflects my own powerlessness. Those who disappeared instantly include Red Skull, Dr. Doom, Dr. Octopus, Ebony Maw, and other crispy skins. Then there are villains with very good physical fitness, such as Hela, Ego, Red Dwarf, etc. And finally, it is the turn of thick-skinned guys like the Hulk Gang and Thanos. In the end, they slowly turned into nameless substances that filled the sky and drifted away with the wind, disappearing into the sky and earth like flour. Ding! Congratulations on killing the villains Red Skull, Ebony Maw, Thanos, Hela, and others, and gaining a total of 11.3 million bioenergy. Good guys, they are quite valuable. This trip is not a loss at all. After killing so many people, I didn't expect to gain so much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the fate of existing superheroes in the Dark Universe and earning a total of 45 million points. The system's prompt tone once again made Chinshi almost cheer. Bald Saitama has changed the course of the entire universe. I really need to thank him very much. Being so active in bringing out all the heroes early, doesn't this directly benefit you? 45 million. This is 45 million. He has never seen such a large amount of points income. Bald Saitama, I have to thank you very much. Are you so generous? To thank you, I decided to give you a happy death later. Chinshi got an advantage and acted like a good boy. This is simply heartbreaking. If Chi was conscious, he would probably be so angry that Chinshi would vomit blood and die. During this delay, none of the decent superheroes left. They just looked at Chinshi quietly. They didn't know what this invincible strongman who suddenly appeared would do. Would he cause trouble for them? No one dares to leave at this time because they don't understand Chinshi now. As time passed, bit by bit, the system finally sent good news. Ding! The devouring is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following abilities. Ding! The host swallows Saitama and gains 10 million bioenergy. The system projected Saitama's ability directly in front of Chinshi's eyes. Infinite superposition to become stronger, superhuman strength, superhuman speed, superhuman defense, superhuman reaction, telepathy, telekinesis, magnetic field control, light speed flight, space transfer, freezing ability, deformation ability, earth control, weather control, immunity to viruses, spiritual body projection, strengthening ability. Host, do you want to integrate these abilities? Merge. Chinshi nodded calmly. These abilities really don't matter to him. Most of them are abilities he possesses, and fusion is just the icing on the cake. The only thing he found useful was Saitama's physique, which could be infinitely superimposed to become stronger. For the powerful Chinshi, integrating these abilities is only a matter of minutes, which is to swallow them alive. After a while, the fusion was completed. The body has become slightly stronger, but many abilities seem to be superimposed due to the fusion of Saitama's physique. Such a discovery surprised Chinshi. Be good. You can have this. There will be no diminishing effect at all. Awesome. This is a BG. Fortunately, Saitama's system is not like his own. Otherwise, he would not be a match for others at all, and now all this will be an advantage to him. Sudden. Chinshi looked at the many decent heroes with fiery eyes. Isn't this my own fish pond? No, it's the ocean. How much power they have, this is a great gift. Originally, He was not interested in extracting other people's abilities, but now he doesn't think so at all. Qinxi's fiery gaze could scare all the superheroes to the point of sweating. What kind of look is this? It's so scary. This is the expression of the gray wolf when he sees the little sheep. This. Sir, can we leave? As the leading elder, Gui looked at Qinxi tremblingly. Haha, no rush. I'll let you leave later. Qinxi smiled mysteriously. GA. This scared them all. What should they do? He won't kill himself too, right? Oh my god, I'm dead. Many superheroes were uneasy and looked at Qinxi in horror. Come on, everyone. Just line up and let me shake my hand. Qinxi suddenly said again. Shake hands? What kind of hobby is this? Is there such a requirement? Why don't you want to? Qinxi said jokingly again. No, it's not. Gui couldn't help but stuttered and was the first to come out and shake hands with Qinxi. Ding, the plot character Gui has been detected. Whether to extract her abilities and items, withdraw 1,000,000 points for the first time. Extract. Ding, extraction starts. Host, please wait. Ding, the extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the out-of-body magic attack. Gui's special skill? Not bad. Qinxi was very satisfied. Okay, next one. This time it was Professor X Charles who came up. Ding, the plot character Charles has been detected. Do you want to extract his abilities and items? Withdraw 500,000 points for the first time. Extract. Ding, extraction starts. Host, please wait. Ding, the extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for gaining telepathy. Sure enough, Charles will use this big move. The next person who walked over was Wanda. Looking at this woman, Qinxi was in a trance. The Marvel world is really wonderful. There are countless identical characters in countless parallel worlds, but their fates are completely different. Wanda, you must be having a hard time in this universe. Touching her little head, Qinxi murmured. Looking at the poor woman with big eyes full of fear and uneasiness in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh, her eyes full of heartache. Have you ever seen me in other universes? Have I lived the same miserable life in other universes? Seeing Qinxi with a compassionate expression, the sad Wanda burst into tears. She knew that she in other universes was also in pain. Who would want to be homeless if they could be stable? Does she really want to wander? But she has no home. I'm sorry, except for the universe where I am, you're in more pain than the other in other universes. Qinxi chose to tell the truth. Wanda's fate was too bitter. Asking but not getting, loving but not getting. In a state of mental collapse, he destroyed planets one after another, killed countless people, and made countless people hate him. Alas, why does fate treat me like this? What have I done wrong? I have not encountered the beauty of the world, and I have not suffered from the suffering of the world. Wanda asked loudly with a sad look on her face. After she finished speaking, she burst into tears, hating her unfair fate. Qinxi didn't know how to comfort her. He couldn't save everyone. System, please specify the extraction this time. Ding, deduct 15,000,000 points from the host and extract the power of chaos. Ding, the extraction is complete. When the extraction was completed, Qinxi was not very happy. He had more important things to do. Come with me later. Qinxi did not hide his heart, but left the choice to Wanda herself. Good. Wanda didn't hesitate at all. She just softly uttered one word. She didn't know what kind of fate she would have if she followed this mysterious man, but so what if it was worse? Could it be worse than now? Qinxi touched Wanda's head and asked her to step aside. The next step is to extract the power of the Phoenix. Qinxi thought about it and forget about other general abilities. I don't lack this at all now, and my ability is more valuable than my essence. The system is designated to extract the power of the Phoenix. Ding. Deduct 15,000,000 points from the host and extract the power of the Phoenix. Ding, extraction completed. The system was very familiar with it, and it quickly extracted Jean Grey's Phoenix power. By the way, he looked at Iceman again. This guy's freezing ability was at the Omega level. The system randomly selects Iceman's abilities. Qinxi knew that Iceman would only extract the Omega level freezing ability, so there was no need to waste it. Ding. Deduct 3 million points from the host and start extracting Iceman's abilities. Ding, the extraction is completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining the freezing ability. Sure enough, once you have the freezing ability, you can superimpose Iceman's previous abilities. This wave is delicious. Then he spent 1 million points to extract Magneto's magnetic field control ability. After all, electromagnetic force is the basic force of the universe, and such an ability is worth spending money on. Of course, he has no special needs for other various abilities, so extracting them is completely meaningless. Satisfied, Chin-Shi looked at everyone with a smile. Okay, you can leave. Wanda, let's go. Chin-Shi left directly without waiting for anyone's reaction. He took Wanda to a quiet island and let Wanda have a good rest. After so many years of living in darkness, her heart was too tired. After hypnotizing Wanda, she was sent into a deep sleep so that she could recover well. After everything settled down, Chin-Shi was immersed in the system. Why did you just stop me from getting the Infinity Stones? Chin-Shi just wanted to take away all the infinite gems in this universe, but the system stopped him. He would have to search for other universes himself, which would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive, but this universe has already appeared. Host, if you take away the infinite gems of this universe will lose order and slowly move toward destruction. Hearing what the system said, Chin-Shi understood. His taking away the Infinity Stones is equivalent to destroying the rules of the universe. Everything will be chaotic, and death will be inevitable. Chin-Shi is not such a person yet. He is not as crazy as the Time Variation Administration. Okay, since that's the case, I won't worry about it anymore and just start integrating these abilities. Okay, now start fusion for the host. As soon as he finished speaking, the system began to integrate Chin-Shi's newly acquired abilities. Because these abilities were all obtained before, except for the power of chaos, the integration was very smooth. After dark, the fusion was finally complete. Ding, the fusion is complete. Please check it yourself, host. Is the fusion completed? Chin-Shi couldn't wait to open the properties panel. Host, Chin-Shi. Age, 24. Level, mid-multiverse level. Physique, infinite immortal divine phoenix body. Abilities, Water SS level, Ice SS level, Fire Control SS level. Super Speed Movement SS level, Super Self-Healing SSS level, Out-of-Body Experience SS level, Weather Control S level. Telepathy SSS level. Magnetic Control SSS level. Space Transfer X level. Space Cut X level. Dimensional Space X level. Psychokinesis SS level. Space Shatter X-rated. White Phoenix King XXX level. Atomic Control, Phoenix Judgment. Energy Absorption, Energy Transfer, Destruction Ray. Time Acceleration, Time Reversal, Time Travel. Power of Chaos, Modify Reality Level XXX only. Items, Multidimensional Space Gems, Multidimensional Power Gems, Multidimensional Time Gems, Reality Gems, Mind Gems, and Soul Gems. An Umbrella Hive Factory. Subordinates, Android number 18, Terminator TX, and Red Queen. Points, 41.25 million points. Bioenergy, 39.8 million points. Looking at his own dashboard, Chin-Shi saw that he had been promoted to the multiverse level. This change was very gratifying. There is another watershed between multi-level and single-level, and all of your abilities have been greatly improved and increased. The Phoenix Force is indeed unparalleled and can increase any ability. All the physical abilities obtained from Saitama are added to his own physique, allowing him to go one step further. Looking up at the sky, looking at the twinkling stars in the universe, Chin-Shi slowly fell asleep as he counted them. When he woke up the next day, Wanda had prepared a seafood dinner for him. This small island has a lot of seafood. After the two of them had a delicious seafood dinner, Chin-Shi took her back to his universe. Chin-Shi set off again and came to the 1610 Dark Ultimate Universe non-stop. At this time, Wanda and Jean Grey were also summoned by Chin-Shi and came here. It turned out that Franklin was hiding here and got help from Dark Kang to restore his heyday. Haha, Chin-Shi, you're fine. Welcome to the Ultimate Universe. This is my home field. Now you have two choices. One is to choose to kill me and destroy the Time Variation Management Bureau to bring the infinite multiverse into an era of chaos again. The second is to support my plan to enslave more universes. Jinshi didn't think about it and ignored this madman at all. Instead, Wanda and Qin were asked to kill Franklin while he walked up to Dark King and gently broke his neck. Crazy, poor puppet. A comic character doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth and acts like a clown in front of all the great gods. Jinshi snorted coldly and then looked at Franklin, who was trapped by Wanda and Qin. So what if you control the cause and effect of time, space, and reality? Are you still helpless in the face of the Phoenix Force and the force of chaos? With Kang's death, the multiverse was completely in chaos, with countless branches of time forming parallel universes as if they had been liberated. The chaotic multiverse is exciting enough. Jinshi came to the latitude of Hell, killed Mephisto, and let Steve take over Hell. The chaos of the multiverse began, and Hell was needed to absorb souls. Jinshi, who returned to the movie universe, casually crushed Thanos to death, got his soul gem, and found the real space hidden in a different space to steal the soul gem. Jinshi, who got all the gems, was directly promoted to the super universe level. Bringing the women from this universe directly to 616, the story of the main universe has just begun. What awaits him will be different challenges, including collisions with other multiverse travelers.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.